die?
And find something you're passionate about besides Ziggy.
Hey everybody, I love that intro. And it's perfect and fitting considering who we have on today. So, a serious adulting been going on, yes? I know, it feels kind of, I don't know. I'm kind of nervous because it's like old days, you know what I mean? I've been so kind of distracted for a while with my regular, my real life. So, this is weird for me right now. It feels, I don't know, I feel nervous because I haven't really been doing like what I'm used to doing on this channel. I've been just kind of like taking it easy, just coming on here and talking to you guys. I haven't really been focusing on and doing like what I used to do every day. So I'm going to try to get back to that a little bit more and have guests and stuff. And I thought to myself, what better way to break the ice than just like go for it and have Tiffany Marie on? Thought that would be great. We'll stir up a little bit of the community, and I'm sure she'll be on or be over here in a few minutes. So it's crazy. Look, we're already had 300 people in here in like less than a minute. This is like old school Ziggy. Oh my God, that makes me happy. Thank you guys so much. And thanks to Tiffany for, coming on here and, well, she's not here yet, but I'm sure she will be, I think. So thanks to her for being able to, set issues aside, be adult enough and able to just come on here, and we're just winging it. I don't know like exactly how it's gonna go, but we'll see. Last time I had Tiffany on my channel, it's been a while. You're ready for me to be back? Look at everyone getting along. Hey, Jennifer Marie. You'll be listening. So what I'm doing is, it doesn't mean, once again, just because I have, I just don't, I feel like that anybody, I've always wanted this channel to be about, all opinions and having all different kinds of, having anybody who wants to come up here. For the most part, I've always been open to anybody coming up here. Pretty much all except like one person I can think of, and that's only for, obvious reasons. You ready for some old school Ziggy? You know what? It really did feel like Jerry Springer on this channel for like, it did. And it was exciting but stressful, and oh my gosh. So hey Nicole, hey Brandy, Fizzle, thank you. So we got all Tiffany's people. I appreciate her doing this. Yeah, and hey to everybody coming in. And to the mods, we're going to have, obviously, you know, people in here that maybe haven't been here for a while and stuff, but let's try to be accepting of everybody as long as they're being respectful. I cleared the block list. So you might be working a little bit overtime, a little bit, I guess, but still I'm wanting it kind of relaxed anyways, and everybody to be able to have their opinions. But if anybody, you know, no like attacking Tiffany, please. I mean, like, you have to be respectful of your guest. You know what I mean? So we can't have somebody on and then let people like attack them in the comments. So besides that, though, I don't care. Well, unless somebody's in the chat, like, you know, using racist remarks or saying horrible things to me, but I don't really care about what they say to me. So you can let those slide if you want, but you know, because I don't mind my opinion. I know there's gonna be people that have, you know, talk shit and stuff, but I've learned over the past year that happens no matter what. So does not matter if who I have on my panel, who I'm cool with, what side I'm on. It happens no matter what. The only way to get it to stop is just do like, or have it kind of slow down, is just kind of disappear slowly. Let's see. I'm reading your comments. You got a lot of people that. Oh, thank you, Suzanne Goins. I really appreciate that. This is, see, now it says that we've been live for 2 minutes and 30 seconds, which I know that it has to be longer than that. I can't be right. Already 400 people in here. And yeah, I haven't even really, I don't know. Okay, let's get into a little bit, I guess, of what happened yesterday while we wait on Tiffany. She can, if she's listening, you could take your time. Don't worry about getting on here like right away. I'm sure she'll, you know, when you start to do YouTube and stuff, you, especially as long as she's been on YouTube, you start to take it a little bit more, you get a little bit more relaxed about it. So, but when you first start, yeah, you always on time and doing it constantly. But anyways, so yesterday was crazy and a lot of people felt like out of the loop of what was going on. I don't know if anything has changed with that. I'm sure Tiffany knows more. Oh, thank you, Wendy. Hey, Scott H. Slides on the coleslaw. Doesn't mean just because we have a common enemy or whatever, it doesn't mean we're, what's it called, hate bonding or whatever. It's just we're being adults, okay? We do have similar feelings about this topic, so you know, we can we don't have to focus on the other stuff right now, you know. She's on the phone. She'll be here. It's okay. I'm sure she'll be here. Maybe I should watch my text and see if she's even. Okay, she said she's gonna have a smoke. I'm just telling her to take her time. She just texted me, so. All right. Okay, thank you guys so much for coming. I really appreciate it, and I appreciate her. JodiSue is a foul person. Well, yesterday, I don't know, what does everybody know about yesterday? I guess I don't know if I should get into that yet, because Tiffany probably knows the most about it. I watched a little bit of Benny's live. I noticed, because I was like, okay, what's going on is JodiSue, like what happened with yesterday. Everybody was so hush hush and stuff because it was like a sensitive topic. Does anybody know if her daughter's still with her? Oh, you got blocked? No, you didn't get blocked. You weren't on the block list at all, Lips. Adrian Watkins. I like your name. You know nothing of yesterday? Well, I feel like I almost know nothing of yesterday. I wasn't like keeping secrets from anybody or anything. I just didn't want to speak on it because for one, I didn't know what I was talking about. I was something so sensitive as what I was hearing. I didn't want to speak on something I did not know what I was talking about, really. I had to know for sure, because it would have been kind of some. It wasn't. I saw a comment somebody left. They're like, "Oh, she's gonna say it's not about JodiSue, really." I was trying to like tell you guys without actually tell you guys what I was hearing. I was hearing it was JodiSue putting her daughter in some kind of danger. Okay, not so much about JodiSue. That's what I meant by that comment. Right, Lips. That's what I was hearing. And so how could I put something out there like that if I didn't know for sure, you know? So some people like were really irritated. I understand, because I hate going into a channel too, and then it seems like the creator, you know, has all this like information, and you know, it's just a big secret. It seems like, I understand, it seems like, oh, you have to be in some kind of club or something to know or be friends with this other person to know actually what's going on. Like you have to, you know, so I don't like that. I like to just, usually I talk about whatever on here. I tell you guys everything, okay? And I didn't even know. I mean, I was learning with you guys as I was live, so I wasn't keeping anything from anybody. Everybody's just worried about, so we want to be careful too. We didn't want to put out anything that could upset JodiSue, because who knows? I heard that she was up for a long period of time. So I don't know what was driving that. I don't know if it was just a manic episode. I don't know if it was substances. I don't know, like, her mindset. So you have to, you know, I knew people would understand once it came out. I don't know, Barb. I think that she's live right now. So what do I belong in jail about, Rod? I could say you belong in jail, but that doesn't mean it's true. You're gonna have to elaborate. Oh, I have that comment. Lip lock. Arizona or Arkansas tags. I know, right, Becca? The longest live I've done is like 11 or 11 hours. And that was like, whoa. I was like, wow, I feel like such a loser officially. But whatever. I mean, I don't know how she's able to do that. I used to lose my voice when I would come on here, 8 hours a day, 6 to 8 hours a day, every day. I mean, I'd come on here all the time and I could barely freaking talk. And I hadn't ever lost my voice like that. In my life, but I started losing it all the time once I started YouTube. Hey, Killer Lux. Tiffany was live for 20 hours? I thought it was JodiSue. I was gonna say, I mean, Tiffany can do some long lives, but not usually like that. I mean, I think she's done like an 8 hour before. And I mean, it's a little bit different to me. I know, to me, when it's JodiSue or like somebody who does YouTube, because I guess JodiSue, I don't know, does she consider herself a YouTuber now? Maybe that's her thing. I mean, a lot of people in this community, that's what they do, and it works for them right now. So it was JodiSue. Okay. Right there, Congressman of State Representative about the harassment on YouTube. Really? Okay. But does she realize that she's not helping the situation? She's making it worse. You have to, she can't get others to help her if she doesn't even try to help herself, And if people do continue to help her, it's not going to last forever. I mean, not to the degree that she probably is or was making, having money come in. That's going to dwindle away. And I'm not just saying about the money, I'm talking about any type of support or anything. I don't know how anybody could support JodiSue at this point. I don't get it. Now, I can understand not agreeing with harassing her or some, and some things. And I have admitted, yes, I do feel sorry for her at times. I'm not going to lie, because it would be hard to have, I mean, oh my gosh, like most of this community does not like her. That would be, and not just that, everything she's going through. Like, I pity her. Like, oh my God, I would not want her life. So I do try to, sometimes I can, I feel bad for her, even though, and I get it, most of it is her own doing. I do understand that, but I'm still human, and I'm overly sensitive, and we don't know exactly like what's going on with her, like as far as mentally or substances, and I don't know, there's all kinds of factors that weigh into a situation. But I try to put myself in the shoes of other people, and I can imagine that she's going through it right now, you know, with, I'm sure it's incredibly scary. JodiSue, if you hear this, I'm sure it's scary, but you're being very selfish, and you have to think about your daughter right now. That's really, you have to put the child that's in your care right now, and you need to get some type of counseling, so that you can be in a better spot to take, you know, and it's not saying anything bad about her. As far as we all like need help sometimes. I mean, as far as it doesn't make you a weak person to reach out for help, is what I'm saying. Okay? I don't spewing her bullshit. I know, Bambi. I'm a little lost too, but Tiffany should be here soon. I told her to take her time, so I think she's probably. She probably knows more than I do. Oh, I need to pull up my chat on YouTube. I was Lips, if you're still in the chat, I was listening to your videos. Are you still talking to Marlena? Right, that's her name, Marlena. Marlena Crawford. She has an interesting perspective, or because she was staying at the Wells house days before Summer went missing, and like she really I mean, gosh, I would love for her to it's fake for thank you, Barb. No, I won't be fooled. I'm just saying at times I can feel bad for her at times. Like, you know, I do, but I also am realistic, and I know, and I can see, and I have eyes, and I can see that a lot of what she's going through is her own doing. But it's not just, I don't know. She needs to, when you start to see like everybody in your life is saying the same thing, you kind of have to take a look inward. But back to Marlena Crawford. Oh my gosh, I can't wait till she comes. I hope that she comes out one day with like just a tell all. I don't care whose channel it is or whatever. I just want to hear her story, because she knows more. She would seriously know more than most. She was staying there for a period of time before, just days before Summer went missing. And she was talking, and it's interesting because she would know, like, as far as like Candace's habits, like if she was, you know, her mental issues, she would probably know, she might know, drug use, just like her routines, how she treated the kids, because Candace would have been, you know, more comfortable around Marlena, and she got a really good look into what life was really like for the Wells in Summer. And she mentioned something on Lip's video about Candace probably being, what did she say about, what was it, Lips, about drugs, that she was probably on. What type of drugs did she say Candace did, Lips? let's see. It is lip lock. Yeah. And Fizzle did. Wait, what? No, I didn't listen to JodiSue this morning. Thank you, Bambi. Out because Andy can now speak and clarify her lies, and her sister called out her lies. So JodiSue had to have control and stop it all, but keeping her daughter safe is number one. Do I know what happened? Yeah. I mean, kind of. Yeah. I mean, I think I know what happened. It's basically I guess it got bad enough that the family had to get involved. Even Andy got involved. I hear that she was not allowing her daughter to talk to her brother. So there was no communication between the kids, which supposedly JodiSue was not allowing it. Supposedly she was saying things like, or encouraging her daughter to unalive herself before if anybody tries to take her or something like that. Like something really horrible, like real horrible. Like basically, it's really sickening behavior. It's really sick. And she needs help. I don't care if it's bullshit. It's just really, I can't even imagine going there. And it is parental alienation. It's abuse. It's absolutely abuse. I am like very against parental alienation. I have very strong views on, because I know how much it damages the kids. It is super important for the parents to try their best to act like adults in front of the kids and to be adults and not to use the kids as weapons. I can't even tell you, and I know this from experience, personal experience, how bad it affects somebody's life. And I'm sure many in here can testify to that, because I'm sure many in here have themselves, been affected by it. It's abuse. That's just plain and simple abuse. I sent her the link. Tiffany has the link. She'll be up when she... About what, Wendy? I am reading the chat. What? What, Marlena? What is going on? Oh, a trigger warning? Sorry, I didn't know. I was like, I am reading a chat. I don't see anything. You guys, what was a false report? You guys, people need to, come on, toughen up a little bit. You don't need trigger warnings for everything in life. We know we're going to be talking about sensitive material today. I mean, come on. You don't need, if I tell you, if I'm hesitating and if I'm, uncomfortable with the subject matter, I think you can tell that this is, sensitive topic. I mean, we didn't have trigger warnings when we were kids, okay? Everybody's gonna be okay. Warning, coffee is hot. Oh man. I mean, I'm not trying to be insensitive, but really all those people are doing the ones it's just to try to come up with something to get on me about. FedEx people need to grow a pair. Do we know what she said about Andy is true or false? Oh, with the dealing to the kids? Yeah, because I feel like almost a trigger warning is more of a, it's actually does the opposite of what is intending, because then people get curious. But, people say, oh, you can't finish the sentence. I know that, and it's really bad on YouTube because I always feel like, oh my God, I have to be careful of everything I say because there's so many snowflakes out there. It's like, I don't remember this type of stuff when, people like freaking out. I don't know. I just feel that's why a lot of times I do hesitate when I'm speaking, because I'm like, I get ahead of myself. I'm like, should I say this or should I not say this? Is this going to be offensive? I just have to get over that. I mean, all of us need to just get over that because really, that's what life is about. There's always going to be things that offend us. We're going to see things. I mean, I was just like, for example, a couple years ago, walking in South Beach, and a lady completely naked taking a shower in the ocean shower thing. Nobody warned me about that. Why didn't I get a trigger warning that I was going to see a homeless lady taking a shower in a freaking shower thing outside at a pool shower or whatever they're called, ocean shower? I don't know. Nobody gave me a warning for that. Nobody gave me a warning that, I mean, life is hard sometimes. It's just how it is. We don't need trigger warnings. Unfortunately, we have to learn that. She was clean. Did she really take a... I see a trigger every time I see a trigger warning. What's wrong, Tiffany? Oh, okay. I guess I'm missing something here. What's going on? What? The goal to... No, but you need to change your name if you're going to be in this live, because I said, like, one of the rules is not to disrespect the guests, so... Yeah, this is definitely basically me jumping into head first back into old Ziggy times, right? It's totally deja vu. the fighting in the chat. The people like in the chat telling me, "Oh my God, when are you gonna be satisfied? Is it gonna have to take JodiSue unaliving herself to teach you? What's it gonna take?" No, it's never. Somebody doing that to himself is never gonna teach me a lesson. I will tell you that right now. Ever. I never will let somebody use that as a way to make me feel bad. Because that is something you do to yourself. And I don't like when people use that as a weapon. And it's so, yeah, if you guys have to time her out, it's fine. I don't know what's going on, but I'll just like respect your guys's or the mods' decisions right now as far as that. I don't care though about any shit talking about me. I really don't. Zig is always going to Zig, even if others want her Zag. Ziggy is going to be Ziggy. If you're JodiSue's friend, please, yes. If you're too scary, you need to go. If it's too scary, yeah, true. To make it do it, and it don't take talent. Anybody over the age of 5. Yeah. I do have subscriber mode on, but it's only, at least I did anyways. Sometimes, here, I'll go double check. Sometimes I have to redo it when the live starts for some reason. I just put it on 1 minute though, because I know there's going to be people here that unsubscribe because of, there's going to be people here that haven't been here for a while. So I didn't want them to have to wait forever to be able to make a comment. But I also didn't want to just leave it. So let me double check. Should be on. Yeah, it's on. It's on. It's just on 1 minute, but lots of banging and crashing on mic. All right, here. Let me put a headset on, okay? All right, this should be better, probably. That way the mic is on the headset and not the computer on my table where I'm setting things down. You're vacuuming? There's no new mic. I don't understand why it does that. Is this better? Somebody can let me know if it is better like this. It's not better? All right, well, here, let me go change to Tiffany. Are you almost on? Like, maybe you can come on for a second while I switch over to the other my desktop. It's okay now. It sounds like I'm vacuuming. Huh. There she is. What's going on? Uh-oh. Now it's not wanting to. Oh, there she is. Hey,
Hey,
oh,
Ziggy.
you decided to cam up?
Why do you sound so low to me? Can you talk again?
Yeah. Do you, I just was saying you decided to cam up.
Am I on camera?
Yeah.
Shit, hold on a minute. Let me shut it
That's
off.
okay. That's okay. That's okay.
All right. So, no, it's fine. Trust me. So listen. Thank you for inviting me. I was happy that you messaged me to come on because um I haven't heard from you in quite a while, so it's nice to be here. And thanks for um, unblocking everybody so that they can chat
Yeah.
and everything. Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, no
Um,
problem. Here, can you hear me okay?
I can now. I can. I don't know why you were low when I first came on. Maybe my computer needed to like adjust or something.
Okay. I was gonna switch over to my desktop to see because some people are complaining about audio. Can you just like kind of take over for a second?
Yeah,
Is that
sure.
okay?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. All right.
Okay.
Thanks.
So I guess while Ziggy does that, hey everybody. I want to address lips because I was in the chat and I was watching the chat for a few minutes. I had to run outside really quick and do a couple things, and then I had a quick smoke, and then I got a phone call, so I had to do other things, and then of course I was a little bit late. But is Lips here in the chat, or did she get blocked? Is she able to chat, or is she completely blocked? So this is my issue with Lips. And I guess I'll just be completely honest here. I've never liked Lips. I've never cared for Lips. Um, quite frankly, I think she's trash. Okay. But that's just my opinion. And opinions are like assholes, right? But okay, so yesterday there was a situation, right, where Jenny Gavel came up on my panel, and I was in the middle of talking about Jodi, and we were reacting and, shooting the shit or whatever, going back and forth. I was reacting to things that she had said about me. We had just kind of gotten started. And Jenny came up, and immediately I knew something was really wrong. I stopped everything I was doing and I put everything on hold. Now Lips saw all of this taking place. She knew what was happening. She knew it was a serious situation. She knew that it was sensitive, but Lips wants to be the one to come out and give info. Lips wants to be the one to say, "Hey, I know what's going on." That's all this is about to Lips. It's not about the well-being of someone's child. It's not about the well-being of anybody, okay? Or possibly putting someone in the situation, being a minor child, to be possibly harmed, okay? Or for their mental health to be affected even further. So I drew the line yesterday immediately, no questions asked, because that's what we're here for, to protect those without a voice. Ziggy kicked herself out. We're here for the voiceless. Now, let me make it clear. JodiSue's daughter does not have a voice. Not here. You got what I mean? Lips, you have no right to say what you said at all. You saw that every single one of us was on the same page. Even those of us who don't get along, those of us who can't stand each other, respected privacy in a sensitive topic. You're right. It's not about Lips. Lips, you're out of line. You're fucking wrong. What you just did here in this chat and what you did yesterday was wrong. And it's all about having information, right? It's not about a child who could possibly be in harm's way. It's not about a child who doesn't have a voice, who cannot make communication of any sort in the outside world, right? Because who does Jodi's daughter really have to go to? Who does she have to ask for help? No one. She doesn't go to school. She doesn't have a teacher. She doesn't have a counselor she can talk to. She doesn't have kids her age she can talk to. She only has her mom in that house they live in, okay? That's what Jodi's daughter has. She only has one person. She can't go to anybody, not even family, to tell them if she was in a bad situation. So Lips coming in here and saying she was going to unalive herself, whether that's true or untrue, is no one's business. Not a damn person's business. That little girl does not deserve that shit. And I'm going to tell you right now, she did not threaten to unalive herself. JodiSue's daughter did not threaten to hurt herself or to harm herself. That didn't happen. So Lips, stop. Stop. Don't say it again. Because I'll come for you every day. You are the same person that sat on a live stream. Hold on. Let me grab this real fast. I don't know where Ziggy went. Perfect, because I have it right here. Let me turn my camera on. I'm going to hold my phone up so you can see. You want to see who Lips is? I'm going to show you. And you guys can draw your own conclusions. I just have to find it. So does anybody recall when Lips went on a live stream and had her child jerk off a doll and told him to beat its meat? Does anybody remember? Harder, daddy, harder. Do you remember that? Telling her little boy. Does you guys remember? I was just showing it to somebody last night. So let's take a trip down memory lane. This is Lips. She is trash. Lips, you have no right to speak on anybody's child, not even JodiSue's. And you have no right to tell anybody that her daughter said she was going to unalive herself, because that didn't happen. I'm clearing that up right now. JodiSue's daughter did not threaten to harm herself. I want to show you something. I'm going to find it right now. So right here it is.
That's right now. Oh yeah, I got hooked on by Tim big time. That was my go-to. Yes, he's got a pencil up his nose. Here, give me Jeffy. He even came with a spare diaper. So anyway, he's got Jeffy sitting in Cora's new fucking little.
Watch.
You can't be on here, but you can see what they're seeing. Oh, you gotta get Andy out the fucking.
Trigger warning.
He's got a fucking pencil. He's got his helmet. He's got actual hair in here. He's got his fucking diaper on. I see that. And he came to the spare knife. Now, Jeffy, you guys, beats his meat.
Her son is sitting here.
Okay, my son. You just leave it your hand, you're not you, okay?
Who are you, Lips?
That's so fast, I can't see it. Oh, you beat your diaper off, Jeffy, you sicko. No! Jeffy! Okay, get out of here. That's what he does. If you guys look up Jeffy on YouTube, it's the funniest fucking show you'll ever watch. And they even had to cut down on some of the things they do and did and said. She did it, or he did. Dude, it's the funniest show ever. And it used to be like Mario, and yeah, well, not Luigi, but like Mario and some Bowser, all those guys. Nintendo kind of got a little pissed off about it, so they had to change their characters up. But it's still fucking funny. It's still crazy. I don't think that one's working.
Keep listening.
Yeah, I'm still trying to look for the other guy. Oh, man, no, that's awesome. I got a home. It's a beautiful home, but I got a home, and I got 4 babies, and they're mine, and he got home. I get taken away. You guys never seen Jeffy? Well, when you're done here, when we're done, I want each one of you that has not seen Jeffy. Here's his shirt. It's just Jeffy. You gotta at least watch one episode. The whole fucking thing, okay? I was just about to say that. This diaper's not sticking very well. Yeah. But yeah, he will sit here, put my hand up his butt. Hey. I don't know how. No. I do not know how. He's like, hey, Daddy. Daddy. What's he say? What's the song? Sing the song. Hey, Daddy. I should make those homes. I stick a pee-pee in Cheerios. Do it. I stick a pencil in my nose. Smack my diaper everywhere I go. Sorry. Was it? He's just fucking. He's got a cat piano. That's a cigarette. You can't have the dog toy. It's the dog toy. He's hard to grab. Brady's going crazy. Oh, God, Brady just like you open his on my fucking TV 24/7. Thank you, Amanda. That's your meow, 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 meow. Okay, what's the one where he smacks some bones? He sticks his pee-pee. What is it? Well, start at the beginning. They're trying to steal my doobie. My doobie bag. It's my doobie. Smack me some. I stick my pee-pee in some Cheerios. I got a pencil up my nose and stick my everywhere. Everywhere I go. I hop, and I can find me. Poop my pants and now it's run. I go, Hey, that's funny. You stuffed my diaper with all my money. Fucking dogs. Why? Really good. Why? Stop. You guys are not getting this toy ever again. Attacking my dog toy. I forgot the rust. I know. Because he does meow, 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 this fucking cat piano. You guys gotta watch it. It is awful. It's the most awful fucking thing ever. And kids watch this shit. They would talk about, they say things like, they'll say bad things like, I'm gonna, what was the word? I'm trying to think. How to put it? They're like, I'm gonna, put it in me, Daddy. Put it in me, Daddy. Shit. Or something. What is
my
it?
God.
Oh, sea poppy. What's that, Lady Justice? What's sea poppy? Yes, Daddy. Yes, Daddy. Amen. It's on you.
Oh my God. I never seen that. I only saw that one part. Can you hear me okay?
That's who, yeah, I can hear you. That's who told everybody that JodiSue's daughter was going to unalive herself. This woman right here, JodiSue's daughter did not threaten to unalive herself. That's not what happened. And Lips needs to stop. It's not her place at all. She has no right at all. In fact, Lips, you don't belong in a community of true crime people at all. This is pedophile behavior. All right. absolutely, without a doubt, if you did this on a live stream, I don't even want to know what goes on inside your household. Don't speak on anybody's kids. Okay? Your child just sat there and listened to his mother say, "Stick it in me, daddy." Excuse me? Excuse me? I'm a mother of a son. I have never said something like that in front of my kid, ever. Shut your mouth about other people's kids' lips. You don't even know what you're talking about. The lies you're running around spreading are blasphemous. I'm not moving on. Nobody special. Your name is so fitting. So anyway.
Hey, did you see my new intro?
Yeah, I did. I heard that.
It has oh man.
I liked it. What did it say? Find something you're passionate about.
I have a few sound bites now of you from that live. It was so good.
That was a pretty good live, and I loved the video.
Oh, it was so good.
Exhibit A did. So let me ask you, Ziggy, did Lips tell you yesterday that that's what was said by JodiSue's daughter, that she was going to hurt herself?
No, I was told that it was all JodiSue.
You were told that it was all JodiSue. Why is Lips saying that?
I don't know. I don't know where. I haven't talked to Lips about it. Oh, okay. The chat slowed. No, that's not true. I never heard that it was the daughter at all. Like, the daughter saying that.
Lips is not lip locked, and Lips is not lippy. Lips is a completely different person, and she's no one you even probably would want to ever watch.
I thought she was saying, sorry for interrupting. I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
No, what I thought that Lips was saying was what I had heard. I didn't know she said that the daughter had actually threatened that, because that's not at all what happened. I've seen it was something that JodiSue did. It had nothing to do, with, I don't know what all, like, I even should even say. You know what I mean? That's why I hesitate, because I don't want to.
Well, no, go ahead and say what Lips said, because Lips is running. We might as well clear everything up here.
From what I take from it is that JodiSue was pretty much encouraging her daughter to unalive herself before anybody took her. Like, if anybody tried to take her or something like that. Basically encouraging it. And also not allowing the two kids to talk. So it was really serious, and so it wasn't anybody trying to keep like information from anybody or anything. It was just definitely not something I wanted to put out wrong,
It's not something that belongs on YouTube at all. That's, why yesterday when I was live, I think you had shared, I didn't get to watch your live. I did try to watch it last night, but I fell asleep watching it. So I watched like 10 minutes and I passed out. But,
that's why.
No, I didn't hear wrong, because I saw Lips in chat actually earlier saying exactly what I said. That JodiSue's daughter was going to unalive herself.
I mean, I saw a lot of people upset with Lips, so I couldn't find what. So I mean, I don't think it was just you. So, and I didn't know if I possibly said something wrong, because I haven't been on YouTube today besides seeing Benny for a few minutes, and I also saw that JodiSue was live, so I figured it was already out there and already been talked about, but I don't know. I haven't been live today, so that's why I figured you probably knew, we're one of the best people to talk to about the situation, but we don't even have to talk about really.
Yeah. Well,
there's so much other stuff.
Totally. Yeah. Let's talk about Jodi, because she's back at it and stuff. But I feel like when it comes to JodiSue's daughter, no one should be talking about her at all. And yesterday when Jenny came up, everything came to a halt. immediately. And all of us really, as creators, knew to pump the brakes, you know, because something was going on. And at that time, nobody was discussing anything at all. So it's kind of, you know, it's kind of strange to me that Lips would, you know, sit around like wanting to be this person who tells all, right? Lips is just looking for attention, and she's looking to be the one that has information, and Lips wants to be that person. So, you know, that's what this is all about for her.
Yeah, I appreciate her being able to talk to Marlena. I do appreciate that. I mean, I guess she's like the only person that has really been able to. That's but I would love for, that's how I mentioned, I had brought up Lips because of Marlena Crawford. How I was saying I would love to hear from her like more, and because she's going to be one that would really have some information. I mean, I want to hear from her more than anybody. She was staying at Dawn and Candace's up until a few days before Summer had gone missing, like for extended a period of time. So she is going to know, like, how was Candace acting? You know, what substances was she using? Did she see JodiSue come up there? You know, stuff like that. I think Marlena, I wish she would come out and speak. So, but I do appreciate those videos that Lips is doing with that. I wish you would just release like the whole interview that you have just straight. I don't know when or if you were told not to do that, Lips, or whatever, but I think unless it affects the investigation in any way, I think, you know, you should release it, but I don't know.
Well, what I think is, I think Lips wants to have a little bit at a time to put out, right? So she wants to like hold on to those things, so she always has something to fall back on.
Yeah.
So are you close with her, Ziggy? Do you have a relationship?
No, actually, no, not at all. I'm just cool with it. She decided to offer an olive branch, and she just started talking to me, you know, randomly and stuff. Really, I've never got an apology or anything from her from when she attacked me and put out false info about me. So, I mean, she's not really my favorite person, but when she's been decent to me, I'll be decent to her. You know what I mean? Has nothing to do with, we don't talk. She'll text me randomly, just stuff, and it's like nothing happened. But she was threatening to, you know, that she was going to hit me and stuff like that at the vigil. Yeah, she was the one that was like really saying that she couldn't wait to run into me and stuff. And she said, you know, she was accusing me of some things that just did not happen about like CPS and stuff. So yeah, but she's, you know, I'm a very forgiving person, and she just, I think that she has like some, you know, issues. So I just kind of forgot about, you know, just kind of let it slide. And if she's been decent to me, I'll be decent to her.
Yeah. You treat people how they treat you, you know?
Yeah. So it has nothing. So yeah, but like, we're not, ever since then, it's definitely, I don't know, when did that happen? That would have been a couple weeks before this last time I went to Tennessee, or the year of Summer being missing. So, you know, at the beginning of June is when all that was happening with her threats and stuff. So it's kind of just been kind of awkward since, but I don't have any type of ill will towards her or anything. I just take it as like she has some stuff going on, I guess. But I completely got, accused of things I did not do. So.
Well, that's a common thing on YouTube, you know. So.
Yeah, but she has been a mod here, like at one point a long time ago and stuff, and she was always controversial. Always a controversial one for sure. for sure.
Mhm.
She's probably been unmodded and modded back when she was a mod, like probably about 3 times, like more than anybody as far as unmodded, you know, and then
Mhm.
she would ask to be mod again, and
Yeah.
I give in or whatever. So
I just think that when you're dealing with children,
mhm.
it just doesn't need to be discussed, you know,
Yeah, I
and
respect that with you. Like, I do notice that you're consistent with that. So, I mean, I gotta give it to you. Like about that, you try your best to try. You stick. You know, you seem consistent where when it comes to children about, you know, and you seem fair and you seem like that with anybody, no matter who they are. If it's somebody you like or just, you know, or don't like. So I can respect that.
yeah,
And
no, anybody's kids, whether I hate you or not, I will never put
right.
children out there in the line of fire. I mean, it's absolutely unnecessary. Kids have nothing to do with it. And
Yeah.
I know a lot of people don't really think too much of it, or maybe in the moment, like creators will think, oh, it's, you know, whatever, but it actually is wrong. And to those who have children, you know, you would want, even if you were, you know, if you're in a street fight, you're not going to throw your child into the middle to protect yourself, or you're not going to grab a kid off the street corner and put them in front of you. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of like the same thing, in my opinion. You just
Yeah.
leave children out of it. And
And that's
even family
Go ahead.
members, seriously,
Yeah.
like none of them are on YouTube. There's no point. And like I always say, I've had people come for me and, you know, contact my family, things like that. And it's so ridiculous. Nobody who's on YouTube, who's a creator, first of all, they're they're not they're not going to give a fuck. They want you to come for them, right? Like, what are you gonna do? Fight with somebody's family? Like, come for the person. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
people are nuts, and it's
Yeah.
just the way that they act.
And
They think
that's
it's like an intimidation tactic or whatever.
yeah, it's see, you've been, gosh, how long have you been on YouTube now? 3 years?
I started my channel, I think January. I think my first stream was January of 2018. And I was in the drama community for a while.
Yeah,
So
I
when I
saw you.
was,
I mean, used to watch you back before I even got into the,
yeah,
I mean, you and AB
uh-huh,
and Molly,
yeah,
are the ones I had watched. Like, I was
yeah.
very, very like consistent with watching AB and stuff. And I actually even think I've seen you around, like back with the whole Diane stuff.
Well, I didn't come from, see, the thing is I wasn't a channel creator, but
Or
I
heard of
started
you.
in the Chris Watts community. So when I first
Yeah.
ever typed in a live chat, it was like right when live chats really came out on YouTube. So, I think it was like a little bit before, maybe I think live chats were a new thing really back in like 2017, 2018. So I came from the Chris Watts community. A lot of people think that I came from the drama community. I didn't, but the community merged with the drama community. And there's lots of drama communities on
Yes.
YouTube.
It has merged, hasn't it? It's crazy.
Well,
It
back
has.
then,
I don't know. Who do you think did that? I think Molly Golightly is
yeah,
a big part of that.
it was actually the drama community merged when Molly had done a panel with a woman from the drama community. So at that point, that's when the communities merged. So a lot of people are like, oh, Tiffany's from drama. Well, in a sense, I am, because that was the community that I was in last. But when I first started chatting and being like really involved in chats, it was the Chris Watts community. So that's
Yeah.
where I really originated
Yeah.
from. But before that, it was just like music or videos that I would watch and whatnot. So, I mean, yeah, I've been through some really crazy shit and seen a lot of crazy shit on here.
When you first came on, I'm just interested because I'm now been on here for almost exactly a year and a week.
I kind of forget sometimes you're a baby when it comes
Yeah,
to
yeah. So because with the whole, there's definitely things that I've learned about etiquette and stuff and what's, morally okay, socially acceptable on YouTube. And it's definitely a learning curve. Were you did you have culture shock when you first, the first year? I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it's just me that's
yeah.
oh my God, there's so much more
I
horrible
did.
than I.
And perfect example would be, okay, so when I first, yes, it is a culture shock. It's also a culture shock when people start, going real life on you and stuff. You get really nervous at first. So at first, when it first starts happening, you get really scared, and there's a fear factor there, right? So a lot of people, if they get doxxed or something like that, they'll freak out, they get scared, and immediately they're like, oh my God, the worst is going to happen. So your adrenaline starts rushing, you get scared, you don't know what to do. A lot of people get really freaked out, or a lot of different, live streams that go on and on and on all night, only about you. Those types of things, they bother you at first, but then you grow a thicker skin, and you're just, it's kind of the norm. After so many years, you don't notice it anymore.
It actually makes you a better person, I think. It helps you deal with life much better. So it's really
back a lot easier. Yeah.
Yeah, because for sure, it's crazy. It's kind of it's just funny because I still am. I'm very sensitive, but I mean, oh my gosh, I would.
Times we all are. We're human.
But yeah, YouTube's really toughened me up. I think it was much needed for me because
it toughened me up too.
It's it's a lot. You have to kind of separate it. It's carpamental, I don't even know how to say it, where you kind of separate it. Oh, check my text. Okay. Oh shoot, she hasn't. Oh, hey. Yeah, you can let AB up if he wants. If AB wants to come up, he can come up.
AB wants to come up?
I can send him a link.
Does he want to come up?
I'll send him a link. Just, he said, can you, maybe you can invite me up sometime.
There is
really nice. So I'll invite him now, or if he wants to, he doesn't have to come. You don't have to come up right now. He just emailed me. He sent me an email.
Oh, so yeah, I could send him even. I could send him a link
from in my text.
Do you want me to send it to him?
Yeah, go ahead, and I'll check.
I can send it to him.
Yeah, just tell him I said, if he's not listening, just tell him I said, if he wants to come up now, he can, or he can wait, or if he doesn't want to, don't feel pressured or anything. And I still need a slow chat too. Maybe it's Discord that the message is, because I don't Penny, or shoot, maybe I shouldn't have just said that. See, that's another thing, learning what you can say and can't say. Oh, it's just
sometimes I mean, I don't know what you're looking at, but
no, I was, because of Penny, I don't know if she has I need to she might be texting my old number. I thought I texted her my new number, but maybe not. So that's probably, I'm guessing she's texting my old number. I had to change it because of YouTube. That's another thing.
You want me to give her your new one?
Oh, I just sent it to her.
Oh, okay.
I just text her.
All right.
So, but yeah. Now I need to slow the chat.
Is it?
I appreciate you guys. It's not, I know people call it hate bonding or whatever.
Wow. I think it's good that the creators listen. I feel like lately more than ever, all of the creators seem to be pretty cool. Everything, there's not a lot of hate going on. There's not a lot of infighting going on. And I like it that way. Who wants to be in a community of people that are fighting all the time? I don't, and what I think may be good. We all got it out of our system. A lot of us beefed with one another, and then we can move on. If something comes up in the future, we'll handle it or whatever. Me and you could throw down in a week from now. I don't know, but You know what
Yeah,
I mean?
it's likely, but you know, it could
It's
happen.
likely.
It's
Ziggy's
not
like, it's
been an
likely.
action,
I could,
guys.
definitely.
I've never purposely like fought somebody for view, you know, like or
Yeah.
for views. It's just I don't know. It's just YouTube. It's crazy, and it's like YouTube days is like, you know, a week is like you
A
if you
week
miss
is
a
like a
day,
year.
yeah, if you miss a day, you're missing like, you know, months. But it's just a lot to keep up with.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, or okay, yeah,
What?
that's fine. She was just asking me to mod somebody that could kind of represent you for this chat. Thank you so much,
Oh,
girl.
your mods are fine. Don't listen. I'm cool. Like you don't need to mod
No,
up
I like
anywhere.
Nicole.
All
I've
right.
never had a problem with Nicole, even when she never like said anything like really out of line that I can remember. And I
Nicole's
actually
really
didn't
cool.
have anybody blocked. I didn't even have Lippy blocked or but I did go
Oh,
through.
you didn't?
I did
Yeah.
at one time, but I unblocked her like I don't know, probably right around the time like that you did that live stream. And because I knew that things were probably going to get a little bit better between us and stuff. And it's not like I don't want people to feel like, you know, have to choose ever. As far as, you know, I never want to do that to anybody. So I hope nobody ever feels like that. And but yeah, there's no hard feelings. Like for me, we can still disagree on certain things. It is good for, you know, discussion. It gives us something to talk about when we, you know, don't have the same opinions. And, you know, if we all agree, then there's nothing really to talk about. Thank you so much, Fat Girl. She said many creators were very respectful yesterday and halted their lives. They did not discuss events. That was awesome. Protecting children should always be the main goal, please, and thanks. Yes, thank you so much, Fat Girl. And I could tell, I think everybody could tell by how Jenny was, you could tell she was nervous. I felt really, really bad for her.
Oh my gosh, she was so upset.
Yeah, I felt really bad for her to be in that position because, yeah, it would be tough. And I am putting it on slow mode right now, guys. Haven't had to do that for like, I don't know when the last time I had to do slow mode. I've been so like all this ever since February. I just kind of, because of like what we were talking about and how you're saying like the going real life and stuff, ever since then I've really kind of just backed down a little, you know, from YouTube slowly. And it's actually, you know, it's affected me. And I just kind of woke up today like, what am I doing? You know what I mean? Like, why am I doing that to myself? I'm like, my channel, I'm purposely my channel's gonna I was doing that to myself. I was the one not being consistent, you know, and just not.
What do you mean not being consistent?
Like I wasn't coming on. I haven't been coming on YouTube like I was like.
But that's okay, Ziggy. It's summertime. You don't always need to be like, I'll take breaks for a whole 2 weeks and not even give it a second thought.
Well,
And
I guess,
of course people miss you and they're like, where are you? Where are you? And you're like, well, I got stuff to take care of. You know, if you didn't take breaks, your house would be a mess. Your bills wouldn't be paid, you know, you would be all disheveled. So you have to take time for yourself.
If you're not dependent on YouTube for money,
Yeah.
is one thing. But like I got myself in a position where I was dependent on it.
Okay.
And so I had to come up with other, like I had to start reselling like more. And when my focus is there, it's hard for me to.
My biggest piece of advice to you would be, and I know that YouTube is a source of income that you need. My biggest advice to you would absolutely be always be okay without YouTube, because I've seen people lose their channels. And I'm not saying you would, but you don't ever want to be in the position to lose this platform. And then you're like, oh my God, how am I going to pay for this? So always make sure that you're okay before
Right. And
anything.
you can't mention
Don't,
money on here
yeah.
because I mean it's just and but the truth is, yeah, people, when you're spending this much time on YouTube, you have to make, I mean, you have to make money. I mean, otherwise it doesn't make sense. So, and people give us such a hard time about creators making money. But otherwise, if they weren't, they wouldn't be able to, many of them wouldn't be able to be on here because like time is money. So, and this takes a lot of time outside of YouTube is what people don't understand is like, we're always, as creators, I'm sure you are, oh my gosh, like, I'm sure your life is like, oh, I mean, I can't even imagine. I don't know. Have you ever disconnected completely from YouTube and just like let your channel go?
Yeah.
Where you let your channel go and you lose. Yeah, I mean.
Oh yeah, because listen, I just came back like 3 or 4 days ago to YouTube. But before that, I think I was off for a good 10 days or so. But I was also enjoying the sunshine and, summer's coming to an end. And I really wanted to like soak up, and I'm still not done. Like I actually wanted to be in the sun today, but it like clouds are in and out. It's been that way the last couple of days, but for the last month or so, it's been full sun. And I was like, I've got to take advantage. So and I also like went crazy cleaning and doing a whole bunch of stuff. So,
well, I mean, like, have you ever, like, for a very extended period of time, like months, like
how long?
I started declining in how much time I was putting in this channel starting in February.
I don't know the longest I've ever. Well, okay, so I guess I'd have to go back to like drama days, right? So I've probably disconnected for like 3 to 4 weeks at times. Yeah. But again, I'll go through spurts where I feel like if I go live and I talk about something, I feel like I'm not done and I have to go live the next day to finish. And then the next day I'm like, all right, I got to finish that. And then the next day I'm like, I got to finish that. So I'll go on these little spurts, right? But then I'll take time away. But I'm also still like available behind the scenes too. Like I'll still go in my Discord, I'll still talk to people, but I'm just not creating anything or going live. But truthfully, I think it's super unhealthy to just sit around on YouTube going live all day, every day, because again, we can't lose track. Days will pass you by and turn into weeks and months, and your life is passing you by. You want to make sure that you're still, going out, having, getting fresh air, doing your thing, spending time with your kid, doing whatever. So like, I unplug on the random whenever. It doesn't, I don't have like a schedule or anything. Like I don't have a routine where I'm like, all right, I'm going to go live for the first 2 weeks of the month and then take the last 2 weeks off, or vice versa. I go live if I have something to say. Like I could totally say I won't be live for the next couple days because I'm busy, but then something happens and I'm live. Or I'll be like, all right, good night, everybody. See you tomorrow. And I'm live at 2 a.m.
Right. I know.
It all depends. It depends on YouTube. It depends on what's going on. It depends on so many factors. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. I don't know. I just, because you talking about the whole the craziness and stuff. We got a little bit off topic, but I guess we don't really.
I know. I think it's good.
I just or emailed AB. I don't know.
I sent it too.
Because I just remembered I have a doctor's appointment in 30 minutes, and I was thinking maybe if he could come up, maybe you guys just could take over.
Oh shit!
Unless you need to go.
Oh no, you have
just for an hour.
It's
just for an hour. It's online. So actually, I could probably still be on, and they probably wouldn't even know I'm like. I just would have to mute sometimes, probably.
Well, why don't I do this? Hook me up so I can share my screen, and can I react to Jodi? Is she live?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not. I don't have to leave for like 20 minutes, but I'm just saying.
When
like,
you do that, it's online. I thought you had to go.
Here, and I'll it will just, I mean, if you have to go, then at any point, I understand.
I'll share my screen. I'll have you
Okay.
share my screen. That
Okay.
way I can react to her and
Okay.
you can do what you need to do. And I'll just, while
Yeah,
you're
it will.
gone,
Time flies when you're on here, so you probably won't even really notice too much.
no,
We'll see.
I can do that. It's no
I'll
different than
try to
being
talk or kind of step in for a second if I have
Well, see, I was going to go live today anyway, so it's no different. I'll just do what I was going to do on my channel. I was going to just stream some stuff. And of course,
I appreciate it. I know it's like,
yeah.
I mean, I appreciate it. And if the mods don't mind, like, sharing her Cash App, because, I mean.
No. Don't do that. Don't do that.
I just don't, I don't want you to think I'm like trying to.
No, not at all. That's not why I'm here. Don't worry about my Cash App at all.
Well, I appreciate it. Hey guys, like I have to give it to Tiffany. She immediately said yes. And like a lot of creators, they won't, like, I'm telling you, a lot of people on this platform are really about just like, I mean, she has a bigger channel than mine, so it doesn't, really, she's promoting me if you think of it, and helping me out. So some creators will not like come on a platform unless it benefits them. So, in a financial or, exposure or whatever. So I really appreciate that. And it says a lot, seriously, because I've definitely, that's one thing I've learned since being here on YouTube, that a lot of people on here, that's what is important, the creators anyways. So
yeah,
sorry, I don't mean to embarrass you. But anyways, yeah, I'll share your screen. I guess if you wanted to play JodiSue, we could.
I'll wait till you're ready to go, and I'll just share
right.
That way I have my screen up, and I don't need you for anything, like while you're gone. And I'll stream her while you're away, and then when you come back, we'll pick up where we left off.
Okay,
I'll do that.
All right. Sounds good. All right. Sorry for interrupting, guys. I was like, oh shit, I noticed I had an alarm and it was about to go off, and I'm like, oh no, I don't want to. I can't really miss it. So
will you do me a favor? Will you add me on my cell phone so I can have a cigarette?
Oh, yeah.
If I jump up on your panel.
Yeah. So you have
I just want to smoke. I don't know why
the thing says like us creators, we get freaking creative. Sometimes it's like
we can be very creative. Yeah.
That's funny.
We have to
that's kind of like the most creative thing I think we've done one time was over at the time that I was coming back from it was when I was coming back from Tennessee last, I think. Mm-hmm. And I had just talked to Fred Hill again, and I wanted to talk about it on here, but oops. I'll mute that one. Okay.
Perfect. Thank you, Ziggy.
Okay.
There's two of me, but
yeah, that works. That way you can switch back and forth.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Stormy. But yeah, I had to call into. So I had to. My internet was so bad that I didn't have strong enough internet to go on his panel. It kept.
Whose panel?
On Scott's. So I was just talking about the one time, like the most creative I've been on this app. I had to call somebody, Lady Ziggy, and then have her go up on his panel to put me on speakerphone. So yeah. But anyways, guys. All right.
So I was gonna ask you something, and now I don't remember what it was. Shit. I was trying to think of
things kind of like about.
I think it was about Jodi, to be honest, but I forgot what it was.
About Jodi to ask your opinion on. I'm sure I'll come up with a bunch. Is anybody have any questions?
Huh? My opinion on Jodi, I am so disgusted by her. I can't even begin to tell you how just truly it's so sad to me, and I think that there's a serious situation happening. I think there's far more than meets the eye. I think Jodi's definitely hiding something. I think she's unraveling,
Yeah.
and I believe she has
It's a
secrets.
mental health crisis, I feel like. Yeah, secret.
Well, the mental health crisis will come along with staying live for 20 hours and not sleeping for 5 days. So, listen, I'm not going to sit here and say I've never pulled an all-nighter or stayed up for 2 days. Totally have.
What's the
Usually,
longest, we were talking about that, like, what's the longest you've ever stayed on a stream?
the longest I've ever stayed
Yeah, we
on
were
a
talking
stream.
about that earlier.
I
heard.
believe my longest live stream,
I don't think I've ever.
it was Jodi. Jodi was my longest live stream. So one time back in when I was doing a live stream in the drama community, I think my longest live was 6.5. So 6.5 hours.
That's
That was
it?
my longest.
Oh,
Yeah.
I thought I've seen you on for 8 hours. Okay.
But then here with
Uh-huh.
Jodi, I have actually hit a record a couple weeks ago with 8.5. So I don't know. Maybe there's one that was longer. I don't know. Something
No, I don't
like
think
that.
I've ever seen you on that. That's what I told everybody. I think because the longest I've ever been on is like 11 hours. And so it was crazy. And I was like, it actually made me feel really bad about myself.
What did?
Being on the stream for that long. I'm like, oh my
Yeah, you'll beat yourself up.
I'm like, that is not.
You know what I do? I beat myself up if like I sleep all day after being on a live stream for too long. I hate that. I'll set my alarm like no matter what time I go to bed, I'll always set my alarm to make sure that I do not sleep the day away because I'll wake up so pissed it'll ruin my whole day. That's what makes me more upset than the live. It's letting a day pass away.
Yeah,
like
it's depressing. It's depressing. I hate when where I won't see sunlight because I get, my schedule turned around and I'm sleeping during the day and up at night, and it's just depressing.
Well, you definitely were on a kick there for a while because I used to ride your ass about it. Like, you're only awake when I'm sleeping. Yeah.
Crackhead hours. I thought that was funny.
Ziggy working the grave shift on YouTube.
It's true. It is crackhead hours.
It is crackhead hours, absolutely. And you'll notice, and not always, because a lot of these people, some people are in different countries, so they're awake when we're not. Some people have insomnia. Some people, whatever. Maybe their baby is awake in the middle of the night, or their kid got up and they couldn't go back to sleep after they got them back to bed. Like, there's all kinds of things. But yes, you do find the crazies are out more so at night for sure.
Yeah, it's like how the same in real life. But yeah, the longest I've been on was like 11 and some hours.
And people also tend to be delirious at night because they're so tired. Yes. I could tell you when I'm awake at night on YouTube and I'll be in chats, I'll wake up like, oh shit, I fell asleep while this was live. Don't even know what I was writing when I fell asleep. And then you don't remember what you said in the middle of the night, right? Like, you're like, what did I say last night? And you weren't drunk or anything, but you were so tired and you didn't want to shut the stream off.
I know. And I can tell that when I'm getting like that too, I'll start saying really like extra stupid stuff.
You say things you wouldn't normally say.
Silly. Yeah. And it's just, because I don't really care. I sometimes purposely, I don't know if you do, I sometimes purposely it's not a character. Like, I'm the same person. I just kind of overdo it. Like, sometimes when I'm like super tired, overdo it as far as I'm extra, I try to be extra annoying, extra stupid, extra, because I feel like people are going to talk anyway. So
I see you, Marlena. Hold on one sec. I'm just letting Ziggy finish. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, like, yeah, I get extra and purposely sometimes say things that I know will get people talking.
Yeah, you tend to be more bold at night. I know I do. And I'm more relaxed, but sometimes I'm way more chill at night than I am during the day. Like right now I'm like upbeat and like super like energized, but at night I'm like, I'm tired or whatever. So I'll be like super laid back and chill and like much easier to talk to. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. I saw that Marlena that was asking you about if you think JodiSue had anything to do with it. I'm going to also add to that question about kind of with like what I was just talking about. What do you think keeps JodiSue, like, how is she able to, you know what I mean? What do you think's driving that? Do you think it's like maybe something mental health? Like, I know we're not doctors. This is all opinion, guys. So chill, please. Like, do you think it's something to do with mania? Is it drugs? Is it what's driving her to do all these like lives and give her that energy? And also, Marlena wanted to know about if you think JodiSue had anything to do with Summer. And sorry,
Yeah,
I'm not trying to interview you or anything, but I am
I
interested.
saw her comment and you were talking, and then I saw she wrote it again, so I didn't want her to think I was ignoring. I just wanted to let you finish. Sometimes I'll look down and I'm like, oh, I don't want to interrupt, But
Yeah, I appreciate that.
do I think that JodiSue had something to do with Summer's disappearance? I think it's absolutely. I don't want to say 100%, but if I could give a percentage, do I think JodiSue has knowledge? Do I think JodiSue is covering up something? Yes, I do. I do believe she is 100% covering something up. What that is, I don't know. If she had anything to do with Summer's disappearance, I would put that above 50%. And I would probably put it around 70 or 75%. And I'm kind of lowballing it because in my heart of hearts, the comment she made about, go over there and ask Andy why he was selling drugs to the kids on 110 and, sedating, selling to the people over there, including Candace, she had said, to sedate Summer and other little girls. That changed everything for me because it told me Jody had knowledge of, okay. And if it's not true, let's say she said that to smear him and to instill doubt in the people. Which is that's probably a 90% chance that it's not true, and she did it to continue her smear campaign on him. Even if so, it still tells me her mind would go there and that she would be willing to lie, right? So whether it's true or not, if it's not true, she'd be willing to lie about Summer. She'd be willing to lie about Candace. She'd be willing to lie about what was going on over there. And it makes me very uncomfortable that she would even make a statement like that on Summer's name. So in the event that it is true, it tells me she knew what was going on. She wasn't eyes closed to him doing that. Okay. And that's why I feel like if she knew that Andy was doing something like that, and let's say like it was really happening, she was absolutely a part of it. And I have no doubt because she lived with him. She shared her life with him. She laid down next to him every night. That's who she shared her world with. And if she knew now, right, she knew then. And that alone puts a criminal element in play. All right. That's why she never gave me a 100% solid reason to believe that she could harm. Okay. Now I know she had made some really strange comments, right, about smothering a baby. She made comments about they're going to find themselves off the edge of a cliff if they come over onto my property or step 1 foot onto my property. So when all of those, when Squall put those videos out long ago, I had done a stream. It was called See Something, Say Something. And I want to say it was probably before Christmas time last year, around maybe, does anybody remember? It doesn't really matter when it was. I'm just trying to think in terms of like the way that I have been with her. Even with those comments, I still gave a little bit more than I should have, because I was thankful that somebody was speaking out. And I was thankful and hopeful and really wanted to believe that Summer had someone in her corner more than anything. And my hope probably got in the way. My hope for Summer having someone, anybody, because we haven't seen, right? We don't get the plea from the mom. We don't get the closest motherly presence, I feel, and I know some people will disagree with this, would be Robin. She almost took on the role in the beginning of a motherly presence for Summer. And I feel like she was the only one that really came off as a motherly presence or a motherly voice. And then Jodi came along, and it was like, oh, thank God, another mom who's strong enough to speak up. And I was thankful that Jodi was speaking. And I've said so many times, I even said if anybody deserves a hug from Summer, if she's found, it's Jodi. And when I think back on that, I kick myself, because I really did believe, and I'm not going to lie about that, I really did believe that Jodi cared, because she spent so much time on it, and she seemed to make this her life's mission and her world. But now that statement she made changed everything for me.
I was really happy that I do have to go for this doctor's appointment in just a minute, and I'll watch to see if AB comes up or anything, and I'll add him.
Okay, let me go inside and so I can get my screen up.
But as far as what you were saying about what I was going to say, when I was really, that changed my opinion on you, actually. That was the start of, at first I was like kind of rude about it and stuff, but but over time, like, that did start like me changing over from, and it wasn't just because of your supporting JodiSue. That's not it. To me, that showed a level of, I respected that because a lot of people will have a pride about them where they, no matter what, they got to stick to what, a lot of people are too prideful to be like, hey, I made a mistake here. I actually was supporting, we all were I was kind of supporting JodiSue at one point, even against my better judgment. I knew it, because the whole Scream thing and stuff, like, I came out about saying that I didn't believe that shit from the very beginning, but then I
always believed the Scream. Always. I never doubted it. Even when I got mad at her about like her reaction
to
the phone.
See, I never did.
Always.
I never did, but so I just, from the very beginning, I never liked her, but I just didn't trust her. But I noticed, okay, well, maybe I'm wrong, because I see she was getting a lot of support at the very beginning, and I was like, okay, maybe I'm wrong. But then, when I went to Tennessee the first time, that was really tough for me. So I respect that you came out and did that, because how long did you told everybody right away you were, you didn't make excuses for her at all. Actually, now that I remember it. And so, I thought that was
a lot of people think that I like coddled her. I will say, it
I
really
kinda
like,
did.
yeah, well, I'm gonna always like, I mean, this all happened public, right? And when her son was brought up was when I really started to, I feel, it just in my opinion, when it came to Jodi, I was never like standing in front of her, like, no, you can't say this or you can't say that. I would say, you know, be thankful somebody speaking, of course, but I wasn't like I was when it came to her son being brought up or her daughter. And even though he's a grown adult, which I understand, I'm a mom, and my son's grown, but he's still my baby, right? And
Yeah.
I did have a problem with people blaming her son for being in the woods and things like that. Now, if that's the case, we don't know, right? There's a possibility, sure. But I also, I feel like that when it comes to the kids on Ben Hill, I would hope law enforcement would be on top of that. Now, if a kid or an 18-year-old, which is, you know, just legal, was to have done something to Summer, I think that the police would be well prepared to handle that and to investigate it and find the truth, because I don't think that an 18-year-old would be capable of pulling the wool over the TBI's eyes, Hawkins County's eyes, the FBI's eyes. So that's like what my feeling was on it. And I've still to this day will protect her son. I will protect her daughter in my chat. Now, what goes on in other places, I don't have any control over, but in my own space, that's just how I handle it. And my mods know if anybody comes in and speculates about her kids, immediately, you know, remove them, because kids are off limits. And while he's an adult, he is still her kid. And it's not his fault that he was dealt these cards in life. It's not his fault that this is the environment he was brought up in. That's why when I did this series on the innocent children of Ben Hill, it was kind of like a week-long stretch that I did that, because I wanted to really drive home the point that all of these kids grew up there in this dysfunction. The families these kids were around were not, you know, I can only compare it to my world, right? Complete polar opposites, where, Jesus, so many things are concerned. But I definitely feel I was more sympathetic and empathetic to Jodi when it came to the stuff about her son. And that's when I really started to be a bit more protective. But I think that was like a mom instinct, like it just happened. So everyone has their own triggers. Everyone has their own passions. Everyone has their own values, morals, and such. And that just kind of fell in line with, well, God, what if it was my child? What if, God forbid,
Right.
and I put myself
I get
in those shoes, right?
Yeah.
So
I have to go to my appointment, but
God, can you share my screen, Ziggy?
Oh yeah.
All right,
And
hold
I'll
on.
watch to see if AB comes up or whatever, and if he does, I'll just add him.
If he does, I'll have him message me and I can text you. That way you don't have to keep looking. Let me put this on just so you guys.
If it takes a couple minutes to add him, it's just because I had to step away for just a second.
Yeah. No problem. All right, let me pull up my.
Thank you so much for doing that.
I just want to make sure it's not.
And I'll be right back, guys. I mean, as soon as it shouldn't be longer than an hour, but that goes by pretty quickly. Like
right.
when
so this is what I'm gonna share it right now, Ziggy. Okay. I'm gonna put share screen.
That's cool.
So that way it's up and you can go, and then I'll have something to keep everybody occupied.
Okay, sounds good.
Hold on one sec.
All right.
Okay, so
I'll be back, guys. Okay, I'm just gonna go ahead and mute now, and I'll share that when I see
there
it.
you go, Ziggy.
All right, thank you.
It's there.
Okay. Or well, it doesn't.
Welcome. No problem.
Oh, okay.
Does it show up?
Yep, got it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Cool. Awesome. Have a good doctor's appointment. Just pretend this is a little bit while Ziggy's gone, and I'll open the chat. Hold on. Well, this is interesting. All right, let me look at chat. Hold on. Nice to see you. I can't highlight your comments, though, guys, which I want to highlight a comment, and I can't. You can only highlight comments if you're the oh my god, I'm looking for. I'm drawing if I'm the string holder. So it's hard to stop the mama bear in success. Yeah, exactly. So that's exactly right. When we're a dad, a mom, a dad, an aunt, an uncle, whoever you are, if you've got children in your life, you absolutely that kicks in. Like you want to protect them. My thing was I didn't want my content to be to attack them. That was a thing of mine. I do remember I didn't want people using my content to attack her son. That bothered me. Yeah, so but I was supportive of my cutting out. Really? I shouldn't be. Hold on, let me make sure. No, it should be good. Let me do this. How's that? Is that better? I took my camera out and unplugged my camera. That should be better. Robotic and break up. Is it good now? You're cracking. No, it's plugged in. Oh, geez. Hold on. Is it good? Tell me. It's good? Okay, perfect. Huh, that's weird. So the second Ziggy left, my sounds are going out. It's better, but not perfect. Uh-oh. Well, my laptop's plugged in. Okay. Better. Okay, good. It's all good. So where's Jody today? Is she listening to me and Ziggy? Let's go through the chat and see what people are saying. Let's see. Is this live canceled? Probably not. I believe she may be running late. Probably. Concerned about JodiSue and her health with everything she's going through. So Angie Styles in her chat says, I'm very concerned about JodiSue and her health. But this is the thing, Angie Styles, if you're listening, JodiSue chooses to put this stress on herself. She chooses to put her health at risk by, if you're concerned, she's not. I'm going to go rest. All right, so there's another new live, I believe, says Deborah Hange. Is that how you say her name? Hange? I don't know. All right, let me come over to you guys. Let me know if she starts a new stream somewhere. I'll just pull that one up. All right. Well, nice stalker. So interesting you say that. So, yep, she needs to get off YouTube and get healthy. Well, I remember when things were really heated and she was under a lot of scrutiny, I told her, Jody, why don't you just take a couple of days? Why don't you take like 3 days off? I said, people will probably back off a little bit. She said, no. Nope. She was like dead set against it. So she doesn't want to take a break. If JodiSue is watching, she needs to talk. Talk about what? Luda with the cameras. Yeah, it's so funny. We kind of an inside joke. Are we going to be filled in on what all the chatter was about JodiSue yesterday, Marge? So the chatter yesterday about JodiSue was something that's like a really sensitive topic that is absolutely not meant for YouTube, and it would affect a minor child. So I personally won't speak about it, and I hope that other creators would follow suit. We don't know all the particulars, but we just know it was a serious situation, and definitely not something you would run around YouTube talking about. Like, for instance, Lips earlier, running amok, sticking in every chat she possibly could, all kinds of comments about Jody's daughter. Jody's daughter should be off limits to all of us, no matter how we feel about Jody. And I feel very strongly about that. And I feel like as creators, we have a responsibility to protect. And we've already got Summer missing. Summer's brother's in state custody. We've got Hunter, who has got a lot going on. He's been in and out of I believe like Wayward Home or, mental health facility, whatever, either or. You've got Hunter's sister. There's a lot of children affected here. So we've already got a missing child who hasn't been found. It's been almost 15 months. Why would we want to do harm to Jody's daughter? Because she belongs to Jody? No, not fair. And nobody needs to know. No one needs to know what happened with her. All that I would say is that it was a really serious situation. And I know that people will probably be like, oh, well, what is it, like something you can know, but no one else can know? I think that her mental health and her safety comes first and foremost before anything. Okay. And that's all I would probably say about yesterday is to send your prayers for the whole situation, because think about how long Jody sits on YouTube, right? So say you've got a 20-hour stream. She did a 20-hour stream the other day. You gotta know there's nothing going on. There's no outings. There's no hanging out with friends. There's no, I'm going to go for a walk to the park. I'm going to get out for a little bit. I'm going to go across the street to play with Susie or whatever. This situation is extremely toxic already to begin with. And whatever went on inside JodiSue's home, it's not my business. It's not anyone else's business. And I could never speak on exactly what happened because I wasn't there. And it would be inappropriate and irresponsible to do so. Like Lips. Licia Briley says, sorry, arrived late. What is meant she was swatted? Then on a mini break from YouTube. Licia, from what I understand, the phone call that was made was not by a YouTuber. So that's all I know. Swatting, I absolutely do not believe swatting took place. I think that's what she's going to say, but I do not have information about anybody on YouTube calling anyone. Not at all. So sometimes, people will jump straight to YouTubers did it, right? But they don't stop to say, okay, what other platforms am I on? Or who in real life would do something? They just jump straight to YouTube. And that's also not fair. But was JodiSue swatted? No, she wasn't. No swatting. But she's going to say it was a swatting, most likely because, well, hopefully, that let her say whatever, but no. To my knowledge, there was no swatting. A swatting is when someone first of all, swatting has malicious intent. Malicious intent. So that would not fit the criteria. I don't know if Jody knows what swatting is. I'm not sure if she knows. You're welcome, Alicia. And again, it's just what I know to be true. It doesn't mean I'm, 100% right, but JodiSue was blaming YouTube before she was on YouTube. Yeah, John Hoffa. Yeah, she was. She was. We were all busy and alive. So, yeah, actually, that's a great point. Dirt. Nay 3. I remember the first time Tiffany and AB listened to series 1 of JodiSue early on. Yes, Nay. I came across that a couple of weeks ago. I think I don't remember if I was on the phone or what, or I was looking for something, but I went back and I found that stream and I was like, oh my God, listen to us back then. It was so cool to see, to listen to AB and myself talking on panel and listening to Jody's first videos. This set of 16 was really interesting. This is her narrative. We are all flying monkeys. I watched her this morning. Cheesecake, I watched that too. I actually remember that incident happening. Oh, you guys are talking about yeah. Nay says, and AB at the end said, oh my gosh, I won't get those hours back. Well, AB's always been like, who the hell is she talking to? That's always like his famous line when it comes to Jody. Who the hell is she talking to? She was mad at her sister and Andy, so she threw a tantrum. Well, Broken Wings, this seems very important because right where all of this happened, that's exactly what went on. I think that her sister going on Jenny's gavel weeks was probably a really, really big trigger and probably set her off. So, I had a feeling, I just had a funny feeling that, and I also worried when that was going on. It always crosses my mind. I'll always think, okay, how is this going to, what's this going to result in? Or is this going to have a negative effect? Or I'll worry, right? I'm a worry wart anyway to begin with. So I do worry. Even though I'm not cool with Jody, I still worry. Okay, is this going to be like the end all? Is this going to push her over the edge? I don't want that. Nobody does. Nobody wishes harm on anybody. But you do get those fleeting moments of, oh, she changed it till 5:30 probably because she knows we're waiting. Well, I could just stream an old one. We'll just do one that she did the other day. Actually, I could go do the one I was going to do yesterday because it got screwed up because of what was going on. So we could just go to that one. So she can move it back as long as she wants to. We'll just go to the one I was doing yesterday. No problem with me. That's cool. Actually, I'd like to finish off as that what I was doing. Yeah, she's still a person regardless. She's still human, and that's the bottom line. The human element is far more important. Still pigeon. So I missed this one. I didn't see this one. Huh. Hold on. Let's see what this is. Did you guys watch this one? For you guys, 5 hours and a half. Yikes. All right. Let's check it out. I'm going to be really careful for fair use for Ziggy's channel because I don't want Jody to strike her or anything. So I'll be really careful about that. That is this morning. Yeah, I missed it. I was sleeping. I didn't see it. See, it's dark out. The sun is not up. I knew she would go live when in the middle of the night, early hours of the morning, because that's what Jody does. She keeps everybody awake. She finds much joy and satisfaction, I believe, in keeping the masses awake. And she doesn't want them to sleep because she doesn't sleep. But then again, if I was Jody, I probably wouldn't want to sleep either. I'd probably be sitting there staring out the window just like she does. As long as people keep sending her money and enable and coddle her, she's not going to stop. Right. The sound is terrible at the beginning. I could nearly hear her. Okay, I can help with that. I'm always trying to relay what the hell she's saying. She was posting at 2 a.m. Haven't watched her in a few days, and I noticed a huge decline in her. Yeah. Paranoia is really bad, sweet tea. It's getting worse and worse. And that, guys, that's why I say when it comes to the, the minor child, it's already concerning. You know what I mean? It's already concerning. So we have to be careful with that situation always. And that's why when I came up here, I was so heavy on lips, because she's a mom. Now, with the video I showed, it's clear to see she's not so much worried about being a proper role model, but she should know, being a mother, how serious of a situation something like what she says happened is. Tiffany, you should play the one where she says she was sold at age 5. Now that she says she never said it. Yeah, we'll have to find that. We'll have to find that stream or that clip. No, don't share my Cashapp, please. Thank you. I appreciate it so much. But I had asked earlier that no one does that. I'm thankful that you did, but I don't want my Cashapp. And I don't even put my Cashapp in my own chat. That's why I say that. I get weird about it. I feel weird about it. So I don't want to see it in here. I don't even let my mods post it in my own. I only have one mod that drops my Cashapp in every, I don't know, 3 hours. I'm like, don't post the Cashapp in the chat. So don't post it in here either. All right. So you guys want to listen to some of this? Let's see. I haven't heard it, so it's new to me. And if somebody uploads that clip of her saying that, then we could play that too. Ziggy says, Donna, no, she won't. She used to go live on Facebook for hours without anyone watching. Yeah, she did. She'd have 2 people watching. And she would just be talking away for hours. Crazy, right? You should play Lippies and Dazed and Confused. They cover all the good JodiSue clips. My favorite socks. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna play a little bit of this one if you guys are cool with that. I've seen Tiffany. Yeah, I do delete it. Actually, sweet tea, I've deleted my Cashapp out of my chat multiple times. I'm like, don't post that. I get pissed. Yeah, copyright disclaimer, sure. Copyright disclaimer, we can't hear her shit over here, but okay, let's get to it. We'll start now. And if it's low, I'll help you. I'll repeat what she's saying. Oh, Dazed and Confused says no, don't play mine because they have music. See? Okay. So yeah, she doesn't want Ziggy to get a copyright strike. Yes, Crimes Have Consequences says earbuds. So if you're in a noisy room, you need to get out of that room and go into a quiet space and put in some earbuds. Earbuds for your friends when it's JodiSue time. Because JodiSue places her phone on some kind of placemat or some kind of cloth material that muffles her voice, and you have to strain to hear her. She also does that on purpose. So put your earbuds in, put your volume all the way up, and I'll help you guys out too.
I guess we'll start this morning off by two things.
All right, so she says, I guess we'll start this morning off fine. 2 things.
Troll over here held in the comment section or otherwise. blah, blah. Is all hot take this morning with the your order protection is denied.
Okay, so she's talking about hot takes in your order of protection being denied. Yeah, so her order of protection was denied, and she's telling people she has a new one, but she doesn't.
They have proof or something in Andy's phone for custody. Like, and you got proof the actual order was denied through it.
So she's asking, listen up, she's asking for proof that the order was denied. Do you have proof the order was denied? If you do, she's asking for it, just so you know. And I believe there is somebody who does have that proof. So let's see it. Jodi wants to see it. Yeah, don't listen while driving. You'll fall into a coma and pass out at the wheel.
And moving forward, online case, but not. As far as the custody shit, just better not.
All right, so then she says, as far as custody shit, and then I don't understand what she says. See, temporary order was denied. Hearing for the extended order is September 6th. Babble Geek says, Tiffany, temporary order was denied. The hearing for the extended order is September 6th. So she's trying to extend the order. Now, in my opinion, Jodi is trying to extend that order because she does not want Andy speaking about her. She doesn't want him to talk about anything. Although Andy barely talks about Jodi, if you notice, he like pussyfoots around the subject. He doesn't ever say a crooked word about her. He's not out there smearing her. He's very, in my opinion, how do I say this without glorifying him? Let's see. So, just in my own opinion, when Andy is asked questions about Jodi, he seems to be very careful. He seems to be very mild. I think mild would be a good word to use. Now, in comparison to Jodi and what she does with Andy, it's night and day. Jodi will go full force to the end of the earth to prove Andy is a monster. But in fact, I believe Jodi is the monster she claims Andy to be. The psychological abuse factor with Jodi is so severe. And please don't forget, it's also abusive toward you guys, not just Andy. It's abusive to all of you, especially domestic violence victims. If you have been abused in your life, please protect yourself and do not expose yourself to the constant cycle she goes through over and over and over again, because it's going to prolong your healing process. And I would urge and encourage those who have been abused not to listen. It's not healthy. In fact, I got really upset the other day, and I've been listening to her for a long time. There was one particular thing she started talking about that brought me back to a really bad place, and I kind of came out of character. So if I'm affected, there's absolutely victims and survivors. So victims are those who have not left, those who have not escaped their abuse. When I say victims, I'm not calling anybody a victim. I'm saying those are the people who haven't been able to leave the situation. the survivors have been able to leave, move on, start healing. It's really, really important that you're not subjecting yourself to this toxicity, all right?
Like, fuck that shit. Um, yeah. Okay. I don't know where the fuck that's coming from or from who, nor do I care. Um, but, regardless. Uh,
Does anyone else get grossed out when she yawns? Like, do you imagine, like, has she brushed her teeth yet for the day? Can you imagine, like, the hot dragon breath coming out through the screen? Because I can. When she just did that big yawn, I was like, oof. Does it kind of, like, make you, ooh, a little bit cringe, guys? I feel it. Like, damn. Why does she have to yawn in everybody's face? It's like a burp.
um,
And then I watch her sucking down this cigarette and I think, good morning, little one. Good morning. And all her family can smell is cigarettes in their face the second they wake up in the morning. That is so gross. Think about it this way. If you smoke in your house, and I don't smoke in mine, but I know some people do, okay? I'm not calling, all who smoke in their homes gross, because some people actually open the windows, I'm sure, circulate a fan or put a fan in the window that blows the smoke out. I don't know. But I guarantee you, smoking in a 2,000 square foot house or 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 square foot house is not anywhere near close to an 18-foot or 20-foot, 24-foot home, right? Can you imagine the hazard? So Benny said something this morning that really got to me. And that was that she is depriving those in her household of clean water and fresh air. Two vital things you need to survive: clean water and fresh air. He is absolutely 100% on the money. So I did not know there was no way to use the bathroom here in this abode. Apparently, and I don't know because I don't live there. Prove me wrong. Show me your toilet flushes, Jody. Show us all that your toilet flushes. I want to see it. Prove us wrong, because I don't know for sure, but it's my understanding. It comes from very reliable, credible sources very close to the homestead that there's no flushing toilet, that buckets need to be used. I don't know if this is true, but I've heard it over and over, and it's been serious as a heart attack. This is not a lie. So what is going on here? There's no working toilet, and I've also been told there's no running water. So we have a smokestack chimney of a home with no working toilet and no running water. Show us the sink, running water, and the toilet flushing. But please clean the toilet before you do that.
yeah. touched on yours recently, and yeah, I mean, all I can say is, yeah, no, nope. Anyway, um, we'll tell you that.
I can't tell you a single word she's saying. It's pointless. Hold on a minute. I'm going to fast forward a little bit. Just a couple minutes. This is nuts. It'll like put me in a bad mood so quick too. Like everything's fine. You turn on JodiSue and you're instantly irritated. And you could beg her till the end of the earth to speak up. She won't. She won't do it.
Because they think that 20-hour law is gone, so they can just say whatever the fuck they want, and be calling people with crazy.
All right, so she says they think that the 20-hour live is gone. I know the 20-hour live isn't gone because it shows up in my news feed. It's still processing on YouTube side, but I will say this. JodiSue, I don't know if you're aware, 20 hours, you won't be able to watch the last 8 hours because YouTube will only upload 11 hours, 54 minutes, and 0 seconds, I believe. So right before the 12-hour mark, anything she said after 11 hours and 54 minutes is gone. YouTube won't process it. It's gone. So it's completely pointless to ever do anything beyond 11 hours and 54 minutes because it won't be seen and YouTube won't process it or upload it. So no, it's not on. It still shows up in my news feed and it says unavailable to view or whatever. But when YouTube is done processing it, as long as she hasn't tried to edit it, it'll be viewable. So 20 hours, you wasted 8 hours of your time, Jodi. No one's ever going to be able to see those last 8 hours because you went beyond the actual limit for YouTube to process. So next time you feel like doing a 20-hour live stream, you should end it at probably the 10-hour mark and then start a new one for another 10 hours because the last part, it will be unavailable forever. It's gone forever.
Crazy shit.
But the reason I know it's up is because it's in my newsfeed and you can click on it. If she deleted it, it would not show up in the newsfeed. It wouldn't show up in your YouTube history. It's there. Go search JodiSue Brown in your YouTube browser. You'll see it with the 2 pigeons. Pigeons or birds. It says something about silver tongue or something. I don't know. It says 20 hours and 19 minutes or something. It's there. It'll show right up. And if you click on it, it'll say unavailable, but it's gonna probably be available soon, I'd imagine. Maybe. I don't know.
And look, history, it's not. We all know that piece of shit has it, but also, if you managed to save me some trouble this morning, to where I don't have to clip and do all this other shit, if a smaller channel, because I know many of you record, if a smaller channel wants to reach out to me and post it in its entirety, I'll share it. You can channel build on it. You can monetize it. No commentary over it for the first, 24, 48 hours. Anyway, otherwise, we'll get there. Anyway, because there is some important shit. But, seriously, I have a full fucking day in schedule. I don't need any more shit added to my list currently. So, that's it. If not, then I'll just do it. And on that, also, I don't know if I said it or not, but yeah, I'll share it. Help you build. I won't strike for use of.
All right, I'm going to actually count the cigarettes because I've never done that before. But we're 11 minutes in. This is cigarette 2. Where's my pen? I don't even know where I put my pen. All right, I'm going to go grab my pen real quick. Okay, let's keep track of the cigarettes. 11 minutes and 22 seconds. This is cigarette 2. So cigarette every 10 minutes. Damn. Jodi's lungs are definitely not thanking her, but who am I? I'm a smoker.
But that shit all over here yesterday directed at my daughter. The stupid bullshit from the other night. Everything else, just I'm in a place of miss me with nonsense. It all over here yesterday directed at my daughter. The stupid bullshit from the other night. Everything else, just I'm in a place of miss me with nonsense. You know, there's a very good reason. I've always said trapped in a box, right? You know, and it continues currently. Um, it will not for much longer.
Just a girl, you talk about me. It's brave for me to be here. Are you talking about me? You don't have to play nice. I don't need you to be nice to me. Ziggy asked me to come here, so you could text her and tell her how you feel about it. I know not everybody's going to like me, but shit, not everybody likes me on my channel either. All right, so she's talking about yesterday, and she's saying she's trapped in a box. She's saying she's trapped in a box again. Here we go with trapped in a box. The bullshit yesterday, blah, blah, blah. But the bullshit yesterday was a family situation. And I won't say any more than that, but it was a family situation. Jodi, you need to stop blaming everything on YouTube. You did that, not YouTube.
True crime cases. Are you implying you have it? True crime. Okay. But yeah. Let me see. During that bullshit yesterday, what you have is some of the people helping and being responsible for what's currently occurring and flying monkeys and monster and the whole nine. And have been for quite a while. Disseminating misinformation, trying to figure out narratives. I believe I was sent one little thing yesterday about them trying to even make a piece I found that I come across by accident and had forgotten about during that 20 hour video, right?
20 whole hours, guys. 20 whole hours. So I've seen people do 24-hour live streams. I've actually seen multiple creators do it. Like usually they'll sleep on the stream, they'll clean on the stream, they'll do all kinds of things. And that's different, right? She actually sat for 20 hours and it was like the muting, for a half hour, talking for 10 minutes, staring at her phone for another 15, muting for 40 minutes. Like, it is literally so disrespectful. She just hangs out. Like, she doesn't see YouTube as, I don't know. I feel like she thinks people want to live there in her house with her for 20 whole hours. If people wanted to sit there while you said nothing, they'd just come over and hang out and say nothing. Why come to YouTube to say nothing? So strange. Yeah, guys, Ziggy's at a doctor's appointment. I'm just trying to help her out here. So she said she'd be about a half hour. I could sit here for 3 hours doing this. So I'm not bothered by it at all. But I'll just ignore assholes. I don't need to answer them. But I am trying to help Ziggy out. So take up with Ziggy. You know what I'm saying? If you don't like me, it's cool. I don't expect everyone to, but like, why come in here when it's just me? Ziggy's busy and you're bitching. Just chill about it or leave. Like, come back when I'm not here. If I don't tickle your fancy, just log off. Like Jodi should.
But I found a message between nine spells where things were stated around certain dates, and I had forgotten about it. It was during Dolly Bear. I don't think the harassment behind my minor child are going to get any better currently, especially with monster flying monkeys, stupid people that can't even do cursory Google searches, straight up fucking liars who obviously catch themselves being liars, but the world wants to be like, but, and I'm fully over it.
All right, so the accusation that she makes here is that people are harassing her child. I don't know anybody who is harassing Jodi's kids. I never, ever surround myself with the likes of anybody who harassed anybody's kids. I absolutely would not. Okay? It just wouldn't happen. I don't know a single person, not a single creator that has harassed her minor child. In fact, we try to protect her. And this is the thing. I feel what Jodi is doing is she's taking her behaviors and what we don't know, what we don't see, what we don't hear, and she's going to use YouTube to her advantage to say, they're harassing my child. But truly, there's mental manipulation, mental anguish going on, mental abuse, probably verbal abuse. We know the mental and psychological abuse is at an all-time high. She's not going to blame YouTube for that. Nobody I know has ever harassed her children. Excuse me, I'll take that back because there were some issues with her oldest. No one I know has ever harassed her minor child. Okay? No one. Does anyone in chat feel different? Is there anybody who has witnessed Jodi's minor child being harassed? Maybe it's happened on another channel that I don't know about. Let me know in the chat. I'm serious, like truly asking, because there's something I'm not aware of. But she's blaming YouTube for harassing her minor child, which I have never observed, never seen, never heard, nothing. This is projection, in my humble opinion.
And I gotta tell you, yesterday was some of the sickest. It is the sickest thing I've ever seen. And
All right, Jody. So yesterday was the sickest shit she's ever seen. Did she record any of it? Jody, do you have any proof of how sick it actually was? Did you want to share with everybody what happened yesterday that YouTube did? Because usually Jody has proof of things, right? Here, look at this. Here, look at this. How come we didn't see anything yesterday? How come we didn't see any proof of harassment of her minor child from YouTubers? And why didn't we see the sickest shit she's ever seen? She didn't share that with anybody. So it was really sick. But she didn't share it. She didn't prove it. She didn't jump to show what happened. Because she knows she is the one. That's why she won't show anything. She won't tell us, she won't show, she won't prove because it would make her look bad. Now, if it didn't make her look bad, she'd absolutely, I believe, she would be showing it. Benny, she's at the doctor. She had to do a doctor's appointment that she forgot about. She had like a half hour or so.
I'm actually furious that it was done to my daughter. Let's
Jody, please expound on what was done to your daughter. What was done to her daughter? Patty Cake, is her daughter okay? I can't answer that. If you're asking if she's alive, yes. Is she okay? I don't know. I don't live in her house and I can't speak to it. None of us can. We don't know. Unfortunately, we don't know. I can't say. I wish I could say she's great, but I just truly don't know the answer.
make that clear. And it was damn sure not at my hands, but by abusers, this place, fucking flying monkeys.
All right, so she says it was definitely not at my hands. My hands. Interesting choice of words. No one ever mentioned anything physical. You guys pick up on that? No one ever said a word about anything physical. I believe people spoke of verbal things going on, but nothing physical. But she said it was not at my hands. And then she says, this place. If this place is so hard on you and so bad and affecting your life to that extreme, you need to get off YouTube. That's what the police would tell you to do. That's what an attorney would tell you to do. And you've not done that because you thrive in this. You thrive in this dysfunction. You need it for your channel. That's why you do this. So this place, you love this place, Jody. You love this place. You love all of this. Admit it. Just be honest. Aisha, did I say your name right? Aisha. Thank you so much for your super sticker to Ziggy. Very much appreciated.
Ignorant ass people. I'm full fed up. It was sick what went down yesterday, and what will probably continue because of the mass call, basically swatting bullshit. Even though they were talking out both sides of their mouth. Yes.
All right, so she refers to it as practically swatting. What? Mass calls. Were there mass calls somewhere? I have no knowledge of mass calls anywhere. I've not heard that from anybody. Here she is again, lying. Mass calls. Jodi, if that's true, and there were mass calls made to law enforcement, I encourage you to go get that call log and prove it. Prove there were mass calls. Those records would belong to you. You are absolutely able to go retrieve them from your police department, and so isn't anyone else, actually, the public. So if there were mass calls, you should be able to prove that. Why aren't you showing proof of mass calls? I don't believe you. Because I remember yesterday saying for nobody to make any calls. I said that on my live like over and over and over again. Everybody was like super, super careful yesterday, except Lips. Lips was like no skin off her back. She was going to just do whatever, no matter whose child was involved or what was going on. So maybe you should look at Lips, Jodi, because she's about the only one who didn't have any respect for your daughter. Pretty much everyone else did.
Today, but I have in chats everywhere each time. Even the mods are like, "Oh yeah, buy mini, buy mini, buy mini," and so today will be spent reporting every single one all the way back for what was helped along yesterday, and that I very much proof was an absolute lie from the beginning. I just don't care to set fire to everything. I've had enough, and they're not gonna harm my child like that. This is crazy. Uh, so I'm just not either of them, honestly. This is, and they could say young adult or whatever they want, but these are my children, and it's not cool. It's not cool, and I don't care who wants to participate, but that was nonsense. So, um, let me see here. I hate to you've been sick. I'm sick of Dolly Bear. I'm assuming there will not be less. It will be more. And they're now trying to escape with any of them. But I'm going to be very cautious with what I say around it for the next few days. I mean, I was literally on the phone with someone, and shit goes, and I'm like, "The fuck did you just say to me?" And my kid's like, "The fuck." It was pretty fucking wild to hear. It was mind blowing. So yeah. Fuck my out, bro. So anyway, that took about a second and a half out of my day, but it did lead to further prioritization of my child, and I'd taken some type of exception to that. Especially when I just it's, and then it's like I will tell you that even if I can, people mentioned kind of who it was, gave hints of, and this and then um so I didn't think they should take that type of call shouldn't be fucking loud, and then it was bullshit. So now I'm gonna concur. Um, so anyway, um, um, yeah, I don't do lifetime movies, celebrate or Hallmark. It's never been my thing. But 30. That
I spy with my little eye. Look. What's this? Let me see. I'm going to try to get it. Where is it?
so
Hold on. I'm going to echo for a second, but it's okay. Hold on. Here it comes, I think. Okay, so here we have a coffee. Mick Cafe coffee from McDonald's. She loves McDonald's coffees. Now look at this. Who the hell drinks coffee and Gatorade at the same time? I'll barf. Take a swig of that. What's in there? Irish cream? You got some Baileys in there? Like, what's in there? What is in that coffee cup? Jody, do you like your coffee shaken or stirred? I like mine mixed. Not even stirred, not even shaken. I like them to mix it. So when I pull up to the drive-thru at Dunkin' Donuts, you know what I say? I'll say, can I get X, Y, Z, whatever I like? And then I'll say, hey, could you mix it up so all the sugar's not at the bottom? And you know what they say? Yeah, sure. Every time. That's how I order it because I don't like that big clump of sugar at the bottom. You know that big layer of sugar that's like a whole inch at the bottom of the cup? Because most people that work at these coffee shops don't know how to make a coffee. They really don't. I mean, I worked at a coffee shop and everyone that came through the drive-thru used to say, you make the best coffees. And you want to know why? Because I mixed them. I would take a big cup and then the other big cup and I'd mix it back and forth so that the sugar would not be a big lump at the bottom. So Jody, how many sugars do you like in your coffee and do you like it shaken, stirred, or mixed? I like mine mixed. So all those people who talk about, you don't even, what does they say? She can't even be nice to the people at the drive-thru. She doesn't even know how to handle not having her coffee stirred the right way. No, I like it mixed back and forth. That's all. Because I'm a motherfucking princess, JodiSue. That's why. She calls me that all the time. So I guess I should live up to my name, no? Come on, guys. Shaken, stirred, or mixed? We'll have to figure that out. And what's in that coffee cup? Or better yet, what's in the Gatorade bottle? I don't know which has something. Something isn't right here with the coffee Gatorade. Coffee Gatorade. Yes, Dave, throw those donuts. But I love what. Okay, so I'll give you my favorite donut. If I had to pick, I'm not a donut eater, but let's see. What's my favorite donut? Jelly filled. I love powdered jelly filled donuts, or if raspberry filling. I love raspberry filling or chocolate frosted, but I don't really like sprinkles because they drop all over the place and get on you and you'll have like a red spot or pink spot on your shirt or whatever. Ziggy says, those are my fave too. What else? Do they have any other donuts that I like? I'm trying to think. I'm more of a muffin person. I like muffins. I like cranberry orange muffins. I like blueberry muffins, but I like the sugar on the top, like the flakes of sugar. I don't like the blueberry muffins with no sugar on the top. Even when I make my muffins, I'll sprinkle sugar on the top just because but it never looks like they have like the pretty little square flakes of sugar. I don't know how they do that. Does anyone know the trick to this little tiny square sugar flakes on the top of blueberry muffins? How do we get that? How do we do that? How do we perfect that sugar on tops of muffins? Like a mix too, Randaroo? See? Oh, Boston cream is my jam too, Gigi. Oh my God. I shouldn't say I don't like donuts because I actually do. But I haven't had donuts in a while. But that day, I did order a dozen. Half a dozen or a dozen? Is it a half? I think it was a dozen. A dozen donuts. Yeah. Couldn't tell you which kind they were because they weren't for me. But those are my favorite donuts. So jelly filled. It could be, I really like, I'm not like, raspberry wouldn't be my first go-to, but I love jelly filled powdered donuts, Boston cream. I love chocolate frosted, but not the full blown chocolate ones. Like, do you know what I mean? Like the whole chocolate donut. I like the regular donut with the chocolate frosting on top. Yeah, that's what I like. But what's in that cup? What's in that cup? Oh, emergency me. Hold on a second. She super shotted Ziggy. Hold on. Let me read this. Oh, to the motherfucking princess in this house. Don't say that. This is Ziggy's channel. She's the only princess here on her channel. But she's not here, so you can say it. Only when she's not here. You're gonna piss her off, emergency me. What are you trying to do? Kill me up here? Oh my God, somebody said something like, don't pull a TM while I was in a long line for coffee one time. What does this mean? Please, LOL, I need to know. Laced in chains. Long time ago, I tossed up an empty cup on the counter because they wouldn't take my cup back after I mixed it and there was no garbage can. There's more to the story than that, actually. It's stupid. It was empty. It was a plastic cup. So I pushed it up like through my window. I pushed up an empty plastic cup, just like that one. Literally, just like that one, but it had nothing in it. And it didn't have a lid and it didn't have a straw. It was just a cup to mix my coffee. My coffee was in my car. In fact, when I got out of the slammer, I drank that coffee.
I'm back, by the way.
Hey.
I was just laughing about you saying the slammer.
Well, yeah. She asked me what happened. So I tossed the coffee up there on the counter and it bounced off and like flipped onto the floor. And the girl waiting on me was like she didn't care, but the lady behind her was like, did she just throw that at you? And I was like,
you gotta laugh about it, right? You know, I mean, we all do some crazy things, and you know, no
it wasn't even crazy,
beat yourself up about something like that.
It was so lame. I didn't even get arrested for something good. I was like, fuck, I should have fucking thrown that shit.
It's funny though.
By the time it was over.
Order it online, sparkling sugar from King Arthur. Thank you, Anthony.
She made it back for the Duncan story.
Yeah, I've heard it before, but I'm glad that you can laugh about it and stuff. It's
Girl, I haven't laughed
you
about
have
this
to
before.
be able to on YouTube. Like, you cannot take yourself too seriously if you're gonna do YouTube.
Listen, I have a friend on YouTube. Her name is Teaspiracy, and she fucking
I love her.
Whole coffee. She emailed me this one day, and she's like, "Girl, don't even feel bad about that empty cup."
She has the best freaking accent ever.
And she's like, I threw a whole coffee this one time. I'm like, damn, you're gangster. Let's go to Dunkin' together. All right,
Man.
Ziggy. So I like totally took over your stream for you. So you're back.
No,
Thank
yeah, I
goodness.
appreciate it, guys. I asked her to, for those who are just joining or whatever. So I'm sorry for any shit you got or whatever.
No, it was only
I totally
like
asked her to. It's not that she's just talking and not letting me freaking skip a word in. That's not what's happening.
no, it's all good. There was like 2 people. That was it, and
yeah, they were confused. I'm sure it's my bad. I should have put a little.
They're like, where the hell am I? Like, why is Tiffany up here?
I know,
Where
and
is Tiffany?
it makes. Yeah, and a lot of people think that we're still, like we're enemies or whatever. So I'm sure it's confusing, but no, we're just adulting. And I forgot about a online appointment I had, and I couldn't miss it. And I think that AB and even Benny is supposed to come up. I think
AB
maybe
and
Benny.
Oh, huh? Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
Okay,
So,
where are they? Where?
I don't know. I thought one of them, at least I thought at least Benny or AB would have been up by now, but it's okay. Like whenever, I mean, I don't know how long she's wanting to stick around, but I just thought that they'd probably rather if you were up here because it'd be cool for all of us.
However long you want to is fine with me. I'm cool. We could just chill.
Well, I mean, just let me know if you need to go. It's totally, how we do.
Will you add me on my phone again? If I come up on can I go smoke?
Yeah. If you need a break or whatever.
All right, cool. Thank you.
But yeah, let's see. I appreciate her doing that. Yeah, I thought she had both her devices connected. I don't know. Actually, she went outside that one time. She probably thought she wouldn't need to go out for another hour.
I took it off because I didn't want to have 2 of me here. I felt weird. I don't want to have 2 of my
That is so funny. Like,
smoke.
Well, I think, no, I was surprised like, I don't know. You've been going on camera a lot more. And, I think like people were surprised because I don't know, you should come on camera more often. I'm not trying to embarrass you or anything, but I know it's awkward. Oh, here she is. Here's her second one.
I'm here. I was listening.
I guess I don't come on camera that often either. So I guess I shouldn't really.
Well, you know what? Honestly, I would cam up so much more often if my camera wasn't pixely. So it's like I'm screwed if I do that? And I'm screwed if I don't.
I thought it was my
No.
I was like, man, what is this for my resolution?
No, I've tried everything. And so my son bought me an awesome camera for Christmas. That's the one that I used yesterday and the day before, I think. And actually, I noticed it was a lot better than it was the first.
Do you use a Canon camera or something?
No.
Okay.
I'll tell you what brand.
Oh, it's okay. Because I just got one and I haven't even used it. I don't know if I don't even think it would like the battery. I don't know how people use them because
Nexigo, like Nexi.
But it's what you use to.
Yeah. He said it was like $25 or something, and he got it for me for Christmas because I was like, my camera on my actual laptop sucks.
Oh, you're talking about a webcam. You have a webcam.
Right? I have one built into my laptop, but it sucks. So that's the one I plug in, but then it chops me up. Sometimes it'll make my audio choppy. So I'm like, oh geez.
Yeah,
so
you should just get another webcam.
No, because listen, he gave me his and I gave him the one he got me, and it was still the same. So it's got to be something to do with the bandwidth
or something.
It's either the bandwidth, which I find really hard to believe because I pay for like the best friggin' internet because he's a gamer. So he's got to have like, there can't be any glitching happening. So he's got like the best internet ever. And that makes no sense. So I'm wondering, Ziggy, if it's because I don't pay for StreamYard.
Huh. I wonder if maybe you try going live sometimes straight through YouTube, even though I don't even think I would know how to go live straight through YouTube.
Maybe.
I've never done it.
Oh, I went live from YouTube for the first time ever at the beach the other day, but that was outside also by the water. And I think that the tower's kind of far. I think that the tower that I pick up is actually in on Long Island when I'm there.
Have you
So when
connected
I'm
your? I'm
by
sorry.
the water, it's really far away. So I don't know how my picture was, but
Yeah,
yeah.
they must be. Yeah, I'm not. I was gonna say, have you ever had dreadlocks? I was like, I think they're getting you confused with J's for Justice.
What?
Somebody said that they like your hair better now than when it was in dreadlocks.
Ew,
Like,
I've never had dreadlocks in my life.
yeah, I think they're talking about J's for Justice, and I like J's. I mean, I'm not usually a big fan of dreadlocks, but I
She
like
can
her.
pull them off.
Yeah,
I
it
don't
looks good
think
on
I
her.
could ever. I wouldn't want to. Truly, I have to have my hair has to be clean at all times. Like I don't think I can handle it.
Yeah. Now, have you ever tried plugging taking one of those? It just looks like a phone, like the old school like home phone, like clip into the wall. You just take one of those cords and clip it to or it's an Ethernet cord.
Ethernet. No, Jesus, you're taking me back to 1997.
Yeah, that's what I use, and it makes your internet super fast.
Really?
And your son should use that. Connect it straight
He
to
does.
his
I believe
PlayStation.
he does. I think
That's what I
he
do
has
for
the
mine.
whole setup. Like he's got
Yeah.
it all hooked up.
Yeah.
But me,
They're only like,
I'm just like so basic.
you can get one
so.
for like $5, and that's what I do, and it makes your internet like it's really good.
But that's the reason why I don't cam up. If people didn't bitch about my camera being choppy and stuff, I'd cam up all the time. But I was like, fuck this. They're not happy either, no matter what I do. So
yeah, that's true. That's one thing I've learned. It doesn't really, you just do what you
and no matter what, you can't make everyone happy. So
yeah. Christina Randall can pull them off. She is super pretty, and it did look good.
Certain people could absolutely. I mean, I probably could too, but I just have never.
Yeah, I think you probably
could.
I think it's probably better. They look better with darker hair. I don't know.
Maybe.
I don't know, but it's just some people can pull off some things that some people can't. Some women can pull off even shaving their head. Like,
yeah,
I would never do something like that, but
yes. Oh my gosh, you're so right about that. Have you ever seen when Jada Pinkett Smith is like a perfect example of that?
Yeah, she's so pretty. Sinead O'Connor.
Yeah, like I don't know. I guess you don't know the shape of your head until what if
right?
I don't know. What if you have a shelf back there? Like, what do you do? How do you?
You don't want to do that if you have like a really big head or something. It brings attention to it.
Jeez. Yeah, but you're right. Some people can totally. I'm so used to having long hair though that like I can't cut it, and then I'm also fanatical about washing my hair nonstop. So I don't know. I could never do that.
Yeah, me and you both have had long hair our whole life for the most part. Just straight and long forever. I mean, I can't think of ever having anything.
Yeah.
But from the pictures I've seen of you, I think you've probably always had straight long hair too.
No, my hair's naturally curly, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Yeah, no,
I do straighten it in the summer most of the time because it'll get frizzy.
My gosh. You're lucky though. Your hair's thicker. I've always wanted thick hair. Sorry, guys. We get off on some strange topics sometimes.
That's okay.
Man.
I think they enjoy it really to hear normal conversation.
Yeah.
I mean, who really wants to listen to Jody bitch? I don't.
Is she live right now? Oh no, she said she changed it to 5:30, didn't she? That's right.
Why? I wonder. Who cares? Whatever. She's live 24/7.
I'm sure. I mean,
she'll be live till 5 a.m.
I probably shouldn't have. Maybe if I wanted to put her name in the title, I don't know.
Actually,
she probably watches wherever you go.
She does.
So, yeah, right now you're on.
She has the Hawkeye at all times.
Yeah, I'm sure you're on her shit list. At one time, yeah, I was definitely on her shit list. You like long hair? Never want it. Don't you have short hair? I don't know. I feel like, man, I see, like, when it comes to older women, for some reason, always it seems like they always like cut their hair short when they get older, and I'm like, do I have to do that? Am I
So
getting to that
like,
age where I'm about to cut my hair?
it's so funny you say that because I've always said I don't picture myself ever cutting it. So
Yeah.
like when I'm when I'm old and no, I can't, I don't, it's not going to happen. I already know. But like, even when so this is the thing, even when I trim my hair, it makes it poofier. I like the length because
Yeah,
it's
that's
more
true.
manageable. When it's longer, it's a more work, but it's more manageable. And I can do more with it. Like, the
Mm-hmm.
shortest my hair ever was in 6th grade. My mom brought me to the hairdresser and she wanted it to bob like around my face. And she thought it was going to be like the best thing ever. And she's like, oh, we're going to do a bob, right? Like, we're going to do a bob. Do you know, I left that hairdresser horrified, cried my eyes out. I remember getting home and my dad was standing in the driveway and he was like, what did you do?
Oh no,
And
you're traumatized.
I was traumatized, swear to God. The hairdresser cut it too short and it turned into like a friggin' mushroom.
Yeah, see, isn't it?
And yeah,
It's
yeah,
funny what we like when we're kids, and
yeah,
it's just stuff like that. It's like the end of the world.
yeah.
It's still. I mean, for now, one time I let one of my guy friends. I don't know what I was thinking. I let him like trim my hair. I thought, oh, it's not going to be difficult. I have straight hair. Like, you just have to cut across. Like, he cut it so short. I was like, are
Really?
you? Yeah, and he didn't do it on purpose. I swear. You would think, like, it was just so short. I mean, to my shoulders almost. And I
But
don't know.
if
For
I
me, that's
keep
like
it
really short.
long when I get old, I'm going to keep it. I promise myself, I will never go gray. I don't care how old I am. I'll always keep dark hair. I can't do it. Like, so gray hair is out of the question. Short hair is out of the question. And I know it's awkward to see like older women with long dark hair, but that will be me for sure.
No, some people pull it off. Some people really do. You get the hold all the time. You look like a man. Okay, well, glad you
Yeah,
laughed
it's
about
very
that.
feminine. But your hair protects you also from like, I believe your hair protects you from negative energy. Although your hair does hang on to energy as well, I believe. But
No.
that's why you got to wash it all the time.
It is I guess long hair is associated with femininity. Sorry, I can't say the word right very sometimes. Um, so yeah, I don't know. It's just I don't know if that's something that will ever really change. I mean, women are starting to have all kinds of different hairstyles and
I think
stuff,
it's
so
like a
maybe it will.
personal preference. However, people feel like some people look perfect with, like I see some women with short hairstyles that are like, but I know that my hair would not do the same thing that theirs would.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah, some
yeah.
people it just matters that it's like they're made for shorter hair, and I don't know, some people just look better that way.
Yeah,
So
some people are made for it. Some people are made for long hair. I feel like I'm just like made for having long hair, but that's just me. My hair is usually in the winter. I'll cut it a little bit in the summer just to like, I probably trim my hair twice a year. And like, I don't mean like a big trim, just a short trim, like maybe 2-3 inches. Even when I do 2 or 3 inches, it's like I feel like I lost an arm. It's so weird.
yeah. So did you were on Gavel Geeks
Uh-huh.
panel? So did you watch that whole thing with when Amy was up there?
Yeah.
I still haven't watched all of it.
Really?
That was one of the best lives I've seen in a long time. So
Really?
props to
Yeah.
Gavel
She had
Geeks.
such a good stream. That really was such a good
Um,
stream that night. I
yeah.
was so glad because I had said to her out of nowhere, I was sitting in the backyard. I was just chilling and sitting under the tree. It was like a beautiful day and I was relaxing and I had been really like unplugged from YouTube for probably a good almost 2 weeks at least. And I messaged Jenny and I was like, hey, you want to go? I was like, you want to go live tonight? I said, let's do a live stream. I was like, come on. I was like, no pressure.
Oh,
And then she was like, yeah, let's do it. So when I messaged her, she's like, all right, what time you want to do it at? So we scheduled the time or whatever. And I went up and like, so Jody thinks it was like a conspiracy. Like we all planned this thing. I didn't even know Adrian was going to be there. Truly.
yeah.
I had no clue. And she thought that like, this is a big planned thing. It was not
No.
at all.
Those things
So,
just usually just happen, you know,
yeah.
like Benny, you never know. I thought Benny and AB were going to come up here and I was like, oh, sometimes it can just get like crazy sometimes out of nowhere. It just happens. So yeah, Amy, that whole thing with Amy wasn't planned. She just showed up too. Is that what right? Was she just in the chat?
Who?
Amy.
Ask, is Gavel in here? Because I don't even remember.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if I was paying attention.
I haven't watched it all. I guess she probably just ended up in chat. I don't know. I have to watch it. I can't remember if they had been in contact. Oh, well, I guess they had been in contact. That's right. Adrian from Krama Mama had anyways. She started out in the chat and then came up on panel. Okay. And she probably ended up in there because it sounded like I don't know if Jenny had been in communication with the sister, but it sounds like to me from what I did see that JodiSue's sister pretty much like feels the same about her that everybody else in the community does. Like, that's what it sounded like. They asked her, did she have anything she wanted to come up and say? Oh, there's Gail Geeks. Andy wasn't planned either. Right. Well, Andy, he's been coming up on channels, pretty regularly. So that's like kind of, but it was interesting for sure. So if anybody didn't see that, you should definitely check it out. And that was on Gavel Geeks. But yeah, I still keep meaning to like check that when she comes up.
Is she gonna come up?
Who, Gavel, if she wants to?
Yeah.
I guess I can. Should I just drop the link for anybody? I guess I don't know.
I guess it would depend on whether or not like you're gonna hide your screen and shit when people like. Do you put links or do you send them?
I could just put it in a chat, I guess, and I'll just have to be careful about it if you don't care.
I don't care at all.
Because I don't know if AB or Benny's coming up, so I haven't heard.
I don't know because I looked at my DMs and I didn't see anything from AB, but you said he emailed you for a link.
Yeah.
I sent him.
Benny did, or no, Benny did, but AB said that. Well, Benny didn't actually. Penny did, but
wait, but AB emailed you, right?
Yeah, AB emailed me and just said, you should have, we should do a live soon on JodiSue. And he said, and I said, okay, cool. I said, actually, if you want to come up now, that's cool.
Maybe he wasn't talking about.
And he said he'll come up after he works outside or something.
Oh yeah, he's working in the yard.
So he could just be busy. It's totally cool. It's not.
Yeah, he said he was doing yard work, but I sent him the link. I sent him the link in his DMs, so he has that.
Yeah. Yeah, and I sent an email to him too. So I'll just pin that link if anybody wants to come up, or if Gal Geeks Jenny's working. Okay. Told during the live that the family was being harassed, people taking pictures. JodiSue's sister said she wished JodiSue would stop going on YouTube.
Yeah. Well, I mean, geez, I imagine her sister would feel that way. So many of us feel that way. Imagine how people who know her, they probably are like, you're making this worse for yourself. I mean, it's not bad advice.
What I'm curious about is how's that whole dynamic, that family dynamic work out? Because JodiSue, where she's has her place is on her mother's property, right? Or I don't know if it's actually where her
Yeah,
mother's
it's on the
now.
corner of Long Hollow Road and Reservoir. And I have no problem saying that because Jody doxes the fuck out of me all the time. So fuck her.
I drove by it while I was there.
I
And
told her
she was
I'm
right-
just going to start pulling it up on Google Maps every time she doxes me. So have at it.
I have it. I have it, that video that I gave that Benny had or I sent it to Penny and Benny because I was like, we were looking into that yellow Xterra that was out there, and I had just been down in Tennessee and for the year of Summer's gone missing, and yeah, I mean, it's right there. It's very noticeable. A yellow Xterra, like she's right on a busy road.
It's so
I was not
strange
expecting that.
because Ziggy, don't you think it's weird? And I mean, maybe it's nothing or whatever, but why is it that Jody's got a red Toyota Tacoma, like literally the same make, model, year, everything,
Yep.
and then a yellow Xterra as well? I have to question if the yellow Xterra was even Dudley's at that time. We saw in the background of the video. I have questioned that because how do we know it wasn't Jody's vehicle? Like,
Well,
did she have that then, or do we know that she did not have it at
we're
that
able
point?
to compare
They were
the two,
okay.
and they were two different ones. We
Okay.
were finally able to come up with that for 100% positive
Okay.
by comparing
Cool.
the back of if in one video of, I think it's Molly Golightly's, when they were over near that construction site.
Okay.
Or no, it was with Dudley, when Dudley is at the house, some house that where they were working on. I don't know, but it was during that whole thing with you know, Molly and stuff. And in that, he drove that yellow Xterra, and you can see the back of it in that video, and you can see the back in the video that I did, and you can tell that they're two different ones by
Okay. Well,
yeah,
the fact is, I think it's strange that she's got two vehicles that
I
fit
know
the
it is
description
weird,
of,
but
like, wow, how does that even happen?
that red truck though,
Yeah.
it's totally the same one. It's totally, I mean,
Yeah.
just my opinion. That truck is exactly the truck that they're looking for.
So what do you think about this, Ziggy? Let me pick your brain really quick. They had put out, basically a bolo. They didn't put out, I think they should have put out a bolo, but they might as well have. I don't know why they didn't, but they might as well have put out a bolo. What they put out was that it was just someone who could have been a possible witness. They weren't in trouble, yada, yada, yada. They wanted them to come forward, but no one ever did. Now, don't you think that if you were in possession of a vehicle that fit the description of, the TBI's asking for this vehicle and whatnot, say your vehicle was described and you lived across the street, or say your mom drove that vehicle, okay? And she had been around your house on that Monday or that Tuesday, stop by real quick. Why wouldn't you come forward and say,
You would think.
so no one came forward, and I'm almost wondering, like,
I wonder, do you think they have asked, or what were you going to say? Maybe I should let you finish what you were going to, because maybe
well, that's what I was going to say was, sorry, I have like noise in the background. My neighbor
no, it's fine.
across the street is getting something delivered. But so what I was gonna ask you was, what do you think about no one coming forward with that vehicle description? It makes me feel like they may have put that out there for them to come forward and say, hey, that truck belongs to my mom, or that truck or I was driving that truck. Like, I feel like they put that out there
on purpose.
Yes.
To try to see what JodiSue would do or something. Or they could be a plant. It could be totally, I never thought of that. It could be some type of tactic.
Dudley said what was his cotton candy. Dudley said the Xterra was his. Yeah, I know he did, but I'm just saying, like,
the one we're talking about in the video. Yeah, but still, we can't take people's words. Sometimes you can't do that. You have to.
And I'm just putting it out there as, like, it's crossed my mind. Like, it's
Right.
something
No,
that
it did
I've
ours
thought.
too. It did mine too. I spent a lot of time, like, we did that live, like trying to compare and contrast. This was all done live. And yeah, we spent hours on it. Just, yeah, we spent a few hours comparing them and finally found, I mean, it's 100% two different Xteras in the video. That's all I can say is in those videos, like that the one at the construction site is definitely 100% different than the one that I have that's parked out next to JodiSue.
Yeah.
But I'm still curious about that Xterra. Okay, I'm still curious about it because I just think it's just like what you said. It's so weird. We got two vehicles that seems to keep coming up in this situation, and we have this red truck. Okay, are they looking? It's like, can we get the law enforcement could tell us about this? Let us know. I mean, we have. Are we still looking for this red truck or not? Like,
well,
you know what I mean?
Ziggy, go to. Can you stop sharing my screen? And because I'm not near
Go
my
to the
computer
FBI website or the
yes, because they answered questions about the
that
red
is true.
truck. Do you have those with
Yeah,
you?
I'll get
I have them.
I can. Here, let me.
Yeah, because they did answer a whole bunch
Yeah,
of
that's
questions.
true. It probably is on there, but so that's a good point.
There were like specific questions about the red truck. Chris McDonough had showed. The only reason I know that is because Chris McDonough had showed these questions and answers on a live stream of his. I don't know if they're up on the TBI site, but if they're not, I have all of those and I can show them.
It's under the frequently asked questions for the Summer Wells case, I think. So I'll pull that up. Cool. I think now that you say it, but why am I having a hard time? For some reason.
Oh, you got my screen down.
Yeah, I could put your screen back up if you.
No, I don't need you to at all.
Okay, but no, see, but while I do that, you brought a really good point up though, because it's something that I never really thought about. Like, could it have been some type of tactic? Because to me, it's weird that there hasn't been much. It was mentioned about this red truck a lot at the beginning, and then it just kind of died off a little. Yep. Like don't seem to put much support. They pretty much ignore this red truck thing unless it's like brought up. And so it makes me wonder,
what did Jodi come out saying in those 16 videos? Jodi brought up the red truck that she saw at the yard sale and this red truck that was driving around the neighborhood. You know what I mean?
Yeah. When she knows it's probably her mom's red truck. What did she? Right. You know what I mean? Because Fred swears that that's the red truck. He swears. I mean, and
wow.
He's like, that is her mom's truck. He like swears that that's the same truck. But
wow.
He also, that's something I, have been wrestling with too, is like ever since Andy has been, and I guess I'm interested to hear from you about how you feel about Andy, because ever since he's been coming out lately, I've been more and more like, okay, I'm starting to believe him more and more. And as far as because I really believed what Fred was saying about Andy being on that road that afternoon. And I would hate I would hate to think that he was lying, because I always thought he seemed like that Fred seemed like an honest person. I just hate to think that. The only thing I can think is, like, could he have got it mistaken? Like, the days mistaken or something, or maybe possibly. I want to ask Fred, like, did he actually see Andy, or did he just see his vehicle? Like, could somebody else been driving, his vehicle or whatever? So yeah, how do you feel about Andy? And let's see, we got Benny, I think. Okay.
Hey.
All right. Okay. Let me Ziggy, I'm gonna X out on this one and I'll be on my computer.
Okay, that's fine.
All right, hold on.
Hey Benny, thanks for coming up.
Good afternoon. Absolutely. I hope your doctor's appointment went well.
Yeah. Thank you for coming up.
Good. Good.
No, yeah. So did you
No,
hear what
thank
I
you
was
for
just
inviting
talking
me.
about? Did you hear what I was just talking about the Andy thing? And
The Fred Hill stuff.
yeah. What do you think about, or how do you feel
Yeah.
about Andy, like, recently? Has him being on recently, has he, like, do you believe him more or less? Or do you know what I mean? Do you have more positive feelings
You know,
now? I don't know what
I
I'm
don't
kinda
know. I don't know that it's necessarily like more positive feelings, but what I
I'm
can
trying to
tell
think.
you is
Yeah.
that I do admire his courage to come here and even tell the whole truth about himself. And but therein lies the issue. If someone seemingly is offering you pearls, you're going to think everything is pearls potentially. So I think that it can work both ways. But as of like right now today, I do admire Andy for coming here and stating hard truths. I've asked him some hard questions, and
Yeah.
I felt like to the best of his ability, he was honestly honest. So I think that in the quagmire is it could be a stepping stone for him to climb up out of all of this stuff, because I certainly think the end game should look something like a grand exit from YouTube for Andy and his daughter and his son and all of those things. So yeah, I just hope that he can rise above it. And I even pray for JodiSue that she could rise above it, because clearly the things that she's doing are not they're not conducive to positive parenting.
Yeah. Or Andy Redmond, or no, he totally was referring to Fred.
Who said anything about Andy Redmond? Cotton Candy 65. So it's Edward Andrew Redmond. He owns 209. He owns multiple properties around that area. He actually owns the land that's for sale right now. He owns 209, which is the property, Ziggy, that you found the bones right there. So
yeah, that has nothing on there, that nobody's living on that property anymore. It's the property, there used to be a trailer that was burnt down. It was actually burnt down by the guy's wife. So
Edward Andrew Redmond
I think that's Redmond's owned the end of the road, the last house on the road too.
And it's Redmond, not Redmen. It's Redmond, Redmond, and he owns like 4 properties out there, big ones.
So he's a land czar.
That's why I found him, because Jody said when Chris McDonough put out the unredacted Hunter interview, and he said Andy.
Yeah.
Jody said, well, there's more than one Andy in Beach Creek. So I'm like, all right, fair enough. And I went through all the parcels on the tax assessor, and I found Edward Andrew Redmond. So yeah, 242 and 209 are the same property. They're in like right together. They're on the same parcel and everything. So the one that's for sale doesn't have a physical address. There's no actual number for that address, which is very odd. I've never seen that before, but there isn't. The reason I found Edward Redmond was because of Jody saying her Andy was not, well, Becca's Andy was not
Becca's Andy.
The only Andy in Beach Creek. So I'm like, well, his middle name is Andrew. Maybe he goes by Andy. And when I looked up the property, Ziggy, that was the day. Literally. Now, listen to this and tell me how you feel about it. Because I know before you kind of thought like, because I had said something to the effect of how odd it was that I was live all day that day talking about 209. I literally was on Google Maps all day.
I had no idea what you were talking about.
Yeah. That night.
I swear I didn't see that live. I swear to God, I did not.
No, it's okay.
So
you were out there, so I wouldn't expect you were even watching it. And I did not think that you saw my live and said, oh, let me go to this property.
Yeah,
What I
okay.
felt was how weird it was. No one had ever talked about 209, and no one ever made a big deal about 209.
Now,
I
is that
brought
the
up
house at the end, Tiffany?
it's not at the
Okay.
end,
No.
but
It's
it's
where the bones were.
further. It's right next to 165.
Oh well, of course
Oh,
he's not
okay,
gonna.
right, okay. Gotcha.
Where there's a, it's like a,
I'm
there's
trying
like
to
a
pinpoint it in my mind.
dirt driveway type thing, and it's right before you get to Fred's
Fred's.
trailer area.
Okay.
So
It's right before
where the
that.
guy got
Right
shot in
there.
the face was actually Redmond's property.
Yeah.
Where the man got shot in the neck.
Yeah.
thought it was
Oh,
fake.
you mean when they were got into it? Yeah, that's another weird thing. That's another weird thing that doesn't make sense to me. I need to get straightened out. The address, you're right. They mentioned the address they put for the incident. It doesn't make sense to me.
Because
He
they
said they
said
were
that
over.
Fred lived at 165, but the incident happened
Was that his
on
mom's?
209.
Is what they said. Or he said it was at his mom's. So that's the thing which is right next to that.
Yeah, it's right there, right? They live like kind of on the same compound.
Yeah.
Fred,
So,
right?
Yeah, it's actually that place that you're talking about that the bones was found is in between where him and his mom live. So
okay. So Ziggy, the day that I did that live, it was a live called Andy. That's the name of the live stream. It was just Andy. That was the very same. That night was the night you were like, I found bones.
Yeah. Oh.
And then when you said,
so I didn't know. Now I understand because I didn't know. I swear, like I did not see that live.
I can send that live to you if you ever want to watch it, Ziggy, because I think you should watch it. Actually,
yeah, I will. You said it's called Andy.
Yeah, it's called just Andy, and it's got the thumbnail. I didn't even make a thumbnail. I threw the Google Map image just like up on the thumbnail real fast.
In a little bit.
But
because I probably have to watch the whole thing just to.
Here, I'll send you the link. But yeah, I was live all day about it, and that very night you had said you found bones on 210, and I'm like, there is no 210, and I knew that because I had been live all day about 209. But I thought it was so odd. And what's interesting also is I noticed Jody was nowhere to be found that day. She didn't come in my chat. Usually she'd be all over it, right? If you're talking about Beach Creek, she's right there. Hey, can I come on panel? She was always. But this one particular day that you were down there, yeah, she didn't come around at all. She was nowhere in sight. And then all of a sudden, you're like, guys, I'm over and the address is 210. And I'm like, what?
Or I couldn't go live at that time because you get like no service. It's like bad. And you have to go travel like 2 miles to get any type of phone service. It's crazy. Now if you have AT&T, you can get some, but I couldn't go live out there. But yeah, I did find out. I don't know. I didn't take it too seriously when Fred told me about the bones because if it was a serious thing, I think he would have mentioned it right away. He didn't say that. It wasn't something that was said right away. Like, oh my gosh, I just felt, it was something said, partially halfway in the conversation. And so, and I immediately thought, well, it's probably, that's the first thing I said to him is like, it's probably animal bones, right? And he said, well, some of them are. And, I had him show me where they're at, and they're on that property. It's like a dirt driveway, and there's no building on it anymore. It's like a really steep driveway, and there was a burn pile, and there was crushed bones everywhere. And he tells me that, because people were all like, well, Fred would know what animal bones looks like because, he's a country boy, right? But he said, yeah, I did know there was animal bones, but thing is, like, I didn't know if all of them were animal bones. They were crushed up. And because think about it, if you're going to hide bones, that would be a good way to do it. If you mix it with animal bone.
Yeah, I agree. I was super fucking triggered by that. I freaked out, like literally freaked out. I don't think I've ever been so mad.
So, I wasn't. So yeah, that's definitely like I was saying
I
about.
sent it to you, Ziggy.
Oh, okay, cool. Because I did.
I sent it.
Because I didn't know at that
It
time.
was on private. I put it on unlisted.
Why
and sent
would
it.
somebody take the time to crush animal bones?
I don't know
Doesn't
why
make
they
any
were all
sense.
crushed. And it was in a
Like, why would you
burn
take the time
pile
to do that?
too. And it was in a burn pile. Like
That's
there was
weird.
like tire. Like, and I didn't know what that meant.
Well,
mentioned the
Ziggy, I
tire,
don't
and I
think
had no
that was a
idea.
burn. I don't think that was a burn pile at all. I think that a dead animal decomposed there because, listen, there's no way that a burn pile would be that small.
Let me see if I have
It's too small.
let me see if I have any pictures. I mean, I've already. I
It
mean,
looked like
I've already put it out there.
decomposition
We
to
know
me.
they're huh?
On the ground, it looked like decomposition to me. But
yeah, he mentioned something about or the tire. It was like a burned tire, though. That's the thing.
So weird.
So,
Maybe
but I do think
could be.
I do remember somebody saying something about the decomposition, like the possibility of that, and I was like, I remember. Yeah, I thought possibly maybe that is true. You know, maybe it was decomp. But I don't understand what. Just like Benny just said, I don't understand why they were all crushed. So it's kind of strange.
It's like an extra step, you know.
Yeah.
Like why do you need to do that to animal bones? You're just gonna discard them. Like, what's the point in crushing them? Unless
I don't know.
unless you're gonna crush them to make a mystery, you know.
Unless they drove over it.
Do you feel like you could have been set up by Jodi and Fred? I know you really like Fred. Like, I know you really like him.
I really never. That has never crossed my mind, really.
I know. But think about that live I did all day. I talked about that property, and then boom, you were there.
Let me watch that, and then it might change my mind.
Yeah,
because I'll have more context, and you know, because I've been surprised a lot here on YouTube, and by people I've noticed that sometimes, a lot of times, people aren't what they seem, and so, I mean, and at that time, you know, there was that Molly and them were down there, or had just been. So it could have been something that wasn't like intended for me, but was meant for them, I guess.
True.
Because he wouldn't have known I was going to be out there. He wouldn't have known.
But they knew people would be around, driving around. And let me ask you this: did you have your own car, or did you have a rental?
No, I had my own.
So you had out-of-state plates. They would totally notice you were out of place. Like,
but that's the first time that I had
met him.
That's the first time I had. Let me think. Was that the first day? That was. I'm trying to remember if that was the first day or second day. That would have been the first day that I'd been back there. Because that was with Yennefer.
So, like, do you think it's a possibility that Jodi and Fred clearly have a little bit of a, you know, friendship of sorts, or at least
I don't know. He doesn't. He says that he doesn't really.
He makes it sound like it.
Yeah, she does.
She tries to, and I think I'm kind of wondering if it was because is she trying to? So I don't know what to think. Does she really, or does? And see, I know that JodiSue is a liar. Okay, I know for a fact JodiSue is a liar. I don't know for a fact Fred is a liar. Okay, I only have questions about this now Andy thing about being seen on the road. Is that true? I truly believe that he would have to be mistaken. I would hope he wouldn't put something out like that. That was, he just seemed to me, I mean, I put his own words out. Everybody could decide for themselves, but he seemed like a pretty honest, like, guy. And he didn't just say good things. Like, he put out there, like, he even told me he sells drugs. He uses drugs. So I don't know. If that was done, I mean, I do think there's a possibility it could have been set up for somebody else, the bone thing.
Sure, or anybody.
Maybe not because they made a big
or anybody,
deal at that time. You know, it was a big deal for that community with those people coming down there, and at that time because it was it was.
Do you remember? Like, do you remember? And I don't mean to cut you off, but do you remember Jodi's reaction to that? She thought it was funny.
Yeah, she did.
Oh,
very quickly too. I might add, like, there was never a moment of like, ooh, could that be legitimate? It was always a joke to her.
She wasn't even upset, and I don't mean to like, you know, bring up the bad moment, but she wasn't even upset that you put that out. Like she was not I was freaking the fuck out, and she was like, well, don't fuck around in Beach Creek then. You might get set up. You might get like, what?
But that is weird though. But do you think that at the same time I was putting out stuff about her, I had just like told everybody like, hey, it was right then that I told everybody like JodiSue's being suspect. You know, at that point she had been on my channel on the panel, been coming on there sometimes like daily. She was in the chat every night on panel, and I had to make a decision within myself, like, because I felt conflicted, kind of like how Benny had to do with, you know, Candace, mainly Candace. I had to make a decision, like, okay, do I go? I know that she's acting weird, and I'm, you know, I feel like I'm being a liar. I feel like I'm being a fake. It was at that time that I spoke out about how her behavior was and how weird she was acting. So she's going to want to discredit anything I put out there. So I have to keep that in mind too. But I don't know. I didn't ever get the idea that they never slipped. Neither him or his wife slipped in any way about them being, you know, hanging out or being friends or, yeah, it didn't sound, but they both always would say that they didn't know him that well. It never changed. There was never, it seemed like to me what they knew about them was just like town talk. You know what I mean? Like hearsay through other people. They may have occasionally spoke. Like I don't know about you guys, but I'm not like really, I don't know my neighbors. I've only lived here like, you know, I haven't lived here long. I don't know how you guys are.
I know all my neighbors, like, but I've also lived here for like 80.
Yeah, I have,
8 years. But like, so like, we kind of look out for one another, you know what I mean? So we all know each other. Like, one neighbor I've known my whole life. I don't know one set of neighbors, but I know all the other ones. Do you know what I mean? So, but some people don't know their neighbors because they're not close or like close enough in distance. I mean, when you live out in the country, I think it'd be a hell of a lot easier to not know your neighbor, right?
Yeah, but they are also, and one thing I just remembered, they're family technically, but these people in this town, everybody's family. Like, seriously, people are having, you know, marrying their distant cousins and not knowing. It's just because these families they inherit these properties over generations, and they stay poor and they can't get out of that area. Fred Hill's family, I mean, they've been, who knows how for how many generations back, living in poverty.
Probably forever, because I mean, like you said, they never leave. They stay, and
he's living on family property. He inherited that property.
That way in a lot of places. And I mean, think about small town USA. Most places that you will find, it's like a lot of families live close to each other or in the same town or whatever. So it's not just that way in Beach Creek, you know. I'm sure
it's not, we're not picking on anybody here and that's from that area or anything. It's just the truth, and the truth is the truth. These people, they stick,
as opposed to like New York City or Chicago or
there's more opportunities elsewhere.
Antonio, whatever.
I used to live in Holdenville, Oklahoma, for a year, and oh my God, the amount of poverty was probably comparable to Beach Creek. It was, I mean, maybe even worse. I mean, the first time I ever seen an outhouse in my life, I had never seen one besides the ones you see at like, you know, the fairs and stuff.
John Wayne movies.
Huh?
John Wayne movies.
Yeah, it had like the actual like moon
Little
thing
moon
on
on it.
the door. Seriously, it was a wooden one, and at this little, town store that didn't have hours. They just opened whenever they wanted. So yeah, and there was the best job you could get was waitressing. Like you were like considered, I waitressed there, and yeah, those girls would joke about how they were considered the rich people of the town because there was no opportunities besides the oil industry. And I think that a lot of these people get stuck in unfortunate. Like sometimes we need to remember how grateful we should be for our lives because man, I can't imagine. I just can't but hold him till his time. Yeah. Yeah. But there, yeah. So Fred and Andy are technically family, like third cousins. They're pretty close. So Fred's dad, he's a sibling of about 9 kids, I think. 9 or 11. His dad was Ben Hill. Or wait, no, his grandfather was Ben Hill. His dad was Ronald Hill.
Okay, so there you go. His grandfather was Ben Hill, and
Yeah.
Ben Hill Road was named after him.
Yeah. And then Ben Hill is the sibling of Anna, who is it's the sibling of Polly. Yeah, Polly's mother, Anna. Anna, what's her last name, guys? Anyways, supposedly she raised Polly's mother. Supposedly raised the kids most of their lives, according to Fred. I don't know how true that is, but I don't know. It's just I don't know. I have wrestled with that, the whole thing about could that have been, I know it wasn't set up for me. There's no way, but I'm like, could it have been like with, intended for the others? Possibly. Because I don't know. I mean, how long before they went down there did everybody know they were going down there? It was kind of a planned event for a while, I think. So people in the town was probably kind of already knew about it and was prepared.
Can someone give me just a little bit of context, because I'm probably about 2 hours behind. So about 40 minutes ago, I saw the community post from Lips where she basically puts the whole scenario on the community tab. And I was just curious, is like, do we know for sure that that's truthful, that she's talking to Andy? And if so, like, does she have permission to be e-begging for him?
What? Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
I don't know. Should I not?
Right now.
Should I pull it up, or is it put stuff out there that I shouldn't share? What do you think? Is it something that I shouldn't share? Let's see.
I just walked away real quick. I had to make a phone call for 20 seconds. What are you asking?
Okay.
Lips community post, Tiffany.
Yeah.
I don't think we should give Lips any attention. I don't. I think everyone needs to ignore her. She's trash, and she literally might as well be on a sex offender registry with the way that she handled that situation with her child on, the live stream. Who really wants to even listen to her? Why would?
Gosh.
Yeah, like
I'm reading her post. Did you read her post? It's pissing me off. Tiffany did not say. Oh my gosh, she did not. Please, guys, if you're going to talk shit about somebody, put out the stuff that's the truth. Tiffany did not say that JodiSue said she was going to harm herself.
Oh my God. No,
I
didn't.
Say that
and then the e-beg, like the hard e-beg for him, and I'm just like, To me, it's irritating because, as a community, we've been doing a lot to try to help Andy,
Yeah.
Navigate this situation. And I kind of look at it like a slap in the face that he would deal with someone that's the caliber of person that Lips is, to go around and kind of undo all we're trying to do. It's like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? Pardon the French, Ziggy, but like, what are you
No, you're
doing, bro?
good.
Like, it's like 99.9% of us trying to help you and your daughter and them get out a hole. Meanwhile, you're like backdooring us with this stuff with Lips, and it's like, man, what are you doing, bro? It makes me want to stop helping, is what it makes me want
Well,
to do.
she's not got its story correct. What she's putting out there is not even correct. Like, that's
Well,
what
this is the
pisses me
thing.
off.
Lips is putting his Cash App up there. I'll tell you why she did that. She put his Cash App in the post so that he can reap the benefits of that community post. So he will receive a couple Cash Apps or whatever, and he'll keep coming back and continuing to talk to her. So that's a tactic she's using.
That's what it is.
Yeah, she's using that
It's
tactic
bait.
to keep him. And what he's going to have to deal with now, see, Andy's going to be new to all this. Becca's going to be new to all this, where they're going to be approached by a lot of people. They're going to be promised a lot of things. But let's be honest. I'm not trying to be rude, but we know who the main creators are in this community who actually
Shit done.
Yeah, okay, we can say it that way. Lips is not a creator that anybody goes to get reliable information. She's looking for something she can latch on, like she did with Candace, remember? And then she's also got like Marlena in the background. She'll put out little bits and pieces.
Yeah, she's put out the whole thing.
But she doesn't have, could we, Ziggy, have you seen the videos of what Lips has done to her neighbor?
No, I only saw one. Was there?
Wow.
Where she was? Where
She
the
is
other?
stalking, and I'm not exaggerating. The neighbor has made her. No, not at all. The neighbor has made her TikTok completely private. I wouldn't have known this. Nicolina shared this stuff. I clicked on the stream and I immediately went over to the TikTok. I didn't listen to the stream that she did, but I did go and I looked for myself and went through all the neighbors' videos. Lips actually is hiding in the bushes of her neighbor. This is not an exaggeration. I thought she was sitting on a tractor way off in the background, but it took me 3 times watching the video to realize Lips was in her neighbor's bushes and you could see her moving around. Now, listen, it gets so bad.
Is this the stream that you're talking about right here?
Yes.
Bro,
Yes.
she built a tweaker blanket fence. I swear she has a whole blanket fence made out of old quilts and blankets with wood between them to make sure so she can't see her neighbor's house. I'm like, where the hell do they put up blanket fences?
Her neighbor has literally made a TikTok and she's got all kinds of followers. She's based her TikTok just on the fact alone she's got a psychotic neighbor, and her followers are like, please call the police. And she's like, she just went to court, I believe, on the 15th, she had said on her TikTok. This is like
Lips?
Yeah.
She thinks
her yard, yo. She's in the bushes, legit in the bushes, freaking her neighbor out, scaring the shit out of her. Her neighbor can't even go in her own backyard. It's so bad.
Oh my
I was
God.
shocked.
It was very strange that about 10 days ago my new house got doxxed. The address got doxxed. And then that day, that day they got doxxed in the middle of the night. Somebody did a DoorDash in my house, and then the next day, Lips is in there apologizing for DoorDashing to my house, and I'm like, that's silly. You spent money to DoorDash items and food to my house. Meanwhile, 3 days later, you're online e-begging for school clothes for your kids. Like, come on, you should have saved that $7.
this woman is terrified. She said a couple months ago, she said, today was it for me. I'm finally terrified to go in my own backyard.
Oh my
Like,
God.
this is serious. I don't think that Andy and Becca should go further with her, but that's on
neither.
them. That's their choice. They will figure it out the hard way. I don't know what to say about that, but she's not anybody who can offer them anything. I mean, what's she really going to offer? There she is. And we shared also, I don't know how Becca feels about, or Andy, how they feel about the fact that she whacked off that doll and had her child also, and, you know, make these sexual gestures with a doll on a live stream.
It was emulating that behavior.
Yeah, and
How many
also
followers does that lady have? Does Lips think that is she trying to be famous or something?
No, I don't even
Infamous.
Infamous, yeah.
I don't even think he knew that the neighbor was putting this anywhere. Like,
okay.
I don't think she even knew the neighbor had a TikTok, but this is really serious, this stuff she's doing to her neighbor. But I mean, take it or leave it. If Andy or Becca is listening, they're going to have to decide for themselves who they're going to choose to speak to. I would never advise they speak to this lady.
Oh, you're good, Izzy. Thank you for she said she wanted to apologize for her remark towards Tiffany.
Oh, no. I was talking about Lips.
Yeah. I don't know why her name's Lips. I've always thought that was strange. I remember when I first
Loose Lips. Remember?
Yeah, but well, yeah, that's true. It was
Loose Lips because she can't keep her mouth shut. Like yesterday when she chose to run around speaking about Jody's daughter the way that she
scared me like really bad when she got like mad at me. I mean, seriously, like she was legit crazy. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be mean, but for those who remember, I had a she like, oh my gosh, it was bad. It was so bad. It had to do with Tennessee. Can you guys remember what it was about? She freaked me out though. She was accusing me of like doxing, or it was my fault because she freaked out on my stream or something, and it was my fault that people were calling CPS on her or something like that. It was absolutely ridiculous, whatever it was. And like she started talking how she couldn't wait for the vigil so she could run into me, and she's gonna punch me in the face. I'm like, oh my God, this lady is crazy. And that's when I decided not to go to the vigil, because I'm like, I'm not going there to, that at least I wasn't planning on it anyways. Like, I'm not going to go disrupt something that's for summer. You know what I mean? If me not going to it will cause less distraction, then I'm just not going to go. I'm going to put, in that instance, I'm going to put summer first because that's for her. I'm not going for me.
Usually, Ziggy, I wouldn't worry about Lips, truly. I just think, I don't even know how she's really even a topic. I say don't give her any attention at all, because that's what she wants. She's looking to build her channel. She's looking to use Andy. And she's going to try to get him money in his Cashapp so that he keeps coming back to her. And that will be probably to his detriment. She's not going to do any favors. But
it is true. I mean, because that's kind of like, I'm not gonna go into a big drama thing. I'm just saying that's kind of like with Bombshell. Like, I didn't know who she was, and she just like out of nowhere just started coming at me, and I knew that she was trying to do basically pull a 6-up, or like you said, build a channel, because at the time channels were, people were watching shit on me, like hate channels and stuff. At that time, nobody cares anymore, but 6-up's still going. But anyways, Bombshell saw it work. Huh?
6-up is still working with you?
Yes, wow. I need to get that. Yeah.
Damn.
She'll be served, and I mean, I still have to if you go to the Ohio or the Indiana Protective Order Registry, you can look up her name and it still shows unserved. I have to, basically, she keeps avoiding being served. The sheriffs gave up and everything because she's got installed cameras, been going out the back door. So now all I have to do is it's called posting. And that's why I don't mind saying it on here, because there's no way she can get out of it at this point, because once you like get to a point, there's like, they have like loopholes and stuff like that when somebody's avoiding service. And
yeah, you have to, because if you still got somebody dangerous out there that knows how to avoid and evade the serving process, that doesn't make them any less dangerous to the person that's applying for the order.
Yeah, and it's important. I feel like if anybody's like, and it wasn't to cause her real life problems, I would have dropped it if it wouldn't have continued. But like, if
Can I? Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just my point of bringing up that was just with what you were talking about trying to get views with Bombshell. I had no idea who she was, but anyways.
Well, like that, I have plenty to say about Bombshell, but back to Lyft really quick also, because I really think it's important to say this.
Yeah.
If Andy's in a situation where he's worried about his little girl, and I believe he is, also along with his significant other, I think he does care. I think he very much so does care. And I think that he is worried, and I think he wants her safe. Why would he ever be okay with somebody? The only person in this community yesterday that I saw put his daughter out there to exploit her. And that's what I would say to Andy. Yesterday was a really great display of what her intentions are. Her intentions are clearly only just to say, look at me, I talked to Andy, look at me, I have information. She did not care about the well-being of Andy's daughter. She didn't care about the fact that any personal information might have been put out there to embarrass her, to make things worse for her, to possibly put her in more danger. And that's what I would say to Andy.
When people pull that stuff, when they pull this, like, oh, I'm going to hold information to try to benefit myself and financially or whatever reason, or for views, that shows where you're, like, really where your heart is and what your intentions are, and it's not for the right reason. You're not doing it for the right reason. She's
now placing his Cashapp in a post about his daughter. A post about his daughter's anguish. So is Andy okay with a creator?
And as for pocket change too, sweetheart, Tiffany, she was like, if you got any spare pocket change, let's exploit this girl and her situation for pocket change. Hell yeah.
Yeah. And here's her dad's Cashapp. Right. So that's on Andy. If he wants to, involve himself with her, if he wants to, I couldn't care less who he goes to, who he talks to. I'm just saying, I can't.
For the sake of his daughter.
Come on, let her up, Ziggy.
It's because I would love to talk to you too. Because I have like so much shit on you. Let's
do it, Mom. You want to come up here?
We're gonna have old school.
Go ahead, let's do it. Come right up.
We're gonna have old school Ziggy here. Old school Ziggy, Jerry Springer style.
Bombshell has to distract from what's important. Gone. Who owes you money? Bitch, I fucking gave you money. Sit your fucking fat ass down. Why don't you give back the money I fucking gave you, you fuck? Don't you tell me I owe you money. What are you, fucking dumb? I owe you money?
The link's pinned. Why is she being a coward? Isn't the link pinned, guys?
You got fucking nerve, dude. For real. I gave you money. But I owe you money? Fuck out of here. I'll take those Cash Apps back, bitch.
Not gonna even come
I never would have fucking said a word about it if you didn't just say that.
Hey,
why aren't you come up?
You can pay her back. You can pay her back by putting her playlist on play while you're asleep.
No, she doesn't care. She's one of those like
half a cent of you. It adds up.
Her Yeah, I know. She won't take a link. I don't know. And if she does, I don't know. She probably will actually, because she's one of those people. Oh, all publicity is good
She wants,
publicity.
how many people you got watching? 680? She wants
700 almost. So yeah,
I'm not
like,
tough. Nah, Bum. I think I'm pretty fucking tough. I think I'm pretty fucking tough when it comes to all of you motherfuckers. Come on up here since I'm not tough. You want a link? Come take one and get up here and tell me about myself and set me straight. I'd like to see you do that.
Funny how you're trying to say I'm a yeah, she was trying to say that I'm a druggie and a scammer. Then come to find out she's like the worst ever scammer. Like
really, which straw cut at a 45-degree angle? Like what the hell you use that for?
Such a hypocrite. That's what another reason. Like
you're refilling her olive oil.
You brought me and Tiffany together and that whole situation. Like, thank you, because I'd much rather align with. I mean, you were like 6up trash. Like seriously, that's who you belong with. Is 6up. That's how bad you are.
It's not her.
You got to be real. You got to be real careful because if you go over the edge,
was it not her?
She's going to go on another campaign for money.
Shit, was it really not her? Hold on, let me see.
I'm still good with exactly what I said.
It doesn't look like it was her. She'll probably end up here though. Now I'm sure somebody will let her know. So now she's.
That's fine. I don't care.
I would love to freaking tell that girl off. Like, I mean, now that she's already got the attention she wanted, it won't really like. It won't
she
really
talks shit about me every day anyway on her stupid channel. I never acknowledge her. So there you go. I did.
Yeah, I would try so hard to act like I didn't know who she
was.
was.
So corny. Like, oh my god.
What was that?
No, I would say just one thing. Just out of pure love, and that's it. In terms of Becca and whoever she decides to speak to. No, I'm not referring to anyone specifically, but I would just say, Becca, if you're speaking about the situation with Chattanooga, it might be better to, support your man and your new to be stepdaughter and just kind of stay out of that other stuff. Like it's plenty untied and undone already. And to get to ego battles with the stool is just, it's not good. So, maybe just leave that part out of the repertoire and just focus on, moving forward with your new guy, your new ring, and, your new stepchildren. And don't get involved in looking back and going back and dealing with that old stuff, because I'll tell you what, Becca, I promise you, about the time you try to hook that whole situation, you'll be dealing with JodiSue moving forward for the rest of your life. And I think the key right now is to really try to pattern your new life with Andy and all of this new stuff, pattern it in a way that it does not contain an everyday device of JodiSue. Like be able to live past that. And that's the one piece of advice that I would give to Becca. Other than that, I think that you are a great addition to Andy's life. But this bad native work on the YouTube and all this stuff, it doesn't need any extra hands. It does fine all on its own.
Well, I would hope, I don't know Becca, but and they're new to this, right?
Absolutely.
But I don't know Becca, but how does she not recognize? So Andy might not, because he's a guy, right? Or maybe she did. I don't know. Maybe she did say, I don't really fuck with her. Maybe, and he did anyway. I don't know. But take a look around. Check out the channels that you've seen. See who you blend with. See who you think is best. But also, first and foremost, I know that they care about the little one. And would you want that creator to be any kind of spokesperson for her? If you wouldn't allow her to be a spokesperson for her, or if you wouldn't allow her to be in her presence, then choose someone you would trust, like Adrian or Jenny. Do you know what I'm saying? I think
I agree.
Andy and Becca are safe with Adrian, with Gavel. and Trauma Mama. Like this is the thing. You don't want to go to too many people. You want to stay consistent with one person or several or whatever, a small group, but don't venture off too far with anybody you don't know or you're not familiar with, because everything you do, it's going to have a lasting effect, and you'll be dealing with the consequences of dealing with someone like Lips for years to come on YouTube. And it will be a stain on the little one's name is all. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, sorry, I'm still laughing about all that bombshell stuff. No, I felt like we were about to like jump her or something.
I had the same introduction to her as you, Ziggy. Like, I had no idea who the lady was until she went live 16 nights in a row about me, and I'm like, who is this gal? And
so
then I see how the horn turned for her, the worm turned. And next thing you know, she got all her dirty laundry in the U-Haul out there for the whole YouTube to see. I'm like, oh man, that sucks.
It's like clockwork with these people. Yeah. They go after the ones that have the, when the views at the time, they do it purposely just to build their channels. And I was proud of you for ignoring her as long as she did. Because I could see that you were doing that. Because I talked to Penny about it. I'm like, this chick, I've heard of her from the drama community. I knew she was like white trash as they can get already, but I was surprised I never seen her in my chat or anything like that. But so it was really weird and out of left field. I'm like, how she wants me to like go after her. That's what she's trying to do. She's trying to provoke me to cause some kind of war.
Aiding you to chase her.
Yeah, I could tell. And she was sending me freaking text. I never have texted a girl. She just texted me out of nowhere. I didn't give her my number. And she was sending me emails like, oh my God, like horrible emails, anything to try to provoke me. And they were so bad. Bombshell. I don't even know her. I had never had a conversation with her ever, or been on panel or nothing. Never, ever talked to the lady. And she just.
Well, you know what was weird, Ziggy? I'll tell you something funny. And I'm sure she'll play this later because she'll be so irritated. But I remember saying, why is she talking about Ziggy again? Like, why can't we talk about what matters? Like, there was so much going on that was important. When she would talk, she'd be like, I'm going for Ziggy tonight. I'm like, why? Why do we have to talk about Ziggy? Like, Ziggy's being covered by 3 other people right now. Like, why?
Know. It was boring. Nobody cares. Like, I have like dropped off out of the community. I just kind of like snuck away. And he dropped. I'll went back up if he comes back up.
I think he was crackling. He might have lost his battery.
Yeah, but no, like I kind of dropped out of the community and stuff, and it's like nobody seriously cares about what I don't even get. I haven't even been really covering true crime. I don't even get the numbers anymore. Move on. Like, really? And it's just ridiculous. And I knew it. She seemed like such a follower because I'm like, man, I never thought I'd see the day where people are actually like now putting Six Up on a pedestal. Like she's some kind of like, I don't know. They're like, wow, they saw it worked for Six Up. There's a lot of copycatters, it seems like, and then I noticed, and then like clockwork, Six Up starts going after cracking cases because now their channel is doing really well and get the numbers, and now she's going after him. So you guys should pay attention and watch this. They do it on purpose. Some of the people like truly do go after specific ones.
Mm-hmm. What is that? I wasn't looking. Sorry. Was that a dinosaur?
Y'all are gonna laugh y'all's ass off. My son, he gets upset when I take the dinosaurs out of the bed. So I have to leave the dinosaurs.
Oh my God, do you get those must hurt when you roll over on them.
Do they ever?
Holy
I can't
shit,
even
those
dare.
are worse than Legos.
I'm subject to get a call from him and he'll say, how's the dog? And then let me see my dinosaurs. I can't come up here and act like I'm putting these dinosaurs in the bed. They have to stay
You
here.
should put
So,
them,
yes.
Benny. You should put them up above the little headboard thing you got there and like line them all up. Yeah, that way you don't roll over on them.
He likes them to keep me safe, so I keep them right there.
Oh, that's so cute. Hey, have you tried out the VR headset thing yet, where you can see everything? Oh my God, they have a Jurassic Park thing on there.
We did it at the Urban Air trampoline park. He's like, oh, I gotta do it.
Okay. I was gonna say I got one of those.
We went over there. I put that thing on him, and it was about 2 minutes later. He's like, Daddy, my tummy's upset.
Oh, it does kind of make you it can make you kind of sick, like sick type. Yeah, it did that to me too. But those things are really cool. I just thought of that because, yeah, they have a Jurassic Park thing on there, and but it feels so real. Like I've actually screamed like really loud when something jumped out because it seems sometimes you can forget that it's fake. It's crazy. Yeah, I do love my Oculus. I know, right, Lana? We do. It's cool.
So, did she go live or no?
Oh,
thought it was scheduled for 5:30.
Oh, let's check.
Jody, you can put this off for however long you want. I'm still gonna stream you later.
Not all night.
Hell yeah.
Well, we'll just come back on. One of us will come back on.
We will, and we'll stay. We're taking turns. We are literally rotating and taking shifts. So good luck.
Look, here it is. She I don't know. It looks like she is putting it off.
It's gone. I don't even see it. Oh, it's there?
Yeah, upcoming.
Okay.
It says 5:30 today at 5:30, so she just hasn't showed up yet.
23. The only 23.
She keeps pushing it back. First it was like 4:05, then it was 4:30. She keeps pushing it.
She can't take her eyes off of us.
I don't know. So I'm sure she's watching, but I don't know. That can't be healthy. Like at times I do feel bad for her because I'm like, she's upset.
You kind of have to. It's like a pity feeling, right?
Yeah, it is. Yeah. And that's what I was saying earlier. And I feel bad because I know like she's going through a lot. Everybody just does not like her. Everybody knows like her onto her and stuff like that. And I'm sure it's tough ending that the relationship ending after so many years, and then him, now engaged to be married next month. Like that's. I mean, I feel bad for her, but like a lot of this is, I don't know. It's like she can't stop it. It's like an addiction or something.
Absolutely an addiction. Absolutely. And you know what else? I think that being on YouTube, she can control whatever narrative gets thrown out 24/7. So she gets the information immediately in her chat. Whatever's going on, she gets, the heads up. She can handle it right there, tackle it head on, lie about whatever she wants to, and do her damage. She's always on damage control, always. Yeah. And but the thing is she doesn't realize that she's doing herself no favors by blocking everybody, because there are so many people blocked over there. Nobody can chat except like the 24 people that are able to. She's not. See, I make friends with my trolls most of the time. And half the time when you really like have people just want to ask like a question, or they just want to understand. It's very simple. These people are harmless. They just want to ask questions. They just want to understand what's going on. She has made this a place where nobody can speak. You have to wait 7 days to chat in there. And by the time people get in, they've got one shot to ask their question. Okay. And that question, you got to fit it into 200 characters, because your account that you made to wait a whole week to get into chat, you've got one shot. It's going to be there for 3 seconds. She's going to see it and she's not even going to answer you. So
she makes you wait a week to be able to subscribers.
I think it's 7 days.
I don't know. I've never tagged in her chat, but that's crazy. Right now it's on members only. So She wants that money. I mean, that's a tactic to get money. Like right now would be, a lot of people would be like, now would be the time for me to put on members only, because that's what you'll notice. Like certain creators do that. I don't know. This is supposed to be about she especially, like, she cannot talk about other YouTubers and stuff about the money thing. And she does a lot of times, but she's worse. I don't understand how she doesn't get it. I mean, you're supposed to kind of, in a way, like, not represent.
Well, why have a channel? Why not just go back to Facebook where you only had 2 people watching? There's no difference. Why would you come to YouTube so that nobody can talk to you? She's only hurting her channel. And YouTube, they get rid of these types of channels that have, if you block too many people, YouTube will delete your channel. Did you know that?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The YouTube, the bots are very sensitive. Like, they pick up on, I'm not just saying this, you can ask anybody. They pick up on the way that the channels are run. If you block everybody but 6 people, you're probably not going to last long, because they will get rid of those channels. It affects your channel, and it also affects you as a creator when
it does
allow anybody to chat. Like, then people are super chatting to her to talk, but their super chat's not going through, and she's not getting the money because they're blocked. Like, wow.
Correct.
Not winning.
Oh, really? You can't get a super chat if they're blocked?
No.
It says unable to process.
Oh, really?
That's how I go around and see if I'm blocked at places. Instead of chatting, I'll just try to send a 99-cent super sticker, and if it won't let me, I'm like, oh yeah, I'm blocked. Never mind.
I didn't know that, because I thought I've had people super. What's going on? Why is Athena barking? That's weird. She never barked.
Barbie, it's okay to think Andy is sus. You don't have to be sorry. You could think anybody's sus.
She got the big girl bark now.
Right?
Yeah.
She's so smart. She's probably, like, I mean, no offense,
easily smarter than Don.
Yeah, probably the smartest, like, from Ben Hill. Like, I mean, she's super intelligent. But Benny, you have like 500 blocked.
Easily.
500 isn't enough to make a impact like that, though. But I would guarantee you, Jody's probably got a good 2,000, 3,000 blocks.
That's crazy.
Oh yeah.
And she'll lose those subs will fall off too.
She should just come up here if she's listening, and she might as well just take a link, I guess.
Yeah, bite the bullet.
That would be interesting.
She would never.
I mean, I don't know. She seems, she's a tough cookie. Like, to me, I don't know. She's kind of I don't know. I can't imagine her getting along with people very well.
But I don't, because she can't even handle having a conversation. She can't even handle saying, you know what? I'm not going to block you, but I'm also not going to answer your question. Like, she's not that tough. If she can't answer a simple question, she's got to block every single person that tries to communicate with her. That's not tough at all.
It's like criticism actually causes her physical pain.
What does?
It's like criticism actually causes her physical pain.
Oh, yeah. She'll say you're tormenting and traumatizing and torturing her family.
Exactly.
Well,
harassing.
Sorry.
Keeping her in the box. Sorry, Ziggy.
No, I was just going to say, all I ask is from her is that she stops, like, lying about Summer's case. That's all I want, is just her to be honest. Like, from the, you know what I mean? But that's not going to happen.
It's taken her 439 days to talk about the events of 4 or 5 hours in her life a year ago.
Yeah. That's weird, right?
Wait till Dawn gets out. Wait till Dawn finds out what Jody said about Summer and other little girls. Wait till Dawn finds out.
Oh, yeah.
That's going to suck for Jody. She's not going to be the neighbor that helped anymore. I said that a couple days ago. He's going to probably have a way different demeanor when it comes to the whole situation I think that he was like thankful for her at first, like, oh, my neighbor, real good people. Now all those secrets, all the
Yeah.
drug deals, right, with Summer in tow.
Yep.
Yeah.
You know how Don said he went over there, he brought Summer over there. Yeah.
That's what it was
I
for.
think Don has a lot to say about Jodi. I just have a funny feeling. And that's why I think too she's getting scared. But I don't know.
Yeah, she should. You know what? She also should be scared because one of the guys that she snitched on the guy that she snitched on is getting out of prison any day, like in a couple weeks. So yeah,
maybe that's why
wow.
and
He's been gone like 10 years, huh?
Fred said that he's not a guy you want. Like, he's a scary guy. That's what Fred said. Anyways, I don't know.
Damn.
She said he acted like she should be really scared for this guy to be getting out here in September. And yeah, you're right. He was put in prison for like 10 years.
Damn.
Supposedly, the story
JodiSue has like accumulatively cost 32 people approximately 10 years of their life. So she's responsible for taking away almost 320 years of people's lives.
Can I ask you guys what you think about something? Because I've got a question. And maybe it's far-fetched. It's probably, I don't usually get into like conspiracy or anything like that. I try to stay completely away from it, but it's probably most wild speculation that I've probably said yet. But what do you think the chances are that maybe do you think it's possible? I'll word it like this. Do you think that it's possible that somebody could have mistaken Summer for Jodi's child and maybe seen her and thought Summer belonged to her? And do you think maybe she could have possibly had an enemy that wants to hurt her and maybe they thought Summer was her little girl? How likely do you think? Because I've thought about it for a while.
She even said the other day they went the wrong driveway.
Who did?
Jodi
didn't hear her say that? I guess she said something to her daughter about.
Jodi said that they got the wrong child. They went up the wrong driveway.
Yeah, she said.
Or did you go up the wrong driveway?
Wait, where is that? What do you mean? What was she talking about?
I do know that was said because I remember somebody
got the wrong child, went up the wrong driveway.
I didn't see it myself, but I heard other people talking about it.
Yes, I heard it, but it's going to be buried.
What was she referring to?
Look, Amanda L. She said it multiple times. She said it. It was like two, 3 nights ago. She said that.
Where is that?
Up the wrong driveway? Did you get the wrong child?
You never heard her say that? You never heard nobody told you about that?
No.
Oh, okay, because I just heard about it yesterday. So that makes sense, I guess. I would think that you would know before me, though.
Why would she say that?
I can't remember.
Somebody said it. But Steph said she has it clipped. Look down there. Mama Steph. Yeah, I have it clipped.
Can you send it to me?
Can we get that?
Yeah, Tiffany. It's like you probably onto something. Maybe because if you never saw that but feel that way, and then she just said that a few days ago, man, it is a strange statement or account to make after all this time. It's a very strange thing to say.
Well, I've only ever said it in private, and I've been saying it for a couple months now. Like, what are the chances that possibly somebody could have mistaken Summer for Jodi's child and wanted to hurt Jodi, and they took the wrong kid? Because look at Summer and look at Jodi. Jodi's got blonde hair. Well, she's got dark roots, but Summer's got blonde hair. I just.
I'll play that. Skilo said that she's going to upload it. So.
I knew Skilo would have it.
Yeah, she said she's going to upload it, so I'll be on the lookout for that.
And I'm not saying that happened. Please don't get me wrong. I'm just saying, do you think it's a possibility? Maybe 10% possibility. Who knows? It
Hey,
doesn't have to be.
Ronnie Lawson said everything and anything is on the table. So,
I mean, I never have thought that, but I just have never, my mind's never gone there. So
I thought
she
it
said
when
it
I
on the
found
same.
out.
She said it on the same night that that she was talking about having made the police call for Carly Trent.
yes, that's what
The
somebody was
same
telling
night.
me about. Yes,
Yeah.
I remember. I can't remember who was telling me about this or where I
Can
heard
I
it.
address I'm a cliche in the chat. They hate me, but it's okay. Hold on. So I'm a cliche says that question from Tiffany is her classic modus operandi. Pose a question as wild speculation, put the possibility in people's minds while retaining plausible deniability. No, I'm a cliche because I believe that it could have actually happened. I am speaking about how I feel, and I know you can't stand me. You're always kind of like challenging me, but I truly have questioned this behind the scenes and in private, and I've never said it publicly before. And today I felt like actually saying it publicly. And if you don't like it, that's fine, but it is wild speculation. At least I said it is. At least I called it wild speculation and told everybody instead of saying, I think this. No, it's a wild theory. Okay. It's just one of many. And I'm not putting any kind of you're ridiculous. Putting the possibility in people's mind, excuse me,
we
the
always
possibilities are
come up
endless.
JodiSue put it the possibility in people's mind.
Yeah, we come
She
up
was
with some.
surrounded by complete losers. I'm a cliche. She was surrounded by criminals. This baby girl and all those children were surrounded by criminals.
Yeah, and to be fair, we all come up with wild spec. We all do that. It's not just like one person. Like, and that's just the truth. I mean, I'm not trying to like
I agree. That's the truth.
over the other. It's just it's true. Like,
and yeah.
When
Tracy
you're asked what your theory is,
she says her child has dark hair. Yeah, but if someone was in jail locked up for 20 fucking years, they don't know what color hair her kid has.
They're gonna think her child's gonna be blonde because she has blonde. I mean,
exactly.
Probably unless they've seen her child before. And actually, her son has light hair, right? I think from what I remember,
reddish.
Oh, reddish. And if you think, Andy has red hair and, her hair looks like she's blonde. So, yeah, people would think that I totally.
Who has given JodiSue the oxygen of publicity and why? Many have. And I'm one of them. And I fully admit that. I've also apologized. I'm a cliche. Can you go fuck yourself?
I did. I didn't go fuck myself, but I did at one time. I did at one time promote JodiSue. Like one time what is Athena barking about? That's crazy. That's weird. My daughter must have went outside. I'll have to check on that here in a second. Gabble Geek said it was her that told me about the Carly Trent thing. Okay, well, I'm still gonna. I'll play that as soon as Skilo lets me know she's uploaded it. And
I have never heard Jodi say that. So there's people in the chat that are saying that.
What's Benny? Benny, are you laughing?
No, not at all.
What are you laughing about?
Ziggy is like, I did that one time.
Oh, this.
Because I was like, can you go fuck yourself? And you're like, I've done that.
Can you go fuck yourself?
I didn't, because they're gonna clip it and be like, oh,
that's okay. We all.
She could have just as easily been asking, can you go get the remote controller?
Everyone's done it at one time or another.
I don't know. I say stupid things. So
I'm an idiot too.
And I've been smoking Delta 8, so that probably adds to it. And it's legal in Indiana where I'm at, so spare the CPS.
So it ain't drugs.
You've been smoking Delta 8, Ziggy?
Yeah. And
is that why you're so giggly?
Yeah,
Stay away from that stuff. Buy real stuff.
Get the real. Don't get that.
Well, it's
synthetic
illegal
stuff.
here in Indiana. It's illegal here in Indiana. So
I
even if I
don't
had the real stuff,
care
I had to
about
say
that.
I'm smoking Delta
Listen.
8.
I don't care about that.
I don't care about
No,
that.
and the CPS workers didn't care either. Did you hear that I had
Really?
CPS here last
That
week?
you know that the prohibition of cannabis was based on race, right?
No.
Reason
Yes,
that-
because they used to. The American government used to think
Yes.
they used to actually put out propaganda that said that if you gave marijuana to the black man, he would grape white women.
Oh my
That
god.
was actually the thing.
Watch
And they
the movie
also
Reefer Madness.
they had propaganda called Marijuana Girl, which suggested to white America that if you partook in marijuana, that you would become a prostitute.
What the heck? It's not freaking cocaine. What the hell?
That's how they brainwashed the
Not crack.
masses. That's how they brainwashed the masses, and that is what led
Smoke
to
weed every day.
the prohibition of
alcohol
cannabis.
is,
Yeah.
the only thing I don't like about smoking weed every day, I love weed, but I don't like how I don't get high after a while. So I have to like stop and
You got to get your vitamins in you. The vitamins
I
will
just
keep
don't
you
get really
chemistry
not
straight.
the same. So
You had CPS last week?
yeah, and
My
they would
goodness.
and I wish I would have recorded the whole visit because it was
You're supposed to.
it went so like good, and all they did was talk shit about people wasting resources and stuff. We just bitched about it the whole time, and they were asking questions on my YouTube channel. So yeah, the haters did
How
not
long
like
until your daughter is old enough that you don't have to worry about that, Ziggy?
I don't
couple
know, like
years or-
what, 16 or something, or is it 18? She's
No, it's
18.
18. Yeah, because, well, I believe so.
It's what, 18?
18, I believe.
Yeah, I just know it's
yeah.
16.
Yeah.
Huh? They did what?
So
No, I'm sorry.
a couple years or.
Yeah, she's 14, but
Oh, okay. Okay.
so really, but I'm not worried about it because like the only thing that I would have to be worried about would be marijuana. I don't need it. Like if I had to quit weed, it would not be a big deal to me. And they're not really worried about that. They
Ziggy,
came
it
in,
should
I let
be.
them look around.
It should be legal soon. I mean, pretty soon. I would say by 2024, it'll be just about legal everywhere, recreational.
Probably once my daughter.
It's supposed to go in front of Congress now on a federal level.
Because that's the only reason why I care is because my daughter. Otherwise, I don't care.
Right.
Like, you know what I mean? If I didn't have my daughter living here, I would not care about that because I think weed is alcohol is like way.
Well, it's crazy. Yeah, alcohol is so much more dangerous, and that's part of way back when. You know, doesn't make any sense. You know, alcohol actually does kill. Alcohol impairs you. Alcohol has killed.
It's been tearing up families for 500 years.
Yeah. And listen, there were 500,000 people at Woodstock. Do you want to know how many people died?
How many?
None.
One. And it was a guy that passed out drunk under a truck that drove over him.
Good night team strategy. Had he been smoking, he'd have heard them shut the door.
But they were but really,
that's right.
weren't they probably doing acid and stuff like that? Man, I could see a lot of people killing themselves on acid. Like,
but they didn't tell you that it was a dude that just smoked a big old fat joint.
But think about how many
drunk
people.
under the tire.
That's a lot of people, and weed has never killed anybody, ever.
No, I mean, I can't imagine the smoke's really good for you or these vape. We don't know much about the vapes and stuff, but if I'm gonna, I would much rather. It helps with depression and stuff. I think I don't know. It doesn't work as well when I do it every day. Like that's the thing. I kind of like to take little breaks, but then during those breaks, I kind of feel weird. Like I'm like, you know what I mean? Like I don't feel quite right because I get so used to it. So I don't like being dependent on a substance. And I feel kind of not dependent on it. It's not addictive. Like
reliant is a better word.
Yeah, I'm just, because I can sometimes, like you guys will be able to tell if I've been smoking because I'll say extra crazy things like that whatever I just said.
Or you'll be smoking it online.
Or we smoke it. Yeah, but you're in a state that's legal, so right? Or I don't know if you're or not, but
nope.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess I shouldn't put that. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
I live in the wild, wild west.
I mean, you've already pretty
You can
much.
still shoot people here for stealing your cows.
Yeah,
They
well,
don't
that's the
care.
good thing, though. I was happy to get it over with. I'm surprised it took a year for them to get here. You know what I mean? Like, now I got that. The first one's really the one you have to worry about. Like, now they know, like, I do YouTube, and there's going to be, people, like, that happens to you all the time, Benny. Like, I'm sure,
all the time.
I'm sure Tiffany is probably,
I'm at 44 from YouTube.
What?
Have you had
44.
CPS? Have you had a CPS show up at your house, Tiffany?
No, because my son is grown.
Oh, yeah, but
you
even before he was 18, that never happened?
No.
Wow, you got so lucky.
You know what? Back in the day, I just always knew it could be a possibility. And when he hit 18, I was just like,
that's the first time I've ever seen
CPS. I mean, he's grown now. I mean, he's got a full-time job. Like, I don't know, like, what
I knew your son was older. I knew your son was like almost 18 when
I had him when I was young. I had him when I was really young.
What if you got pregnant again? Oh my gosh.
Oh my God. What if I got pregnant again? Not trying to do that. You know what's crazy? I have major baby fever sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's another thing too, Nay, is that I only just recently started being like a little bit more candid. No one's ever heard his voice. No one's ever seen him on camera. I've never made him a part of. I've never included him in YouTube. I've
even made him multi-ethnic. So there.
Yeah, you did do good about that. People know he exists, but you don't hear him. And
yeah. Some people are like, I didn't know Tiffany had a kid, and then they're like, oh, she's a terrible mother. She never mentions her son. I'm like, what the fuck? He doesn't belong on YouTube.
You can't win. You know how that is. You know how it is. Like, I wish I would have learned from you guys, like when I first came on, like how YouTube was as far as like all this stuff, because it would have, I don't know. Actually, I probably,
you know what? It's really common. I think that, well, it's also sad because you see so many of these kids and, especially kids like Summer, okay, and I just found out just recently the situation in Tennessee, how bad it is with the system over there. I was reading up on it and doing some research because I was looking into, someone had asked the other night about Summer. I was having a conversation with somebody about CPS being involved with the Wells family. And when I started really thinking about it, I was on a Discord call and somebody had said something to the effect of, why they asked, do you think that they're trying to push Summer's case down, like, and push it away, like trying to make it go away? And my answer is yes, I do, because there was CPS involvement, and I feel that they would be at fault in some way, shape, or form. It's just my opinion that they would be at fault in some way. And if Summer's case was to really, do you know what I'm saying? So
yeah, I never thought of it like that.
Yeah, if they push it away and they don't bring a lot of attention to it, no one has to be held accountable. Whereas Harmony Montgomery, you see Massachusetts right now, look at what's going on. There's a complete, now they're saying, oh, we're already taking the steps that we need to. We're fixing things. They're trying to get ahead of the situation because this little girl was truly let down by not only Massachusetts, but New Hampshire, both states. When she left, they never checked to see if she made it okay. And that little girl was never checked up on when she was released back to her father. They never looked in on her one time. They did not follow through to see if she was enrolled in school. They didn't see if she made it there safe. She was missing for 2 whole years before ever reported missing. Now they have no idea where she is. They know she's passed. Massachusetts, I am embarrassed to be in the Northeast because this is shameful. How is it
Hell yeah.
possible that a little girl went missing for 2 whole years and nobody friggin' noticed? And shame on that system in Massachusetts. They didn't even go check up on her to make sure she made it okay. They didn't follow up. Nothing. So
I just,
Mm-mm-mm.
yeah, that's a good point. I didn't even think about like, oh my gosh, could this be like, could
absolutely.
you know, law enforcement be purposely? Could this be something done on purpose to? I mean, you know, like they're not really trying to find her because they don't want to. I don't know. Or maybe they're not trying to solve the case.
I think that they know. There's absolutely, I mean, I could only imagine what the reports look like, right? So,
well, I don't understand why they don't at least have like, why aren't they charged with neglect or something? I think, I don't know. I kind of want to hold off on that. And hopefully, I mean, and hope and believe that it's actually because they're just trying to get them, you know, really just make sure that they're, you know, kind of like what happened with who's a father that they had to release him because they didn't have enough. Why can't I think of Suzanne Morphew's husband? Like,
Very, yeah.
make sure they have the evidence to like really nail them and make sure, you know, and then they'll charge them with neglect and stuff, because you would think, well, why don't they go ahead and get them for neglect, and you know, they can hold them on that and tell, I mean, if they don't have the evidence to really get them on summer yet, because I think you would think that they would have to know that Candace is involved. Candace has to freaking know.
Allegedly.
Yeah, in my opinion, only.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
you know what I mean? And that's what I was going to ask.
You know, I think but
Oops, go
you
ahead.
see other cases that have a design that can make you hopeful. And one of those cases in our recent past is Orrin and Orson West, Classic and Sincere.
Yeah.
That case went
true.
unresolved for a long time, right at or just over a year. But in that case, what happened was because of the tight-knit community, there was a day when there were pictures captured of, you know, like 13 or 15 very, very well-dressed people in that vacant lot in between the missing's house and the nearest neighbor. And it suggested to everyone, well, okay, that's a grand jury. And sure enough, about 2 weeks later, the grand jury convened, and, you know, they're making an arrest. So, you know, you had that same dynamic with Jacqueline and Trezell, in that they also could have been charged with neglect. But when you look at their indictments, neglect isn't there. So it's like they go right on past that. So, you know, I'm hopeful that in this also tight-knit community here before too long, this can be some pictures of a grand jury convening on a scene somewhere, you know, in real time, trying to get the parameters of, you know, XYZ. And that will let you know. And I feel confident that a situation like that could happen, because we've seen it in other cases.
Did you guys see that live? I mean, I don't watch the interview room that much anymore. But last night's was really fascinating because of the guest. Did you guys watch that? The handwriting expert?
No.
Huh?
I haven't watched. The only thing I've watched on Chris's channel was the interview he did just recently.
I think it's uploaded to her channel. We'll have to pull it up from her. I think because the part that she did, like all they did was Chris did was play a video that she did particular, you know, just for that live stream. I think so. She might have it on her channel, so you don't have to give him the view and just watch, because that's the interest. I mean, oh my God, it was so fascinating. The stuff that she was saying about, she's like an expert. She as far as like handwriting, is able to tell people's personalities from handwriting. I didn't even know all that was possible.
Oh yeah, it's super interesting, Henry. Ziggy, I wanted to ask you if you could highlight somebody's question, somebody's comment, and it was right up here. If you nicely done, so nicely done, sad. Right here. What's crazy is at 6:23 p.m. What's crazy is We heard about multiple retaliatory CPS calls when Candace had a falling out with someone. Sounds like they called CPS on each other a lot. Maybe CPS is used to brushing it off. And my response to that was, that is why the abuse of the phone line like that is so dangerous. They have 30 days in Tennessee to schedule a visit after a report as well. So the children of Tennessee truly don't stand a chance when you've got parents who get a heads up that they're coming. They schedule visits.
Correct,
They
the
know
schedule visit.
what day, and they have 30 days to clean up before anyone even friggin' shows up in some cases. So,
and then 45 to make a decision. What wasn't it? 45 to make a decision, Tiff?
wow.
I think it was.
I don't know what it is on making a decision, but we wonder why. I mean, the situation is what it is. And that is if something happened with the parents, of course. But I sometimes wonder if maybe they were just a mess. But in the same token, I have to wonder if they were targeted. I do. I have to really say, like, from a year ago to now, I see things very differently. Very differently. My opinion's not the same as it was the first time I heard Don Wells talk. Ziggy.
Sorry.
I thought it was important.
I was just reading a text message, a shocking text message. Sorry, I don't think I could. I can't say it on here because wow, it's not about summer or anything, but gosh, it was about lips. But it's like,
and
really,
God bless Plastic and Sincere. Truly,
I
know you brought up the West Boys. Well, the Pettis boys, because I can't stand calling them, the West Boys. I feel that their names were changed on purpose, and they took away their names and their identities, and think about them all the time.
This right here is the lady that was on her, and there's only 393 views. I'm telling you guys have to watch this. Like,
what's the name?
It's I'm gonna share the link. It's I don't know how to say it. Forensology. Yeah, Forensology with Dr. Mazel Martin, and she only has 393 views. This is what was played on. It was played on Chris McDonough's last night, and she was a guest. And it's all it is her assessment of Candace and Dawn's handwriting, and it is so crazy good. I'm telling you.
How long is that?
It's like 30. If it was short, I could.
Yeah.
I mean, I can play some of it if you want me
to. Play
to.
Like a little bit. I'd love to hear like a little bit.
Yeah. Well, let's see.
And then there is an upper line that is drawn across all the middle zone letters that divides the upper zone and the middle zone. In a nutshell, the upper zone represents one's future mental acuity and perceptions, concepts, spiritual beliefs, intellectual and cultural inspirations, daydreams and fantasy, creativity, and more. The middle zone represents today's action regarding daily concerns, emotional expression, logical,
here, I'll fast forward it a little bit
to
where she gets to their reading or their.
The lower zone represents one's past sexual page of writing, the full sample at once. There's a lot of information that I could immediately acquire through all of the messiness and inconsistencies. If you turn your eyes to the upper zone strokes, you will see that some are inconsistent and represent many things, including a controlling mindset, someone who knows exactly what's going on, and someone who prefers the facts. Now, the lower zone strokes that are also inconsistent represent many things as well, such as an inferiority complex, emotional volatility that could force people to feel like they're walking on eggshells around her. She can be difficult to get along with. She can also be a sexual explorer who is vulnerable to temptation and ready to indulge, especially since she tends to lack self-control. She seems to struggle to satisfy her appetite for money, sex, and variety. She focuses on self-protection and survival, and
Is this like an
needs to feel
actual
secure.
science, or
Whenever
is
she
this
does
something
feel
different?
insecure,
She's an actual expert. Like, she works for the FBI.
Okay, all right.
I think
Okay,
is
cool.
what so she's like actually like I think she has a book and everything.
Okay.
She's really legitimate, and she actually did not
Fair enough.
know about them. Like, she doesn't like to. She's not like into the case. You know what I mean?
Gotcha.
So
Good, a fresh
because
set of
that's
eyes.
important to know. That's important to know, because she said it could have been anybody's handwriting. She said, and it would be the same thing. Because that's at first I'm like thinking, has she been into this case? It sounds like she just knows her. You know what I mean? But she says that she purposely doesn't like to know too much about.
She doesn't pollute her bias.
Yeah, she's done. Guys, does anybody remember like what whose handwriting? She's done a lot of been help.
I've never
helped
heard
with
of
a lot
her
of
before.
cases and stuff. It's so fascinating. Oh my God, I would, and you can pay her to have her do your own handwriting. Like, she has that option on her. I mean, once you see that, I was tempted. I'm like, man, I don't know how much she charges, but she's like freaking good.
You know what's crazy? I don't know about anybody else. Maybe I'm the only one, but does anyone else's handwriting change sometimes? Because I know
Yeah, she
mine.
talks about that too. They she asked all those questions on Chris's and I don't know. I kind of am iffy on Chris lately, so I haven't been watching him as much. But like that, I pulled him up for a second just to check it out. I'm like, I
won't comment here on your channel. I'll save you the.
Yeah, it's just, you can. I mean, but this is what they play. But she ends up, answering questions after they play this, and they ask her. People were asking her questions about that, like how your handwriting changes. It has to do with your mood. Like, that's part of like how she's able to see like if you're moody or not. Like, if your handwriting changes, like if she has a longer handwriting sample, it's easy. She could probably tell more. But like, she goes over Don's letter, one of his letters from jail, about Summer, and it's longer. And she was actually able to prove that it was actually Don's handwriting too. And not Tim Mullins. He didn't write any of them. So she proved that, and she's able to tell by spacing, like sometimes the pressure of the pen, like I don't know how she does that. She's able to tell how much pressure they were putting down on the paper. I don't know if it's I don't know how she does it. Later on, she shows, like, here, maybe I can show what I'm talking about, because it's hard to. She shows, so see here, she's drawing lines. There's like, it's just crazy. I mean, I never, like how right here, like how Candace on the first line, she's like, instead of going to the next line for law enforcement,
she jammed it all together.
Yeah, right here.
Yeah.
So that has something to do with her personality, I guess, or the type of whatever's going on. And then later on, she shows how the pressure of how much pressure her pen is putting on the paper. Right here. See how this is?
I want to know why there's nothing on the line that I care about the most. I don't understand.
That's interesting right there.
I want to know why I want to know what exactly was going on when she wrote the sentence. I don't understand why, because I want to know if that's a lie. I don't understand why this is being said. I don't understand why. I want to know what she would think about that. Go ahead.
And she was saying, and like how they would, about capitalization. She pays attention to like capitalization, like if words are capitalized and stuff. And this A down here on the bottom, I mean, you can't really see it because it's the way she circled it. It looks like she wrote the A part like more than once. You see what I'm saying? The circle of the A.
Yeah.
I guess that has something like to do with her, like, I don't know. She said it had to do with sexual perversion or something like that. I'm like, oh my God, this is crazy. Like, the stuff that she was claiming was pretty intense, but it was very interesting. Like, at some points I'm like, oh my God, like, is she allowed to say these things? Some of it was pretty, intense, like, things that she was claiming, but it was very interesting. No one looks at descriptions. But here, I will share her link so you guys can check because it is really cool. And I hope that, I mean, it'd be nice if she got the views, but.
Yeah, well, Penny just asked in the chat, did no one share her link last night? It's only got 400 views. And I'm like, probably not, because that doesn't make much sense. Like, only 400
Right,
views.
it has. Right, that's why I was surprised. I mean, as good as she was, I couldn't believe that she doesn't. None of her videos have like lots of views. I don't know if she only has. I was expecting
I'm a cliche.
her to have.
Yeah, they're a doctor. Okay, I'm a cliche. You're a doctor, all right.
But she is freaking good. I mean, she has on here some analysis of Brian Laundrie. I started watching that, his letters.
Ooh,
and yeah,
what about
that was Amber Heard? Joe Biden. So.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
Sleepy Joe.
Huh?
God. I shouldn't say that. Oh my God, I'm getting political here. God. We'll be fighting about. Oh God.
I know.
Thank you, Joe Marie.
Say it. Sorry, it came right out.
Jerry Epstein. That's another fascinating thing to me. I don't know. I mean, I think that you guys all can relate probably if you all are into true crime and stuff. This is we probably all have similar
cool
like taste in this type of stuff.
Subbed. Yeah, I subbed up.
But yeah, look, she only has like the most views she has on one of her videos is 3.3 thousand, but the rest of them only have like 100 views or something. So I don't know. I don't know if she's like streaming elsewhere too or something.
You know what? It'll only take one crazy case for her to probably blow up, right?
Heck yeah.
Yeah.
She'll be the next Todd Grande.
She seems to be like know what she's talking about. So, but I did miss some of Chris's live.
I'm gonna check it out later.
Yeah.
I'll probably fall asleep to that at night, like watching it. Do you know what I mean? I love listening to stuff like that when I go to bed at night.
Yeah, but I just didn't want to play her whole thing because I was like kind of surprised that she didn't have very many views. But how does that make sense? 142 likes and 432 views. That can't be correct.
She gets a high interaction.
It's correct. And she was on a Summer Wells live last night with Chris, so that's really interesting.
Like they didn't share the link for her stuff.
Huh.
Did we get the link to the clip where Jody's talking about the wrong driveway?
Skilo's uploading it right now.
Okay, cool.
Is it?
Yeah.
Has Skilo said anything?
So, yeah, she just wrote that it's uploading.
Okay, cool.
I keep and I was like, I'm waiting, tapping my fingers.
Yeah, I keep checking every once in a while, like but
so okay. You know what? While we're here, you should play on Skilo's channel. I can't see it very well. Hold on a second. She's got some really good stuff over there, and she is amazing when it comes to JodiSue. Hold on, let me see. So,
heck yes, she is.
I can show the fun of, more of the handwriting analysis. I just didn't want to. I mean, really, my channel in comparison to Chris McDonough's, like he had a couple thousand in there in his chat. So, I guess this is nothing compared to his channel.
Ziggy, how about the one, why is JodiSue meeting with Brad Wishon, 423 Chase, in June of 2022? I think that's a really good subject to talk about because I'm going to be probably talking about that really soon. There's more I need to say about.
She is? Okay. All right. Let's watch this then. Because she care if we play it?
Skila? No. Share a link, of course.
Okay. Yeah, I'll share the link. Okay.
So here's a question I do not know the answer to, and that's why is JodiSue meeting with Brad Wishon currently, like recently in June? I know she recorded a live that day. I saw it. I also saw BK do a live about the live, but the title was mildly offensive, so he deleted it. While I admire your personal growth, could you tell me when that was recorded, please? I'm going to be playing some audio from Tiffany's live stream yesterday. That was July 4th. It's part 4 in her series, The Innocent Children of Ben Hill, where she and AB are having a conversation. AB's commentary stays because it's on point, and there'll be links in the description.
Yeah, why is she so motivated to be involved in this situation as in comparison to other neighbors around? Why did she have to insist and want to come in with some vague story about hearing, oh, I think I heard something. I think I heard a scream, but I just don't know. I don't know if it's associated with it or not. Saw a flash. I saw a fucking flash. Who describes shit like that if you're not full of shit? First of all, most people would be embarrassed to come to law enforcement to give them such a vague description of anything, because you, in fact, ma'am, probably eyed up being even more of a suspect after that point. What was your motivation to throw them off? To create an alternate diversion that you and Brad Wishon could operate in with ease? But you saw quickly that it wasn't going to go like that.
Ziggy, is the volume all the way up?
You and Brad. He nailed that.
It seems quiet to me too.
Yeah.
I don't know. Is it just the channel?
I don't think so. Check the volume on that. Right. Huh. Okay, go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt. It
is quiet to me too. And I even had to turn up my speaker because so yeah.
It's okay. Okay.
That's right. You and Brad Wishon.
She met with him only several weeks ago. Remember the night? Do you guys remember the night that Jodi told everybody she had a date, but that she wasn't gonna go? She ended up staying home on YouTube. The day she said she had a date, was the day she met with Brad. Day before she met with Chase.
Yep, you're exactly right.
Well, then that seals it for me.
She absolutely met with him. She told me herself.
So wait, that's confusing me. So is that you talking on the video? I'm like, that you on the
It's me on the video.
Okay, that's confusing me. I'm like, I know it was weird.
Yeah, I totally was talking to you.
I know you were. I was walking away and I'm like, he thinks I'm talking. So yeah, Skilo, I am a little bit louder, huh? Weird. Skilo put a live stream that we did on AB's channel. She used that as the background for this. It was a conversation about, look at this, look at Skilo and how much work she has put in on her own wall. Look at this girl. Please go sub to her. She's amazing. This is a whole timeline of everything we know Skilo's got. Look, she's freaking amazing. I adore her. She's done so much.
And she erased it and started over.
I know.
Yeah. Some of us never even put this together once. She put it together twice.
So has she shared it where you can see all of it? Can you see all
of it? Whole wall dedicated.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, she's shared it to certain groups. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, because I don't think I've seen it. All right, you want me to finish playing it? It just gets really, it's just the video, guys. It gets really quiet and then real loud when she was playing Tiffany. So that was really confusing.
Because I'm loud as fuck, probably.
It sounds exactly like how you sound right now. It's just the video sounds really, really, really quiet.
It's not me. I'm going on mute.
Okay.
Well, then that seals it for me.
She absolutely met with him. She told me herself.
So why did she meet with Chase? Now, why is she still meeting with him? Chase, on June 4th, 2021, Chase made his YouTube channel, 423 Chase, named after Summer's favorite character on Paw Patrol. That's weird. 11 days before Summer got gone, he made his YouTube channel.
Also from June 4th, we have text messages from Hunter and Candace. We have the screenshot on No Thanks that Dawn sent to Doug. Where they are discussing the same events that would then be supposed to occur on the 15th of June. So how were they talking about them on June 4th, the same day that Chase made his YouTube channel? And why is JodiSue meeting with Chase?
Okay, I had to put that back up there, so I'm trying to understand what she's saying here. I do I mean, that is weird. That whole that whole exchange, like that message, that Facebook message with Hunter or H, that is weird because it is dated for June. She puts it up here for a second, like June 4th, and it sounds like she's talking about, or it sounds like he's talking about the events of the day of the Summer went missing on the 14th, right? She went. I can't believe I would have to.
It's okay. I don't know why. It happens. You get rusty, and kind of burn out. It's burnout, Ziggy, from hearing it so many times, talking about it for so long.
This says June. I don't think it says 4th, but still, it's early June. Why? It looks like the day of what they're talking about.
So this was what I call I coined this the dry run.
Yeah.
This was 11 days before the 15th. This was the 4th or the 5th or something. Yeah, this was June 4th. It was a very similar situation, right? It was Candace, in the motion or making plans to visit with H. Meanwhile, there was a hospital situation with Grandis. It was essentially almost a mirror situation to what happened 11 or 12 days later on the 15th. I coined this the dry run.
Oh, so you think this was a rehearsal?
Not necessarily a reversal. I mean, I
a rehearsal, like
a rehearsal. Yes, a rehearsal. Yes,
like kind of.
Yeah. Well, what about if they used, and this is just me throwing it out there, what if they used the story of this particular day, but things did not go down the way they said they did, and it was just
it got
an easier way? So what if there was something that wasn't explainable or would have sounded off about her being with Candace, and that day it made more sense to say, oh, well, my mom had a doctor's appointment that day at the hospital, and that's why. And what if, and I've never even thought this till just this moment. What if it wasn't even a dry run, but more so that the events of the day that was just in question? Yes. So maybe, and it could be just that day made more sense than the day that Summer went missing and would be easier to explain. Does that make sense?
I mean, yeah.
Oh.
The 4th could have been, I mean, if you're looking at it that way, the 4th could have been the day they were trying to make something happen. Maybe not. Maybe it was just, pill-seeking behaviors that led them on the 4th. But however it goes down, there hasn't been, in my opinion, a lot of emphasis placed on the fact that you have 11 days apart mirroring situations. So you could look at it, in a very, very exotic, criminally sophisticated mind. You could say, oh, well, they may have ran that play, 2 times in order to really concrete the details in their mind. But you look at it now and it's like, it crumbled to speculation and criticism. So it is very, very interesting that 11 days apart, you have a hospital visit and a come and visit me kind of situation between Candace and Hunter or H, right? So you're asking yourself, what is the nature of the visit, right? So, you know, if you're going to do something illicit, and I'm not suggesting anything in particular on either side, but if there's something illicit going on, just the ideal that you're making contact, that person you're making contact, you know, essentially could theoretically already know what you're contacting them about, so there wouldn't need to be that long drawn out conversation, right? You know, if you're calling the weed dude and you get your regular amount of weed every time, like you call the dude and you're like, hey, what's up? And he's like, yeah, what's up, man? Come on over. You don't have to do all that same stuff you did the very first time, right? So it's super interesting to me, those same mirroring instances so close together.
Yeah.
Because you've got, you know, and I don't have any context about where this hospital was on the 4th.
Mm-hmm.
We know where the hospital she visited was allegedly on the 15th was. So, you know, it makes you wonder, like, are we looking at medicine seeking, or was this the same hospital, or did she jump over to a different hospital trying to get something over there? And then, you know, 11 days later, she's over here to this hospital trying to get something. You know, what's the motivation here?
Maybe it is pill seeking behavior.
I mean, because you have 3 people in the play right now. You've got
Because
H,
you know what?
Candace, and Grandis.
You know,
all 3 of them are contained here.
That's a good point you got there, because I was told that, and I don't know if it's true or not, but I mean, it was from a reliable, what I thought was a reliable source, but it kind of didn't match. So I was like, but with what you're saying, it does. I was told that, like, she was fronting, like, JodiSue was fronting pills, and then Grandis would go back to Michigan, or anytime she'd go see a pain doctor in Illinois or Michigan,
get her load,
or Wisconsin or something. Yes, and then she said, I guess she would call that the goods. That's when she gets her good stuff. Right. But like some in between, was she going to hospitals? And you know,
I mean, you can see what looks like that could have been the case. The interesting thing that I always, you know, is like, hold on. You mean Grandis goes all the way back to Wisconsin to see her pain management doctor? So that means when she, you know, historically in the past, when she would come back from meeting her doctor, she would come with roughly about 6 months worth of medicine. Or, you know, prescriptions to, I don't know how the situation works.
I don't think they give that much of narcotics, do they?
Some people, and I've just brought this up, some people in some of my discussions have said yes, they have seen it that in that amount. Others have said no, they haven't. Some have said, hey, you know, you'll get this much, and then when you're out, you can call in. You know, I don't know the specifics, but what I can tell you is that when I got there, and Candace had just had her teeth pulled in the front part of December. When I got there, Candace wasn't even operating on the medicine that would have came from the dentist. You know, she said they gave her 7 days worth or whatever, or 3 days worth, which was whatever. She was getting medicine from her mother. So her mother still had a stash at that point of Vicodin, even into December. So, I don't really know all the specifics on that, but I know that there was another situation where Candace had received some money from a supporter in the way of a Visa card, prepaid $100 card.
Yeah, I remember you saying that.
Right. She was on the phone with the lady that had sent her the card, opened the card, didn't even read the card, just handed her mom the card and was like, let me get some medicine. So just like, you know, just blatant market between the two of them that, you know, did in fact, there was some money being exchanged, which is like flipping really strange, right?
Yeah. And see, I know you're being honest, because you've told that story before, exactly that same exact way. And
it's what happened right there
too. I don't even know if you've talked about it yet. And if you don't want to talk about it, it's totally fine. Like, because I also wanted to ask you about like something we talked about on the phone. Like, and I don't know if you've talked about it on your channel or not, but, and it's okay if you don't. It was a long time ago. It's when I had that phone, not a long time ago, probably about a month or so ago, when I had that phone call, that lady claiming that her, you know, basically family friend, somebody that she's known the girl's whole life, was a prostitute out of Knoxville. And, you know, had actually been Dawn had been one of her regulars. And anyways, when she started talking, she mentioned December, and that's like how she told me about this story about saying that her friend, that Dawn gave her friend a ride from the pimp, like kind of gave her, you know, helped her escape the lifestyle or something. And that would have been in December. But this is after Summer went missing, and would have been, so I kind of was thinking, well, when was Benny down there? And you were down there in December. And that's why I asked you, you know, I don't know if you remember me asking you about what if you noticed if Don had any drugs on him. And
wasn't he gone?
Playboy. Huh?
I thought he was gone when Benny was there.
No, I'm
wasn't
here.
Don out? No. Don.
Yes,
wasn't he?
Don left for 3 days.
Yes. So I was there for 3 days, and then he took off. And then when he came back, yes, Candace said that typically when he comes home, he'll come home and he brings drugs with him. And he always, you know, there's always that initial argument, and then he's able to sweeten her up. And then he always offers her some of what he's brought home. And so when he got home, she asked me and Cam, you know, will you go look in the vehicle to see if he's left anything in there? And we went and looked, and of course it was a bloody mess. I wouldn't, you know, after knowing what he was doing with the vehicle, didn't even have, you know, no interest in touching anything on the inside of the vehicle, but just visually poking around with like a stick or a pen or something. We didn't see any, you know, there wasn't anything just laying around. But that was like one of her fears was, you know, like he comes home sometimes, and sometimes he'll leave that stuff in the car, doesn't know it's there, forgets, whatever. And she'll be, you know, out and about with the kids or whatever, and then realize, oh man, he's got his, you know, crack shit in here, you know?
Yeah, and the name that was mentioned to me, like I had asked you if you ever heard her mention somebody named Playboy. And it's already been put out there, so it doesn't, there for a while, I didn't put out the nicknames or anything, but
I think, and as I remember, didn't I answer the question? I think I remember
you remember her, that Candace, mentioned something like you thought that Candace had,
I had heard the name.
Yeah, but not from, but you said something very interesting, because that was also told to me was also told to me by somebody else, but something about how nobody knew who his drug dealer was. And that was something that was mentioned also by the lady that called me. Like, it was like, you guys said the exact same thing. So it makes me think that, I don't know, it was just nobody, a common thing. Nobody and you mentioned it was a black guy, and I was like, I hadn't even told you yet that it was a black guy, that Playboy was supposedly this black guy. And so I'm like, oh my God, like, I can't believe you just described him as a black guy, because, you know, the lady that I talked to had said that something about a pimp and, you know, that he went by Playboy, and he was fronting Dawn a lot of drugs. But we have to remember also, this is after Summer went missing. I don't know about for sure, you know, what was going on. From what it seems like to me, if this is a true thing, was really happening, and I don't know. This person also said Andy was going out there. I don't know.
Well, see, there's like I never really spoke on it ever to anybody, but there's like, Don knows everything there is to know about cocaine. And when I mean everything, I mean everything.
He probably cooks it himself then, probably. Huh?
That's what I'm saying. Like, I think that like, I had heard a little bit, you know, that they're, you know, the relationship between him and some of these other characters was a little bit deeper than just like Don is one of these crackheads that's going to come over and blow his paycheck and then run off. It was different than that. Like, Don had came in and, you know, like, blessed some game and showed folks how to do some stuff.
Like, they knew him for years.
That, yeah, right.
Like
Like
these people
Don
know him
was,
for years, and supposedly from
yeah,
prison. She said the person I talked to said that they knew each other from prison. It's like, when's the last time he's been in prison? It's been some years.
yeah. I don't know nothing about that. But I do know that Don, when it came to putting cocaine together, like he knew how to, he knew how to change the way it sounded. He could
Yeah,
change
because
it.
you could buy. See, that's another thing. You have a good point there. He probably wouldn't have been fronted crack cocaine. He probably would have been fronted regular
Cocaine.
cocaine.
And then he would have did the cooking
He
himself.
probably would have, I mean, if he was wanting to make the most money, unless for some reason that was all that was available. I don't know.
Well, Don prefers it in that form. He likes to ingest it through smoke.
Yeah, he smokes crack. That's his favorite. That's his drug of choice, right? So
yeah, he can't really do nothing up with no powder cocaine. He can't do too much with that.
But I mean, he probably, yeah, it's crazy. I mean, it's kind of, I kind of got scared with that whole thing. It kind of makes me a little nervous talking about it, but because, what if it's true, and what if there is some, like, I don't know. I don't know what to think about that whole situation, and whether or not that call, I was a little freaked out but I don't know. I don't know how to take it. So, and it also was basically hearsay too, because it was,
Absolutely.
her best friend, or, not best friend, like a friend of a family's. And I didn't know that person, she just reached out to me. So it could have been, it's kind of like, I wouldn't think people would put out, like, make up complete, like, crazy stories like that. But when that one person did that to you, that one call that you had, and it's so horrible. I can't even repeat it. It's so horrible what they said in that phone call to you.
But in terms of that call, I'll tell you what, I do not think the people that called me are the ones. I honestly believe they were told something, because they were just too. Yeah, no, I don't think those folks had any. They didn't have any nefarious reason for doing what they had doing, or what they did. Rather, it was more that they ran into somebody that told them some things that they really painted it out like they knew something. And all they wanted to do was relay it to someone they knew would report it to the police, because they had fears of bringing it to the police themselves because of their past. So all they did was just relay what they had heard. They told it to me the same way twice, and they relayed it to me. And for whatever reason, a very bad person let it leak out there. It wasn't anything that I ever or fizzle or
right.
chasing.
I had heard it before. I knew that
Right.
I had heard it somewhere before. And when it was put on YouTube, I was like, how are you guys just now hearing this? I heard it, but it must have been in a private group, where I heard it before, because like you said, you didn't put it out or anything. You kept it private.
No,
But so
it
I know
wasn't
that
anything
it was,
for. Yeah,
I
it
heard
wasn't
it
that.
before it was put on YouTube. So I know that it was kept quiet for a while, because I remember thinking, I've heard this somewhere before, and I still don't remember where I heard it from. I can't tell you to this day where I heard that called from, but I had heard it before it got on YouTube. Like, it seemed like I had heard it like a long time ago.
Yeah.
So it was kind of like deja vu, like weird when I heard it. I'm like, wait, I thought this was already out, but yeah, it was pretty. Whoever made that up that's crazy. That's like absolutely disturbing. Butcher Street, I just want to say, I keep getting confused with. I did the same thing and keep thinking that maybe that could be retaliation or something for helping the girl escape that lifestyle or whatever. But Summer was actually taken before that incident.
Absolutely. That happened in December, allegedly.
Yeah. So we're talking, when I say December, it was December the last
2021.
Yeah. So, and she supposedly didn't know anything about who Summer Wells was or anything. Like, I guess Dawn didn't talk about her or anything. So, because it would have been after Summer went missing. That's if this story is true. I mean, whoever called me, and I did play the call on here, whoever they were, it would have to be somebody very knowledgeable of the case, like that could fake something like that, because they would have to know. I mean, most people, I don't think most regular people have like a really deep knowledge of the case. I mean, we do, because we talk about it all the time on YouTube, and still sometimes things are said and I'm like, wait, who said that? And actually, I need to check the Skilo's channel and see if it's been uploaded yet while I'm thinking of it. But yeah, let's see here. That was it. Why would she though? I did want to ask though, why would she, here it is, but just real quick though, why would she meet up with Brad in June, and what significance does that have to do with on June 4th? What significance does that have to do with the H messenger? I couldn't figure out what she was getting at with that. I don't know. Maybe somebody in the chat.
Other than it's a hell of a coincidence that they meet 1 year to the day. I mean, that's just, you can't really hardly make that up. I didn't know if
there was something more to it than just like, it's odd that she would be meeting with him at this point. He made his channel on June 4th too, at the same.
Yeah. 1 year anniversary. That's some real strange stuff.
That's crazy. See, to me, it's so hard for me to think of it like that, because it seems so conspiracy theory-ish, you know? And like,
but it's like, how does it just fall like that? You know,
yeah.
It almost seems like it had to be some prior planning involved.
I know.
I mean, I'm not a conspiratorialist, but I just feel like, yeah, okay.
Sometimes, like, well, the Chris Watts case got like that real bad too. Like, I was.
We also got to remember that, you know,
that case.
Brad is fighting a big case right now.
For the first time, actually, huh?
Brad is fighting a big case right now, and you know, it's hard. You know, I don't know the specifics of. So Brad has a Class C. He's looking at a 10-year sentence right now.
Yeah.
For taking that money from that old man. So I mean, I don't know the specifics about all of that. I mean, to give them the unbiased real estate, they may, you know, she may have some information in his case or something like that, because I think in September, he's already reached his plea deadline. So in December, he has sentencing. He goes in September for his sentencing. And he will get some time. He's not getting no probation. He's getting some time.
And I'm sure, I mean, there might be more charges to come. Like, if he had anything to do with, I don't know. It sounds like he's a professional con artist.
A little bit.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like, that people, it's baffling to me that somebody is able to, that's what he uses. That's what he does all the time. Like, it's crazy. I remember when people just thought that Chase was the, you know, God's gift to the Summers case, you know?
Yeah.
So.
Do you remember, can we rewind back in time when you thought I was
you on the phone
attacking him?
Oh, are you talking about our phone call? I remember talking to you on the phone.
No, when you went live and you were like,
yeah,
I know that.
Yeah. I know.
You're like,
I know
really
that all this stuff's
about it
because, or I can't really talk shit about that, like, or give you shit about that, because, I mean, honestly, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
No, I'm not. No, I'm just joking with you, Ziggy.
I said, I later have thought about that, and I thought that was kind of hypocritical, because I have put out phone calls that where I was telling Dawn, like, no, I won't. No, I'm not recording. You know what I mean? So really, I can't really give you shit about telling him you're not recording and then recording him. When I later thought about it, because then that'd be hypocritical. Because really, I mean, I have told I've been put on the spot by Don, and he's like, "Are you recording this?" You know, and so.
Well, that's the thing.
I can't really.
I mean, but no one can give me shit for recording it, and I'll tell you why. Because summer comes first, and I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, so now I just try to be, once I thought about that, I just try to be transparent.
I know Ziggy's like, I record every phone call that comes through
all my phone calls are
phone, by the way.
Just so everybody
I'm like,
knows.
this bitch.
Just so
he records
everybody
every
knows.
phone call and gave me shit for recording Chase. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I haven't, and the best app for that is, well, if you have an Android, most of you guys probably have iPhones. But.
No, I have an iPhone, but listen, I don't get on the phone with people if I have to record them. Truly, the only
Mine
time
automatically though, I don't even know it's doing it. It just does it. It's an app. And
no,
so
I mean, it's good to have that.
It has came in handy a few times, like honestly. And
unfortunately, girl, you need a witness. You need a witness, and if the only witness is yourself, then what are you going to do? I mean, don't fucking call me and tell me you know where Summer is if you don't want to be recorded. Yeah, like the last thing anybody should ever call me and say is Summer's safe and she's alive. Like, what did he think? And I had to get him to repeat it because the first like 30 seconds of that call, he was like right away. And I was like, fuck, what do I do? Like, and thank God I had put my other phone on the charger because it's always dead. So I never usually know where it is. And I had just put it on the charger in my living room the night before. So I knew exactly where to run to. I ran from one side of my house to the other. Like, I'm like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. And then I had to get him to repeat what he had said in the first, like, yeah, it sucked. It totally sucked. I'm like, how am I going to get him?
He had a big crush on you, I think that helped. And that's how I feel. I feel like that he had a crush on you, and he was,
he had a crush on everybody. He was like dating everybody online.
Well, that I know that is true, but for real, like on a real, like for real, like I just want to say that that was hypocritical of me to say because, I did the same thing. So I can't really, that's why I started saying, okay, just so everybody knows, like all my calls are recorded. But some of my most important calls were not recorded. Like the first ones, it took me forever to find an app that would actually work and would record every time. And some of my—
Can you highlight Penny's comment?
Yeah.
If you wouldn't mind. I wonder if he knows his brother is a close neighbor of one of the biggest members in this case. And I wonder if the whole community knows that Chase's brother is a close neighbor of one of the biggest meddlers in this case. I think people are going to be pretty shocked when that information comes out. We have a problem, and Brad didn't just show up out of nowhere.
I heard about that. They're still neighbors?
Yes.
Because I thought that was in the past.
No. I don't know who you're thinking about.
I'm talking about Brad's brother, older brother.
Yeah. Not Jody.
Oh, okay. Oh.
There's somebody else who there's somebody else who lives right next door to Brad's brother, and it's a really big deal.
Oh no.
Yeah.
So the community's gonna be shocked when that comes out, huh?
And the Jody, I think, has full knowledge of this because it's somebody she's been in contact with quite a bit. But anyhow, I wasn't going to say anything.
I'm just thinking. I'm just trying to think of what that means for all this.
Yeah. I'm not going to say
It's so weird.
right now, but just know there's so much more that's going on than we could have ever really known.
That is so crazy to think that that shit actually happens. Because you would think like it's crazy. I mean, because I try to think in reality and stuff, and that sounds so crazy and out there to me. And so you don't think of people being very intelligent.
It's a small world.
So yeah, that's I don't know.
There you go.
That would be crazy.
And you just put it in chat if you wanna.
Sorry, y'all.
The Post-it note lady, who is also the
Linda.
You keep your eye out for Tatiana Luke. She's 14. She's 140 pounds, 5'10". She's been missing since August 16th, 2022. She suffers from a severe epilepsy. If you have any information about her, she's missing in the Dallas-Duncanville area, maybe last seen 35 in Regal. You could contact her mother, Letitia, at 972-684-1343, or call the Dallas County Sheriff's. Thank you.
Betty, can you go back? Can you go back and Ziggy, will you full screen him?
How do I? Yeah, I'm trying to think. How do I do that?
Click on his little box there in the left hand
Pull
corner.
me to the left.
Okay. Here we go. There we go. I was saying, I was trying to learn something new every day.
Yep. That is Tatiana Luke. She's still missing.
They have that phone number covered up, but I'm sure if somebody calls.
Here, I'll throw the phone number out there: 972-684-1343, or contact Dallas County Sheriff's.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's always good. You never know. You never know who's watching.
It don't take nothing. It don't take nothing to print them out and then just take them places. Drop them off.
So yeah.
And then just click that little box again, and it takes it right off, Ziggy.
Okay.
And
awesome. Thank you.
You have that video that's below.
Yeah, let's watch that video, because after that, I think I don't know if somebody wants to take over after we go over the video.
Okay, cool. So we've been on a while. See what happens when I'm here. 6 hours.
I know. No, we do talk, and we have great conversation.
We could do it again.
Yeah, or like maybe one of you guys take over. I don't want to like hog all the views and stuff.
No.
But you know what I just noticed? This video is 333. I always see 333.
Angel numbers.
Ooh.
Okay, so JodiSue in the wrong. Okay, let's watch.
Did you take the wrong one?
So creepy.
Did you take the wrong one? She said.
Yeah, it's creepy.
Did you take the wrong one? Are you fucking kidding me, Jody?
It's so.
What is wrong with this woman?
That would be my question tonight. Driveway's so close.
Seemed like she'll trade driveways for a few thousand subscribers.
Seems like a scary.
Did you try it before and fail?
Yeah, we could always play this again too if we.
Next couple of years later, fucked up to take the wrong one.
Oh my God.
This seems like a movie.
She wants it to be.
I was gonna say that she wants it to be.
Is there a plane there from like 1 to 10 down? I don't know.
Who is she talking to?
Don't know.
Summer's abductor, allegedly.
If she thinks they took the wrong one, she knows who the fuck she's talking to.
Exactly.
That's what I was thinking too.
She said the driveway is so close.
But actually, they're not.
No, they're not, are they? Ziggy,
especially in terms of how you would describe them, right? You would definitely describe JodiSue's as the first one on the left as you pull on Ben Hill, and you would certainly describe the Wells as the first one on the right.
She just said only
no,
time.
The Wells are on the left. Jody's on the right, because when you pull in, they're on the left. She's on the right.
No.
That's the other way around. Yeah, Jody's on the left. The Wells are on the right.
Yeah, and if
when you're coming from the back, yes, you would be right. When you're going to Beach Creek, yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
But coming from Beach Creek, they're on the right.
They're technically both, though. The first, unless if you don't count the house on the corner.
Her driveway is down. It's down like almost on that corner.
It's pretty down there.
It is almost. You're right.
Did you take the wrong one? And then she says, that would be the question tonight. The driveway is so close.
Like if somebody accidentally told somebody it's the first house on the right instead of saying it's the first house on the left. Like I see what she's saying.
But I mean, then you would have to assume that Chattanooga would be outside and be, in a situation where she could be snatched like, a 5-year-old.
They're so different in age. Like,
yeah.
You would think whoever, if something was planned, it would, they would know that the child's, they're so different in 14 and 5 or whatever.
I think this is schizophrenic talk or whatever, psychosis talk, where she just like her saying she was in, putting herself as an integral part of, bringing the Carly Trent situation to a close. But we know that is not the truth. We know. And so this is just like she's putting herself in, in some of the, high profile cases around her area type of shit.
What does this mean right here? Only time will tell. That's what she says at the very end. What's that mean?
You try before and fail a couple years later.
Only time will tell. This is
sick. And even if she's bullshitting, no one's ever asked this question before. Like, is it possible Jody fucked over somebody who wanted to take her baby? Right? So out of nowhere, I'm sitting here today, like, I'm finally going to say what I've been saying behind the scenes for a couple months now, probably more than that. And then Skilo's like, wait a minute. No, and then a bunch of people are like, she just said this the other night. So June 26, 2022, who was she talking to in the chat? Does anybody know? Who was she talking to? And Nicole is my witness. How long have I been saying, what if somebody wanted to take Jody's daughter?
Green Eyes? Are you talking about Green Eyes?
Like, I can't believe this.
Are you talking about Green Eyes? When she started randomly talking to him?
No, I want to know right here who she's talking to. Who is she talking to?
Oh, yeah.
No talking in chat. So she wasn't talking to the chat. Out of nowhere, she just says, did you take the wrong one?
Sorry.
And
I was lost.
Where is the TBI? Like, what are they doing, dude? Like, what are they doing?
Yeah, that's a good question, because nobody went and questioned Andy when she freaking said online to everybody that he sold drugs to the
No.
Nobody questioned anybody on that. So do they
Do
know
want
what
this to
happened?
go
Or
away? I feel like they
Well,
want it to go away. Like they just want it to go away.
I don't know, maybe if they know what happened and they just need a little bit more evidence, or I mean, that's the only thing I can hope that I hope that is going on, because otherwise,
But
like,
somebody says this is her demented mind. Yes, her mind is demented, but listen, you guys, did you take the wrong one? What other little girl lives there? None. It's Jody's daughter and Summer. Who else is she talking to? And they know she's a liar, but Tracy Wendover. The thing is, that's like somebody calls the ambulance 20 times a month, and the ambulance knows that every time they show up, the person has medication that can help them, but they just don't take it. So they're not going to show up every, next time they call. They have to. So whether or not, this is the thing, whether or not she's a liar or credible or unfounded or founded, it doesn't matter. They still have to pay attention to this shit. And like,
because it's the one time they don't, that it's true.
Yeah. And she has said so many things that incriminate her. It incriminates her that she said that Andy sold drugs to the kids on 110 and that drugs were sold to Candace to sedate children, including Summer. And it incriminates her that she's sitting here saying, did you take the wrong one? Did you try before and fail? The driveways are so close.
Yeah, it's like she has somebody in mind. Who's she have in mind?
Yes.
Who is she talking to?
Yeah, I feel like she does have somebody in mind. And not only that, it's like she's taunting them to come back.
Like,
what the hell?
What does she do to somebody? Who does she think that she screwed over enough to do something like that to her? You know what I mean?
She's got 32 people she could pick from. 32.
Right. Hey, you know what? That's a good point with the whole snitching thing too. Like, maybe she, I don't know. I mean, it is a weird thing to say though.
Well, she got her old man on the recording too.
And this is 3 minutes, 33 seconds. Those
Hell
are
yeah.
angel numbers. This means something, you guys. I'm telling you. Call me crazy. I don't care. This means something.
Yeah,
There's a reason.
333. That means that. Yeah,
you're on the right path.
Yeah, you're on the right path is what 333 means. So anytime you see that, keep going forward. Or there's something.
Ones and threes, because the ones and threes are angel numbers.
I know some people don't believe in that stuff, but I'm telling you, I see 333 for years, like over the past 10 years. And I started to notice that I was seeing them when I was doing on the right path. I know it sounds so silly, but to me, I see 333 everywhere. And it only started recently happening.
I see ones, a lot of like 111, 1111. It's always been ones for me. Threes show up. Honestly, threes show up at the casino a lot for me. But will you play this again?
Yeah, let's watch it one more time.
I won't talk.
It's creepy we won't talk, but it's just creepy. Like, it seems like it's from like a scary movie or something. Kind of creeps me out. But this gives me a scary movie.
And I cannot.
All right, I'll start it over. Oh, who's this? Oh, we have somebody named Lily Bit. Does anybody know who that is? Lily Bit.
Yeah. I would play this and then add them.
Okay.
Yeah, it's only 3 minutes.
Yeah, because I was just about to.
I mean, it's your stream. You do what you want.
I was really going to go here in a second, but I totally forgot. I probably am going to go. Actually,
you just said you were going to shut it down. Yeah.
I'm just not going to add anybody else to the stream right now is what I mean. But yeah, I am going to play this. Sorry about that, guys. I forgot to take down the link, but.
Did you take the wrong one? Hmm. That would be my question tonight. Driveway's so close. Did you try it before and fail? And then the next couple years later, fucked up to take the wrong one? There's money just involved. Is there a plane there from like 110 down? I don't know. Don't know. Only time will tell.
Sorry, I walked away for a second. Yeah, that's creepy. I don't know. In my opinion, it's creepy anyways. Those long pauses are brutal. I should have sped it up a little bit.
Very, very anticlimactic. Ooh.
Anticlimactic.
Just when you think it's there, it's not.
You are quite the lyricist, Benny.
Thank you. I'm a wordsmith.
Yes. I have to give you credit where credit's due. But
thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's some creepiness. I don't know. I think she does like to play games. I do think she likes to get a reaction out of people.
I know that some people think it might be an attention grab, but like, I'm sorry, I don't feel like that is. I feel like she's either trying to deflect because she may have heard people talking about, like Benny, you've talked about her narking out on people, right? But this is the thing. How is it possible? I never have spoken out loud what I just did earlier, ever. She wouldn't even have has anybody else asked the question I did, because she wouldn't even have had
I never thought of something. I never thought of that.
That's what I mean. Like, so it means something to me.
I mean, she definitely knows enough people in that area to have created an issue for herself while Andy was at work, or, you know, whatever. I mean, she's got all day there by herself to do whatever the hell she wants while he's gone. So, you know, I'm not trying to say, I'm just not going to enter him into this statement by her. But, you know, I mean, that certainly makes it sound as if she knew about something that went sour, and then they may have came to Ben Hill thinking that was 125.
Right. I mean, it matters how you think of it, because there is that house like this on the right there at the corner of Beach Creek and Ben Hill and Benny,
To the left
you know,
there.
and I'm sure, I mean,
Yeah.
anybody could look at a map and see, like, there's that one property. It's technically her house was not, or where they were staying was technically not really the first one on the left. But if you didn't count that one
Right.
house that's right at there at the corner, you know.
But their driveway is actually on Beach Creek. You get, I mean, just their
Yeah, that is
fence
true.
runs along
That's
Ben
true.
Hill.
You're
Their
right.
driveway is
Never
on Beach
mind. You're
Creek.
right.
So yeah, it's the first driveway on the left
So
for Jody.
you're right,
Mhm.
because
Yep.
that house that's on the corner is their driveway is on Beach Creek. So
Yep.
I think most would count JodiSue's, where she was staying, the first on the left, and Dawn and Candace's is the first on the right. And they're not as close. A lot of people, the way they talk about it, like how Tiffany's completely correct. Their driveways are not like right across the street from each other.
They're not.
It's a ways down.
It's about 100, 150 feet, I would say.
Yeah, it's pretty far down, and I think a lot of people thought for a while. I mean, I know I've pictured it like they were right across the street from each other. I know I did at one time, but they're not at all. Like, not even close. I have a hard time. I wish unfortunately there wasn't kids like out playing or anything either of the time. So I would have loved to hear, see if I could actually, if you can actually hear like what she was saying, like kids playing and stuff. I don't know. It's pretty far, but it is the woods. I guess it would probably.
She always likes to say how the sound from the cows made it sound, from like 0.3 of a mile away on the other side of Beach Creek over there. She always makes it, like she likes to make it sound like she can hear those cows like they're at her front door. Meanwhile, when I was there and you had the people down below, the heels on the ground people, when they came up the hill and did all that stuff, that's coming from that same direction, man. And I didn't hear nothing. None of us heard anything. They were able to sneak, like literally sneak up on us on that Beach Creek side of the hill there. You couldn't hear no sound. Like, they were down there at the shed filming and talking. And like, I understand that different pitches and tones, they're going to travel differently, but it's just,
and it's not bullshit. Like that road's that, it's not really that busy, Beach Creek. Of course it's busier than Ben Hill Road. But if that has anything to do with sound with, those, I don't know if it would affect it. With that being, if it was a busier road, because there'd be like car sounds kind of drowning it out or something. I don't know, but it's not like that busy. And Ben Hill Road, gosh, you're lucky. How often do you think somebody goes down that? When I was there, the couple times that I was there, I never saw anybody, any out-of-towners, with people with out-of-state plates or anything driving around or creeping around. So with her saying, oh, they're all getting harassed back there, I don't know. I kind of beg to differ, because I didn't see anything. And also, Fred, who lives there, and his wife both said that, there's not really that many people that come back there. I'm sure there is the, occasional curious person like ourselves, but
sure. I'm guessing it's got more traffic this year than it has in 20. With all the different folks that are just onlookers, just curious about what's going on, pull up in there. You
didn't end up going to you were almost gonna. I don't blame you for backing out going, but because I was just gonna ask you though about that, but you wanted to saw it where her house, where she has her camper parked, is like on a super busy road.
Yeah, I've been to the spot where she lives at, and it's like, the first thing I said was like, damn, if somebody was drinking and driving and missed this curve a little bit, they're going to plow right through that damn camper. Headed towards Long Hollow, right? Like, it's like, man, holy shit.
So like out in the open has that, I don't know. To me,
She
it's like
loves it. She loves being out there.
know.
Ziggy, you think she doesn't love being on
I
that
think
corner
so.
I
watching
think
all
that
the
she
cars
had
drive by?
like in her hypervigilance, like she couldn't have stand it if she was out of eye shot. She has to be able to see what's coming down that road from either way. I mean,
Yep.
that she's got to be perched right
She
there.
had her door open when I drove by there, and I think I mean, I have a few videos, but the door was actually like you could see that the door was open, that there was just a screen door.
Mhm.
But I imagine if she doesn't have, are you guys saying she doesn't have electricity in there at all? Is that true?
I don't know much
Or is
about
it
the
just the water
electricity
in
situation. Yeah, I know there's a water and sewer issue. As
Yeah.
far as the electricity, I mean, I've seen it lit up inside, with light, when
Yeah.
she had the little camera slip and showed the inside. At that time, which was 2 months ago or 6 weeks ago, there was lights, from the camper on inside. But now, seemingly, like we see a lot of dark, and we see her with the candles on all the time. So it's really hard to say.
She's only 10 feet in front of her, that I guess her mother's house, and so she's probably got an extension cord going from it.
I don't think that her mom lets her do much or use much. From what I understand, they're not even allowed to use the toilet there.
Oh my
So
God.
that's
Oh,
why they have to
no.
use.
Oh no, that's not good for the kid to be. Oh wow, I didn't know that. See, like I figured that the kid was going inside, but anyways, I'm not trying to put, I'm not trying to like talk about kids or anything, because I don't want her to be embarrassed or anything. It's not her fault. I'm talking about the child, but
yeah.
I mean, I'm surprised. Wow, that's crazy. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure the grandmother has her reasons. It's sad about the grandchild, but it's hard for me to. I mean, that's pretty harsh. But I'm sure I'm not. It's hard for me to comment on when I don't know exactly the whole story. On that, I do know. I can't imagine. I'm sure she's fed up with JodiSue.
I remember, and I'm just throwing it out there just for hygiene and cleanliness. I remember, okay, first, I'm going to bring up two things. First, let me write down Oprah. And then first, okay, so those big, huge Poland Springs containers that have the pull-out tab that you can put it in the fridge, and then all you do is pull out the little thing, and it's like a faucet. It's like a huge Poland Spring. It's almost square. It's got a handle. It's huge, just like 2 gallons or something. It's a big one. And it's got a tab that you pull out. You have to rip the thing off. Okay.
Are you talking about a water tank? Is that what you're talking about?
No, a Poland Springs plastic bottle that goes in the fridge, but it's not a gallon. It's 2. No, Tracy, I haven't been there. But you seem to know an awful lot. That's why I asked you. You seem to have all the answers. So I was wondering if you had gone over for dinner at Jodi's. I don't know why you'd ask me that. I'm not the one with all the answers. How do you know what she has or doesn't? Tracy went over. So anyhow, I remember when we were without power 2 times, once in a flood years ago, and then again in a hurricane. So what I did was, because we had no power for 7 days during the flood, and I had to go shower at my parents' house, and it was such a pain in the ass. But in the meantime, what I did was I bought a whole bunch of those Poland Springs huge containers, right? And I put one at each sink in each bathroom to brush teeth, wash hands, whatever. You pull out the tab. It's just like having a faucet, although it's not like the same water pressure, but
yes, I know what you're talking about now.
Yeah. Perfect way to, if you guys are ever in a jam, lose power because of a storm or whatever. I literally loved those things, because think about it, like I would totally take a bottle of water and wash my hands with it, but that thing is like bomb. So you pull out the tab and it just trickles right down. It doesn't stop. It's like a steady flow. So why, not, I'm even going to ask why, but in the event, and Jody, if you're listening, even just for your, your family's sake and whatnot, go grab some of those Poland Springs, big, huge containers. They're wonderful for cleanliness and hygiene and stuff. I would totally recommend.
Absolutely.
And I only know that because of the storms, but they were like awesome. I'm like, hell yeah, I'm gonna buy 10 of them right here.
Well, I was gonna go, but I think that Penny wanted to say something real quick, so I just sent her the link. Just I don't know. She said she was gonna type it in the chat, but I sent her the link if she wanted to come up for. I don't know. I'm just waiting to hear back from her. She can't get any water. She turns off the power to make them think she's asleep.
Wow. So must be sounds like, because I have seen like she's been in a pitch dark sometimes, and it's like
It does look like she's sitting by candlelight in that last video. Oh, there's Penny. Okay, there she is.
Hey y'all.
Hey, I didn't even hear you beep in.
I was gonna come up and I was gonna say something just real quick, but then I was like, no, she's trying to end, so let me just type it in chat, and then you were like, here's the link.
Just type it. It's fine.
So I just wanted to thank you, Ziggy, for allowing this panel, and for Tiffany and Benny for participating. And I think that it's a beautiful thing. And this is like every time I see a panel like this, it makes me so proud of everybody. And so super thanks to Tiffany for nipping that stuff in the butt at the beginning of the stream, because I was not okay. And and thanks, Ziggy, for not letting it continue on. I was really upset whenever you put that comment on the screen. I had to leave. And Lips comment.
Oh, I know. I didn't see it. I didn't mean to put it. I didn't realize it was a negative comment until the very end. That's why I hurried and changed it once I read it, because I was like, oh shit, that's rude. And so I changed it.
I've done that before too.
I didn't know what it. I was just. Sometimes I'll just click a comment, to read it, and then I realize, oh shit, it's rude, and then so I changed it. I'm sorry. I really did not. That's why I really did not agree with that comment at all. I thought it was rude. I didn't notice it until I got to the very end, and I can't even remember what it said, but I remember thinking it was. I'm like, oh, she sounds like she's.
It was about Jody's kid, but yeah, and I didn't I deleted the comment, and then I just couldn't be there anymore.
Yeah,
and then I just left.
No, I totally agree. I totally understand what you're saying. Because I thought it was, now that I remember, I would have thought the same thing. But when I saw that, I should have spoke up and said that's like really disgusting comment, because she was talking about specifics, and it was.
Well, really thanks for not letting it continue on, is what I'm here to say.
No, but I'm glad that you brought it up, because I do want people to know that. Like, I kind of forgot about that incident, and I'm glad you brought it up, because I remember being uncomfortable. So no, I don't think that was okay at all. Just to put that out there. But a lot of times I'm just like live, and I'll just, I'm just going like this, reading it as I click.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when I noticed that at the end of that, she was mentioning, unalive. And I was like, that's not really appropriate. I don't want to be the one to put something like that out there.
She does. She wants to be the one. She wants everybody to know everything about this little girl. Disgusting.
Yeah. But at that point, when I was like, well, now it's there, so now I have to. So I do hate that, because I didn't want to put something like that out there. So I do apologize, just to say up front.
No, but Tiffany came up and she nipped it in the butt, and then you didn't allow it to continue. So it was just, it was really good. And, whenever I talked to you for the first time all those months ago, this right here is what I envisioned.
Yeah.
You remember?
Yeah.
Daddy, you have to let things happen on their own.
But no, she's so.
Penny wanted me to enter a peace treaty like a couple months ago, and I was like, no. Not happening. Don't ask me.
No, and Benny was like all super hesitant, and Ziggy was super hesitant, and then Benny swore to me that he wouldn't go after Ziggy, and Ziggy was like, yeah, that's fine if he promises, and then I was like, everybody promises, and I was like, come on, Tiffany, just come on.
Like, yeah, he's Ziggy. I'm not. Don't ask.
Yeah.
No, you told me that she was. She lied to me and told me that you were. I think you lied to me and told me that she.
No, she said she wouldn't talk about you, but she's not gonna like, be friends with you or whatever.
No. It wasn't like It wasn't that wasn't the agreement. The agreement was just to basically get along. And then like right when that, and I was fine with it. Like once you like talked about it some more, like I'm like, okay, why not? And when Benny said that, or when you told me that he was cool with it, I was like, oh my gosh, well that's, as long as, if he's being cool with me, why wouldn't I be cool with him? Like, you know what I mean? So, but she was definitely trying to get everybody on board and just getting along and stuff. So,
and if you can't get along, just ignore each other. That's all I was asking.
Yeah. And yeah, it was really good actually. Ellie, you did really, if it wasn't for you, it would have, who knows if it would have, when it would have happened. Like really, if you think about it, because
well, Tiffany, you can't expect that Tiffany's gonna do what the fuck she wants when she
No, but with Benny, like, you know what I mean? Like, so one time
same with Benny. That is the same with Benny, and same with you too. And that's Tiffany's right. She's like, you have to let it happen in your own time or in its own time and stuff like that.
But
But
already been mad at each other before. I knew it would eventually. We'd already, kind of had a period of not getting along, and then we were cool. I think. I don't know. I don't think Tiffany's really one that's. She stays mad at somebody for a while, but she doesn't like drag it on like 6 up or something like that.
And no, I'm usually I say what I have to say and I'm done. Yeah, I don't harp on stuff.
That's why. And
I don't make channels on just one person.
And I, I'm not going to continue about somebody either. Like, so, and if somebody has been cool with me, it's fine. But there was just a point where me and Tiffany were just not speaking of each other. Wow. So, but hey, it is what it is, and it's like worked out, and I appreciate you coming on here. And
yeah, I was happy to.
Look at T-Boy's laughing at me. She said peace treaty. She's laughing.
Peace treaty. Yeah, T-Boy's like Tiffany under a peace treaty. Yeah, right.
No, people were like, oh, at first I didn't know how to take it. I'm like, oh no, is this a trick?
Oh, right. Yeah, they're like, don't trust Penny. Don't trust Penny. She's in with Benny. And I'm like, yeah, newsflash. Where have you been?
I had to admit to it because people sent her screenshots. And so she's like, I saw that you had a picture of my house. I'm like, what? I was bragging about it. I thought your house was nice. Yeah.
I was like, Ziggy, why are you looking in my house online? She was like, well, I was curious because you were coming after me, and I did. That was the first thing out of my mouth was I apologized for talking shit to her.
That was Levitt, of course, that sent that. But yeah, or that it had me, I don't know. I think it was him that looked all that up or something and took.
Wonder where he got that from.
I don't know, but yeah,
I know.
I've never been so wrong about somebody. I've always said that when it comes to anybody I have never been so wrong as I was about Penny. Like she's actually the opposite of what I thought she was. Because at one time I thought you were like a horrible person, but you're like the opposite. You're all about people. You really do have good intentions, and I'm not trying to embarrass you or anything, but you do.
Yes, Dutchie, that would be yes, ma'am, Dutchie.
But when you have the best of intentions, you get burnt up pretty easy,
You're the longest phone call I've ever had, I think, in my life.
Ooh, I'm special.
I think. What was it? Like, it was, well, there was one other. I don't know. We talked forever. It was like 6 hours.
Yeah.
Damn, y'all were like, no, you hang up
That's
first.
it?
No,
That's
you go
the
to sleep
longest
first.
phone call you've ever had, Ziggy?
I
Damn.
think, but no, there was one
Got
other.
a lot of catching up to
from
do.
YouTube. From YouTube.
It is.
I
I've
guess I should
literally
do that.
stayed on the phone with people for like 12 hours. No joke. Swear to God.
I know YouTube.
Oh,
JodiSue
it's
phone
really
call.
easy to do.
It is easy.
It really
And
is.
you don't even realize it.
Yeah, it's made me
Rarely
realize
that,
why
though.
I do YouTube, because I talk a lot. Like, I'm like, man, I never realized how much I talk until I
There's
started
so much
doing
to talk
YouTube.
about, though. Like, seriously, look at how long we've been on just the stream talking about the few things that we did. Like, it's so easy to just completely forget what time it is. And if you're on the phone and you're running errands while you got your earbuds in or whatever, like, time flies. You don't even realize it.
Oh no, put 6 people on the phone, see how long that lasts. That's nuts.
Right?
Oh yeah.
Can I, while you're thanking Ziggy, can I just really quickly, I think it's a really big deal, is all I just want to say too before you end the stream, that I really appreciate the fact that everybody was so kind to me, even though, like, regardless of how they feel about me, because I know that some people here cannot stand me, but everybody was really cool. And especially also to everybody for being kind to the people that haven't been in this chat in a while who came over today. Everybody was really nice to everyone that's been away for a while. I really appreciate that too. And
too bad I don't have my soundboard over here so I can hit the applause, like,
Yeah.
because I agree, or I mean, I think that's really nice. I appreciate that too. Everybody.
Yeah, everybody in the chat was like so kind and kind to me and kind to my people and like the people that haven't been here in so long. And I'd rather see the community civil and not arguing and full of hate. You know, we don't have to be best friends or anything like that, but at least, you know, if something ever comes up, we know that it's cool that we could talk to one another or whatever and let things go that might have happened or whatever. And just at least to have that communication, I think, especially for the creators, to have that is important. And maybe at the end of the tunnel, it'll bring summer home. Who knows? Like, you never know what road might lead. And thanks, Ziggy, for having me. And
yeah, hopefully you and AB, like, it will be back like good, like old days, like when you and AD used to come up on my panel. Like, you've taken over my panel before. Remember, I went to the.
Well, he asked you for a link, but I think he was doing like yard work and stuff.
Yeah, but he said
we've all grown quite a bit, and that's not to say we won't rag on one another, whatever, from time to time. But
yeah, we can't promise that we're not going to.
Like I said, I'm like, we could throw down next week. Who's to say? But no, I think everything will be just fine.
I mean, well, I just knew that, like, honestly, I know that you're not really one that like, you don't, I don't mind, like, the people, like.
I can hold a grudge, Ziggy. Don't be fooled, because I can hold a grudge for 70 years.
I don't know. I don't, you're not that bad. I guess when I compare it to 6 Up, like, I compare everybody to 6 Up now, and I'm like, damn, Benny wasn't even that bad. Like, really? I'm sorry, Benny, but you lose when I'm putting you up to 6 Up.
Oh, I gotta try harder.
It's great.
There's certain people that, like, I'll never ever forgive, but they're very few and far between. There's only several, and
there's only several.
Yeah, you gotta really hurt me to, like, never get my, like, hey, how are you ever again. Do you know what I mean? Like, you gotta really, really hurt my feelings bad.
Even if someone doesn't like me, I might still call on them for help if I absolutely feel it's necessary, because I believe their intentions is good, you know?
If it can help, yeah, for sure. I mean, yeah.
I mean, yeah. Well, after, I mean, that was good talk. No, that was, I mean, I don't know. I never thought I would ever be cool with Benny. Like, I will tell you that. Like, at one point, I couldn't believe it. Like, Dawn used to really push me being cool with Benny. Like, all the time. Every single time I would talk to Donnie, or did I just say Donnie? Oh my God.
You did.
Gross.
You called him by his pet name. That's his bedroom name.
I know. That's why I'm like, gross.
What? What's his bedroom name?
Don. I just called him Donnie.
Donnie, stop it.
His bedroom name.
Don't call him Donnie. Ew, Ziggy.
Me too. I know. Like, stop.
That made me cute.
Stop rubbing it in.
Donnie, get out of here.
I can't believe I said Donnie. That's what. Isn't that what Prayer Garden says?
Donald.
Yeah, like I asked her.
Absolutely.
She says Donald, and she says I'm not going to brag on Prayer Garden. She's been like knocking him out of the park lately.
Oh,
I actually have like a newfound respect for
I
her.
forgot you guys were like BFF now.
We're not BFFs, but listen, you know when I really Prayer Garden got me in my heartstrings the night that what was it? I just
she can be super sweet.
She can literally chew your whole face off, and she can be a God-fearing woman who prays and speaks the gospel at the same time.
Yeah.
Definitely,
and it kills me. I'm like, oh my God, I don't know if I love her or I don't know what to do.
I know.
Like,
That's
her.
Well, look at the numbers I used to get when she says it, she brags about it. Like, oh, I
think she'd be
channel,
the first one to
but
help
she
it.
did help grow my channel.
Everybody thought she was gone.
Yeah, I mean, she really did help grow my channel, and I do give credit to that. But she didn't start coming on my channel till about my channel started early September. I don't think it would have been till I'm trying to think.
She used to hang out in the chats, and she was always defending Dawn, so everybody thought she was Dawn.
Yes.
And then the very first time she popped up on your panel, it's like everybody came over here, and they were like, "That's not Dawn."
See, it's funny because someone in chat said that she ripped Andy a new one. She might rip Andy a new one yesterday, and then like in a week, she'll be like, I think that Andy is a good person with a good heart, and he deserves that. And like, do you know what I mean? Like one day she hates you, and then the next day she'll be like, she'll love you. I don't know. Per Garden.
Yeah, she did that with Dawn too. I noticed she would change her feelings on Dawn, especially at first she was kind of defending him, but people like kind of swayed her. But now she's
I think she does
back.
Yeah. Hey, she can be rough around the edges. She's probably a badass in real life.
Yeah, that's like the biggest mystery of the community is like who is Prayer Garden?
Oh, I asked her where her channel name came from the other day, and do you know what she said?
What?
She was walking in the garden, and it came from God. She said, "What better way to connect with God than to walk in your garden and talk to him?" And I thought, that's where she got her channel name. Like, wow. I don't know. That just was like very,
that's kind of deep.
It's like fascinating to me. Do you know what I mean?
I try to email her or if she's hears this or if I get this message, I've tried to get a hold of her to have her, like for like a reunion.
Really?
Yeah.
All right. So ask someone to clip it and make a plea to Prayer Garden. Come on.
I thought it'd be funny because like, and what's fun, so many people would give me so much shit about having her on my panel and stuff, but every single time like she was on my panel, there'd be over 1,000 in chat. Like,
but not even that. Prayer Garden got a lot of stuff moving at times. Like Prayer Garden coming up here would actually really get the ball rolling on some serious topics. Like she actually made a lot of. She's a huge part of the Summer Wells community. She's been around a long time, and she had a pretty close relationship with Dawn at one point, and swears like a sailor. I know, I love it. And then she'll say, God bless you.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
It's funny. Yeah.
Yeah. She swears she never had anything going on with Dawn. So I mean, she swears by that. So I guess, until we have any type of other proof, then I guess we, just have to take her word for it. And Dawn also says that he didn't, but I don't know. There was one person that emailed me and claimed that they had proof that it was actually, but I never heard of it again. So, and I never saw any proof. So I would say
had something going on with him. I don't think she's close enough to him to have something like physically going. I mean, I don't know.
I don't know. No, it would have been. Yeah, it would have had to been a online thing, right, or a phone thing.
Maybe they might have had like a bit of like an intimate relation, not intimate like in the bedroom, but like intimate on the phone or close on the phone or whatever, and that's okay. I mean, sexting, oh my God, Kristen.
That's what I was thinking. I guess you weren't meaning sexting.
No, I meant like intimate, like emotionally, like emotionally intimate. Like, do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yes, I do. They got, like really.
I didn't mean sexting. I don't want her to think I was.
But I do know Candace was not okay with her relationship. It caused a lot of problems in their.
She'll be live later, like, how dare you say I was sexting Dawn? I would never.
No, I don't know that for a fact. Just to put that out there, but I'm pretty much used to her. Like, it's funny because she says like, that I'm like her that she's like my big sister, and that I'm only she can pick on me and nobody else can, or something. I thought
Ziggy,
that was
I
cute,
think she would totally come back for a reunion. You should ask someone to clip you asking her to come and over here, and I think she probably will.
Or maybe
she's
I should
a very like humble, forgiving person. If she has like a grudge or whatever, a little bit, if she could be kind to me after I was like, fuck you on her panel, she'll probably forgive you.
No, honestly, she really, honestly, I don't feel like she's the one that kind of went after me. I never really.
Oh, okay.
She was pretty hardcore. I mean, really.
She's
probably
hardcore.
The worst of anybody. I mean, she was one of the worst. Like, she's really, as Prayer Garden can be, like.
Yeah,
I've only watched her channel like a handful of times and never a full stream, so I don't
She's like
really
my Annie that made me used to eat Brussels sprouts back in the day. I'm gonna eat them motherfuckers.
Gotta watch a full stream, especially when she's going off. Deline says she cusses in the garden. I love that.
Cusses in the garden.
Oh, those photos are good. She does do a good job with those funny photos.
Does.
I have to give it to her, but which is funny because she tried to act like, to me, I think I kind of feel like she tries to put on the persona that she's not good at like computer stuff, and she's not, because she had all our phone calls recorded.
Someone might make them for her, but I could recall the other night when I was up there, she had said I made this for Summer or something. But you know what I love about her? She always shares Summer's photo at the end of her stream. She prays for the boys. She prays for Summer. She loves Summer. There's no doubting or denying that.
She does do that.
Yeah. I love when people pray for Summer.
Yeah, that is more than, many of us do. So I mean, everybody has their, I don't know. I always can find the good in anybody. So even I remember at one point, like somebody asking me about you, like to name something good about you. And I said, she has really good hair.
No, you would have to say something good.
I'm trying to think. I think I came up with something. I did that. I said that at first, but then I think I actually came up with something, and I'm trying to think what it was. I think I did. I was like, no, I can't do that. That's not cool.
We should all do like a full-on like creator.
Oh God!
One of these days, like all the creators in the Summer Wild.
Say something good about. Oh,
yeah, we would all have to say something good about all the creators, like each and every single one, and do like do like a huge panel one day. Not Lips. She's not invited. Sorry, not sorry.
Oh yeah, no. So like, as far as this peace treaty thing, like, there's got to be ethics, you know. Like, that's what me and Benny was talking about a long time ago. Is we have to have ethics, like, and who's going to be the rule and the law whenever somebody is out of line. Who is that? And we were like, well, maybe clip channels. But I mean, I don't know. Adrian has Chroma Court channel set up.
Ooh, yeah, I forgot about that.
Oh,
But
she get out with the get out too.
Oh, we should
like,
do that.
you have to be able to get along, but also still tell somebody that you're fucking up.
Yeah, exactly. And that's, for some reason, a lot of people don't get that. It's like, oh, you have to, just because you're friends with somebody, I mean, you should still be able to tell them, like, you know, they don't always, everybody, none of us are right all the time. None of us are perfect. We're going to be wrong all the time. All of us.
I mean, did you take any offense whenever I said I was actually really upset that you put that comment on the screen? Did you take offense to that?
No, like, I'm glad that you mentioned it. No, I didn't. Like,
So I mean, it's okay to say stuff like that. You can say, hey, you know, I think what you did was a little bit foul. Like, what's going on? Like, can we talk about that? It doesn't have to be, this bitch just put up this fucking comment on the screen. I can't believe she did that. Fuck her, fuck her, fuck her.
I'm glad that you did say that, because then you won't have then we could talk it out, because otherwise you would have been it would have left a negative taste in your mouth. So it's important.
I would always talk to you about it.
That I was just talking to somebody about this yesterday, actually. It's really important to put, not keep that stuff in. And it's always, honesty is always the best policy to me. So I can't be mad. Like, and plus, like, what she said is true. And I remember recognizing, like, that I'm like, oh God, that was kind of, I didn't want that comment up there. It looks like I was supporting it or something. I remember, and I was trying to kind of just like move on from the subject, because I could tell things were getting heated at the time. So it was important to me, actually, that you brought that up, because I get so distracted and I remember being like, okay, I wanted to comment on that and say, I did not support that. And it was by accident that she was on the screen. That did not mean I support her comment.
Well, I wasn't trying to bring that back up. It was just the most recent example that I had. So
yeah, no, it's true. It's true. Like, to me, like, that stuff doesn't bother me. Like, you came to me as an adult, like, and I think, but for some reason, a lot of people are not like that. They take, and plus, I can be myself, like, impulsive. Like, I'll see a comment and I'll get like freak out like right away. So, you took some time and you addressed it like in a calm manner, like you were saying. But sometimes when I'm live and I see a comment and I take long, I sometimes like just snap. And I'm like, oh, and then I feel bad later. I'm like, dang it. I didn't mean to, I find out like, oh, I took the comment completely wrong. That always sucks, for sure.
Oh yeah, well, I wasn't gonna put it in chat, because then people would be like you would, maybe read it wrong way, or like take it out of context, or somebody might be offended that I'm saying, why did you just do that, or whatever. So I just left chat. That's all.
No. So yeah, for me, that's what I want. I want people to. I've always told my mods that too. Like, and people, I don't want people to like just like tiptoe around me, or I want them to tell me, because you can't ever fix anything about your life if you don't know. A friend is a friend tells you when you're screwing up. Doesn't let you continue.
I agree.
Yourself looks like
I would rather my friends be honest with me. I've always said, like, would you tell me if I fucked up? Like, will you make sure you tell me if you notice?
Even if I get mad, even if I freak out on you, I'm
but
gonna
like,
apologizing.
troll comes up in the chat starts talking shit, like if I don't know you and you're trolling me and you think I give a fuck what you have to say,
that's a whole different
unless
thing.
I care about you and your opinion,
Right.
I don't care. And
That's
I'm just
so
being
funny
honest,
you
like,
say that.
because I don't know these people. Like, they're just trying to be assholes. You know, the second you end this, Jody's gonna go live. She's waiting. Jody, fuck you.
Is she still not gone live? Are you serious?
No, she's gonna wait until you end this because she can't handle it. She can't.
Okay.
So who's got next?
Who's going
Tiffany?
next?
Yeah.
Oh, girl, are you trying to kill me?
Benny's been
Benny?
up here the least amount of time. Or Fizzle. Fizzle's actually.
Yeah, why
No
don't you
way.
go
I'm
live?
exhausted.
Go live.
I'm
I'm
exhausted.
guessing-
I don't do those
I know.
things.
I'm guessing
know.
if we
I
I'm guessing if we hop down for even 15 minutes and we give her a small little tiny hole, she'll hit that live button. I bet you.
Hell yeah, she will.
You know she will.
We know you can't resist, Jody. JodiSue.
And we cannot let her go live without having somebody streaming it. I don't know.
She got to
like,
have
how
parental supervision for sure. She's not mature enough to run the internet on her own.
Well, I mean, if she's not online right now,
We
she
got
could
chaperone that
be
shit.
momming. Hopefully.
Well, we'll see. I guess we'll see what happens. I guess, does anybody have any? Are we ready?
How about Scott? How about Scott go live again?
Yeah, I haven't seen him in the chat for a while, though, I don't think.
Come on, Scotch.
I don't think I've seen him in here since the very, very beginning.
Yeah, it's been, he might not be.
Guys, I'm gonna jump down because I'm gonna go eat my dinner and I'm starving. I could like.
I'm gonna jump down and catch her so she don't hurt herself.
Oh my god!
All right,
guys.
I love you.
Ziggy, thank you so much. I appreciate the live stream. It was a great live stream. I think it's probably one of the better ones.
It was. Thank you. And if you need me,
bye, Penny.
Bye. Bye.
Yeah, hit me up anytime. You're welcome on my channel too, Zig.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye. And
Aw,
thank you, Kristen. She's such a Fizzle's such a proud mama. I can't call her Penny. Like,
I want to pinch y'all's cheeks. Anyway, yeah.
Like, I told her the main thing. Like, my opinion changed big time of Tiffany. Like, and it wasn't. I mean, I guess it could be hate bonding. I don't know. When she changed her opinion about JodiSue, I could tell that I was changing. At first, I was like, okay, well, she's just doing that because the ship's
no, Ziggy, it's not hate bonding. It's that you were able to identify integrity.
Right.
It's that you saw that Tiffany gave
JodiSue a place to talk and a place to be heard that's bigger than her own channel, and let her talk and let her talk and let her talk, and kept her kids protected and didn't allow JodiSue to be ran through the mud and just, let things happen. But as soon as, something that just didn't sound or feel right happened, a lot of people were looking at Tiffany like, what is she going to do? Is she going to stand by her? And then as soon as she didn't, and she called her out on that, it was like a lot of people were like, thank God.
Yeah.
So,
I know we were. And
everybody was holding their breath, waiting to see what Tiffany's reaction was going to be.
Yeah, that's kind of like with it was kind of similar feeling with Benny with like Candace and stuff. Like he went through that too. That would have been really tough. Like people have to put themselves in other people's positions, and I would have hated to have been in Tiffany's position with the JodiSue thing, because I've been there on a smaller scale. Because I felt like a fake having her on my channel while I secretly was like, kind of suspecting her. And I remember actually, Tiffany's down in the chat, but I just remember a conversation I had with Tiffany, like actually before she really started just supporting JodiSue like big time. It seemed like to me that JodiSue ran to Tiffany after she kind of fell out like over on my channel or whatever. But I was just, I don't know. I kind of, it's like, at least, I don't know. I'm kind of losing my train of thought right now.
No, we get it. Everybody, I think everybody gets it.
I understand we're all human, and like I said, I thought that Dawn seemed like a decent person in person. You know what I mean? And so that's kind of scary that I mean, it's obvious that I can be fooled too.
Well, I mean, it's just what he does. He's been doing it his whole life. He's a criminal. He's a lifelong criminal, and he knows how to manipulate people to get what he wants or to impress upon them, certain ideas or feelings or whatever. So it's not necessarily something that probably you need to be concerned with yourself for. It's just that that's just Don. He's a criminal. He's used to manipulating people.
Like sometimes, like we think we know that somebody's a certain way. Just like at one point I thought, like my feelings on Tiffany. I was so sure, like, oh, I was so mad at her, and stuff. But sometimes, like, certain things happen, and it makes you look at things differently and from a different perspective. And think, well, try to put yourself like where they were coming from. Because sometimes we think like we know somebody's just, trying to be assholes or do stuff on purpose, just nonstop to like terrorize us or whatever. But sometimes things happen. You're like, okay, well, maybe, I did kind of, maybe that was kind of messed up for me to do, and maybe. So, you have to take your part in it.
Yeah, and that's a really important thing to recognize, especially if you're able to recognize it in somebody else. If, like you told me a long time ago that if somebody can apologize to you, then you have a lot of respect for them, because not everybody will. And you have to be able to be accountable, and that's huge. That's having that integrity and the responsibility, like knowing that you have a platform and you have a huge responsibility to be the best that you can be, especially covering victims. And then people are here more than they are on their local news. A lot of times they don't even watch local news, or a lot of times the cases don't even end up on the local news. So a lot of people are turning to social media and YouTube for information, and it's really important that we try to at least be the best we can be for people who do look to us for stuff like that.
That's so true. This is like the future of the news, really.
And when you get it wrong, it's, you got to say, hey, I was wrong. And there's no shame in that at all.
No, there really isn't. Because everybody makes mistakes, and, and plus it takes you a while when you first get on YouTube to really, especially like how my channel grew like at the very beginning, just like super fast, and just, kind of plateaued now. But like at one point, I wasn't used to being on YouTube. I didn't know like the ethics and how things, the ethics and how things work and what's appropriate and what's not. It took some time for me to understand.
Yeah, it's a learning curve, and you have to kind of, especially like us, because I think I was maybe on YouTube maybe like a month before you, and for people who are new to it, like it's like you don't understand how it works here, and you're trying to find the best way to do things and remain true to yourself. And at points in time, I think we do all lose our way. And as long as you can identify that and come back to it and grow from it and be better for it, and then that's all that matters, in my opinion.
Yep, 100%. It's all about progress, not perfection. This seems like a seminar. We're having a pep you up like seminar. No, like I'm telling you guys, this is why me and Penny will talk for hours and or fizzle. Sorry, those of you, many of you might not even remember her as Penny, but when I first came on, she went by Penny from True Crime Commentary. Yeah. And she did really good. And you guys, another thing you guys would be surprised to know, I'm going to embarrass you. Sorry. Not like
boy.
really embarrass you, but she's actually kind of shy.
I'm actually what?
Kind of shy, like when it comes to doing
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, I don't like to be live. Not really. I mean, I'll get on a panel with people and I don't mind. But as far as like firing something up on my own channel and like just carrying the load for hours on end, oh God,
You're a
no.
perfectionist, aren't you? That's probably why.
No, I'm not. I'm very accepting of flaws and even within myself. My thing is in the beginning I didn't want people to become dependent or reliant or used to seeing me all the time and get attached to me or whatever, because at a moment's notice I could turn this off and walk away and then I don't know. I just didn't want to feel
That's a good point.
obligated.
That's a good point because you do start to feel obligated. When you first start, I did at one point. I would feel bad if I missed because I was on here every night and people were counting on me. And if I wasn't on, I totally get where you're coming from because I think that has something to do with why I kind of, just stopped being so consistent and on here so much and started focusing on other things. It was because, people were expecting me here, at certain times, and I would feel really bad. Like, I don't know why. I know nobody really. It was totally innocent and stuff, but it seemed like some people like really depended on, people would say things like, I've been told like I saved their lives and stuff. Like, it's crazy.
Oh yeah.
Because you don't know what somebody's going through. And so I never looked at it like that. I didn't know I had any type of influence on people. That's kind of like what I was talking about yesterday about Ryan Upchurch. It's the same thing, just on a much bigger scale. Like the stuff that he puts out, we got on a talk about that because sometimes, he can get he's opinionated and passionate. And he has like almost 3 million subscribers. That's like on a much, much bigger scale. So I guess I could compare myself to somebody like that. It's like, but that's still not, you shouldn't do that. You know what I mean? Just because you have a smaller audience or whatever, it's still important to try to, especially when it comes to missing child. I think when it comes to children, it's just important to be sensitive about what's put out and also try to look out for those who are possibly affected by the information that's not the actual, person you're talking about. Sometimes things affect others besides just the...
Oh yeah, collateral damage all over the place for sure.
So
but hey, Jenny wanted you to see something in chat, but I'm gonna hop down and go eat. So,
all right, thank you so much.
Bye.
All right, let me see Jenny's comment real quick before I go. Please note that while a scheduled live has been up for like 8 hours and has not yet begun, the PayPal is pinned in chat suggesting that others pay for waiting. What? Hold on, let me see what it says before I go. I'm just curious. I am gonna go. Like, I'm actually kind of tired. So she has this. Where was that? I just saw it. Has she really been just? I swear I just saw it. What do you hear? She's still set at 5:30. Jody, oh wait, you guys can't see. I was gonna say JodiSue, like seriously, stop being so selfish. You have people, do you not think of anybody but yourself? That's ridiculous. Change the time on your freaking live, at least. Like, I always feel bad if I'm late even 5 minutes. That's why I thought like Exhibit A's video I found was funny. Really, I'm really not usually that late. Listen, now I'm like starting to feel guilty or something. I'm usually not that late. Like usually almost always less than 15 minutes. But I always apologize even if I'm a few minutes late. So it seems like it seems like I'm always like super late because I'm always like bringing attention to it. Nobody would freaking notice if I wouldn't always bring attention to it. Well, I mean, the thing is, once you start, you'll notice the longer you're a creator, the longer JodiSue's just recently started going live. The longer though that you're a creator, I mean, it seems to happen more and more often because you get more relaxed about it. YouTube kind of like blends in with your real life, and sometimes it just, you space it more. But when you're a new creator, I remember being very aware of people's time and always trying to, be on time. But I still try to. I don't know. I think that she's probably sitting here just listening. I'm interested to see, like, should I just like I should just do a standoff, like we're at a stalemate. We're just like, should I just stay here? Like, is this some type of like, are we playing chicken or something? Is that why the road, like, she's like coming at me on this road and neither of us are moving and we're about to crash like head on? That's what it feels like. That's what it feels. Can we come over for chicken and stovetop? No, that's what we're playing, like chicken. That's what it feels like. Thanks usually to prepare for my live, and I'm always in check. That's true. That's another thing. That's another thing. That is so true, Tiffany. You guys don't understand. It doesn't. That's what I'm saying, though. For JodiSue, though, like it's different. She just started doing YouTube like within the last 8 months or something. 9 months. I mean, she would go on people's panels, but I don't know. She doesn't sit there and research, and she doesn't have, well, actually she probably does have a lot of people messaging her, but I don't think she responds to that many people, does she? Game with chess. Yeah, that's a good idea. I could just have Athena take over until I'm ready. Just have the haters would love that. The haters would be like, "Oh, she's using Athena to make money. Look at all those super chats coming in while Athena just sits there. Oh, and she has her tied up to the chair. She's torturing her." All right, guys. Thank you so much for hanging out. It was a really good stream, and everybody have a good Monday evening, and I will probably see you tomorrow night. Talk to you later.